Welcome to Dead Cells. This is one of the best action roguelikes of all time. If you're here, you may have gotten the game for the first time, or you may be a veteran who just wants to see this playthrough. I myself have many hours in the game, but what we're gonna do is a full walkthrough from the beginning of the game all the way to the 5 BC true ending of the game. So I'm gonna go through some of the most basic new player information. Like someone who has never played the game before, I'm starting a fresh file, as you can clearly see. Hopping into play, you get a nice introduction of what's new in Dead Cells. Of course, update 35 is the final update. Your choices are between normal mode and streaming integration if you happen to be live streaming the game, but we'll do normal mode. If you have mods that you want to enable, you can do them here. Here's my list. You can see they're all turned off. There's even a Veedotme skin in here. The person who did it, very much appreciate their work on it. So every run of Dead Cells starts off here in the prisoner's quarters. The very first setup is going to be a little bit different compared to when you die. There is lore, of course. Chopping block, you assume that was used on you. Let's head up here. Of course, we have controls, jump up, jump down. I am using D-pad for movement. Not mandatory, but I personally prefer to use D-pad here. Are you the headless fellow that's been getting around? The mannerisms from the character is probably one of the most interesting parts that people enjoy from this game. That's right, no tongue. Anyway, it must be strange to be back from the dead. I mean, surely you must have noticed. You can no longer die. I don't really understand it, but you're not the first to find yourself in this situation if that's what you want to know, which is kind of an interesting thing to think about for all the people out there who, know a bit about this game. So they're telling us we can use a primary weapon, a secondary weapon. This game has an attack on, in this case, X and Y. Y is our secondary. It can be whatever you want. You can swap these in the main menu if you want. There's no such thing as a true primary and secondary. Just think of it as whatever button is on square or X or Y or triangle. While we're in the pause menu, let's take a look at a couple of things. So we of course have an info screen, but this is, not really worth looking into. I don't think as a new player you have to ever go into the info page. We have our options here, rebind controls if you want to. We have a lot of additional settings here where you can change left stick, right stick, jump down, all this stuff. Very good. Most devs don't even go that far. Gameplay. This is one thing that's kind of important. Remember this button, hold to attack. You may want to turn this on or off, depending on, how you end up playing. We have timer settings. I would highly recommend that you keep the default timer as is, as these permanent timers do change how some of the things in the game are calculated. We have disable lore rooms. Highly suggest you do not touch that, as it does influence what kind of food and blueprints you'll find. Cutscenes, gameplay slow motion, bunch of other stuff in here. Accessibility settings is the other big thing that I want you to keep an eye out for. Take a look at this, see if there's anything that catches your eye. For example, hero outline is a very popular thing to turn on. You can see my character has a very robust icon on it compared to the NPC. For our purposes, I'm going to keep that turned off. That's under accessibility. You can change the filter in the background, projectile icons. There's even secrets that pop up in the game. You can have a secret outline if you really want to. None of these affect if you get achievements or not. I would also suggest that you turn on display stat icons, and then you can also change the color if you need to. Right now, I just have a very bright red for brutality, subtle purple for tactics, more like a blurple, I guess. And then survival is perfectly fine. The last thing I want to point out is assist mode. This is a roguelike game. If you happen to not realize that, a roguelike is a game where you would die and then restart the game with certain things saved. In the case of this game, it's blueprints for things that you've unlocked, but you restart the run each time. So you can go into assist mode. You can change all of this stuff to make the actual gameplay itself a little easier. But then the final thing that you may want to consider is the multiple deaths If you don't necessarily want to die and restart, you have the option to turn that off here. You can go with like the default up to infinite. So the pacing of the game. This is a roguelike, but it's actually a roguevania, if you will, which is a little different than a game like a Hades or even like a Binding of Isaac. We're going through an entire biome. It's not just like a square room with maybe some traps or something and a couple of monsters. There's an entire level to go through here. We have a dodge roll that allows us to dodge most monsters' attacks. Most monsters don't even actually attack you until they get like clear wind that you're there. So keep that in mind. Any monster besides that thing that was throwing out the grenades in this biome, they don't actually go after you. And furthermore, they will not chase you into the next segment of the map. Even a like curb like this, yeah, it has vision of me up ahead, but it can't go up there. At this stage of the game, though, I would highly suggest that you kill everything you see. Reason why is that there are blueprints that drop from monsters. It could be a weapon. It could be something called a mutation. It's a lot of stuff that you can find from monsters, including cells, and we need the cells in order to unlock all of this stuff. One piece of gameplay to also keep in mind, not only does your character have basic traversal, but we have a ground slam, just like that. Not only does it do a little bit of damage, but it will also stun a monster. Here's some food. It actually tells you how much it heals for. In this case, it's 15. You can see that I'm full. Under video, we have displayed the percentage of life left, which is, in my opinion, a very nice thing to enable. I can see that this heals for 15%. I can see when I'm actually at 15%. Otherwise, there's our first blueprint. Otherwise, it is, you know, a toss-up if you know what 15% looks like. So this blueprint, this was a 100% blueprint drop from the zombie. Bloodsort will not show up again unless I die and lose out on this. So that's why I say that it's pretty important to kill every monster. But one thing I should also mention is that only one monster on the map has the blueprint. In the case that you killed everything, you may not see the monster if the monsters spawn in a place that you can't reach. But if you did get the blueprint, consider yourself successful. And now you probably don't have to worry about getting too much else on the map, but that doesn't mean we just leave. This is me using my secondary. This is called Beginner's Bow. One thing that you have to keep in mind is that most bows in the game have ammo. Most ranged weapons have ammo. You can see that in the bottom left. Every little square, I guess it could be a rectangle too. In green, that's where it starts off. It just has a color indicator on when it's like closer to getting empty. If the monster dies, then you end up getting your ammo back. If the monster is not dead, those arrows will stay in there for maybe like 30 seconds. They will fall out on their own. There's other stuff in the game that will drop the arrows, but we don't have that right now. Little tickle right here, that is something that we cannot access because, again, as a roguevania, where the Vania part is Metroidvania, we're going to be seeing, oh wow, just random malachite here. We're going to be seeing that kind of stuff happen all the time. Now, this is what we call a power scroll. Memorizing like if it's a power scroll or minotaur scroll, that part doesn't matter. The way how Dead Cells works for damage and life is tied to these scrolls. In the bottom left-hand corner, we have one red, one purple, one green. That's our stat layout. If I pick up one of these, it gives me the option to upgrade any one of those. They all do the same thing for damage, 15% on specific kinds of objects. They also give HP, 65 for red, 50 for purple, 70 for green. In that case, keep in mind that survival gives the most HP, brutality gives second most, tactics gives the least HP. In Dead Cells and most other roguelikes, damage is a pretty big deal to actually be able to kill anything and survive. The longer a monster is alive, roll through this to stop it, the more chances it can hurt you. As you can see, I'm using my dodge roll quite a bit to go through the monster. Once I start swinging on it, chances of it dying is fairly high. Can also roll through doors that will stun an enemy. This is our first exit. Promenade of the Condemned. I will not be going into here. Why do you ask? Is because there's another scroll of power on the map. I want you to keep in mind that Prison Quarters, the first biome of the game, always has 2 power scrolls. You should not leave until you get both of them. I have my choice to upgrade any that I want. I'm going to put another point in brutality because that's the only thing that's going to increase the power of my red weapon, the rusty sword. The beginner's bow that I have would be getting damage from any tactics scrolls I invest in it, but I'm not really planning to do that yet. This, as you see, is a completely separate area that I could access, but I don't have access to it because that doesn't seem to do anything. That's going to be for later. I am opening the map quite a bit. We don't get to see everything on the map. Some fog of war still exists. Open up our first chest. Inside is a skill, either an L2 button or an R2 button. This is Sinew Slicer. It happens to have fire spinning blades at nearby enemies, inflicting bleeding. It is actually part brutality and part tactics. But I will tell you that it only gets its power from whatever you have the most stats in. So if I was 1-3-1, it would be doing tactics damage, and the color of that would be purple with a little bit of a red corner. Don't get fooled into thinking that's doing damage for both purple and red. Let's go into our new area, Promenade. There's nothing left for us to do in the prison quarters. There was food that I could have eaten. I did see a challenge rift in the beginning. I'm sure someone in the YouTube comments is going to mention that challenge rift. If you were lucky enough to kill 30 monsters without taking any damage, you'll get one of these, which is a bonus door that awards you with some money, some cells, and a weapon. As I mentioned, our scrolls dictate what kind of damage we deal. This throwing knife happens to have brutality scaling. I will take that over the beginner's bow, and we leave that on the ground to rot. Does that mean that tactics is worse than brutality or vice versa? No, it just happens to be what I put 2 points into. Second NPC. Well, look who it is. I'm the collector. I'm about as close to a decent company as you can get. Bring me the cells you gather from the others. In exchange, I'll procure a few useful little items for you. Should you stumble upon a blueprint, bring it to me and I'll introduce you to some more experimental items. So, this is a menu to unlock stuff. Any blueprint you find, all of it shows up here in the collector. You don't unlock stuff at any other place besides the collector. Our first option here, health flask, costs 5. Go ahead and get that. Gold reserves, preserves $500. That's gold when you die. Unlock that. Only worth 5. Now we have 19. We have quite a few things in here. We are going to hold our money. Well, we do have this blood sword that we just found. Let's go ahead and actually grab this to kind of like tell how these also work. So whenever you unlock a new item, the stuff up top are not items. Those are meta upgrades, things that like enhance the game itself. The items, however, give you a free version to use in your run. Something important to keep in mind. We're going to be replacing our Rusty Sword 1 with a Blood Sword 3. The 3 is actually important. It is higher level than a 1, and it's doing more damage than the 1. How much more damage, you might ask? 33% more damage. You can see it underneath the 247 DPS. Don't think of this game as like you have to memorize these figures to know what's better. On average, anything that is a higher level of what you're using is probably doing more damage, within reason, of course. We can go ahead and spin the rest of our cells, but I want to just show you that you can leave if you want to. Please do not break that door. If you want to save your cells for any reason, you can just do that. We'll put ours into the health flask and then find another NPC. This one offers us mutations, the second piece of build making in Dead Cells. We have our items. The mutations, you can have up to 3 in a single run, and we choose 1 each time we go through a biome. So we have Combo, Killer Instinct, and Vengeance listed under Brutality, because remember, there's different scalings here. Tactics has Hunter's Instinct, Support, Tranquility, and then Survival has Blind Faith, Counterattack, Necromancy. We also have some generic ones, Instinct of the Master of Arms, Igdar Oris Lee Ox, which I will refer to as YOLO for now on. We'll be taking that. This saves you 1 time from a premature death if you're not cursed. Curse is a mechanic that we'll see later. YOLO cannot be dropped once it's taken, and if you use that, it changes its icon so you know that it can't be used again. So we're now in the promenade. As you can see, we have the option to go up here, and this is another very free blueprint. This one's Assassin's Dagger, something that I may or may not upgrade. You will find these things fairly often. This is a down slam icon. However, we can't utilize it yet. That's more Metroidvania for us to find later. This monster is protected by a bubble of some kind unless it's out of range. You can use right stick to move the camera. We can see it's that up there. We found a monster that will teleport to us. That's the runner. On this map, and this is how it's going to go for most of the time in Dead Cells in general, is you will start to recognize monsters and react to them accordingly. So this thing doesn't attack me, but we know it does the shielding. You'll want to memorize that. This thing throws bombs. We saw that before. I don't need to dodge roll unless a bomb comes out. We know a zombie. It can jump at me. I can dodge roll through it. It can try to punch me. We don't fall for that either. Now that we have a weapon that we can kind of throw while moving, the throwing knife is very good at that. It does very good damage. It applies bleed. Bleed has a very specific extra effect where if you apply enough stacks of bleed, it'll pop and do all of its damage at once. The odds of us doing that, fairly slim, while we're just kind of like plugging away at each monster. But as you see, there's a runner down here. We know how he works now. I'm gonna use the door to slide through him. We have bats. We know how these work. They try to dart at me. That's in a down slam that does actually work that I saw at the corner of my eye. If you remember earlier, we saw something that will let you like outline those icons. That's in accessibility, I believe. You can turn that on at any point. One other thing I want to point out, above my head, we've been getting this, I guess, accelerator icon. We're getting that based on a kill combo that you can't necessarily see. It is basically a hidden mechanic of sorts. Some things do actually utilize that, but nothing that we see right now. Let's head down here. Based on our gameplay right now, we have 30 kills. You can see at the bottom of the screen. That's actually another thing that you can turn on. Perhaps under video. Display the number of enemies killed without being hit. Highly suggest you turn that on. There are spikes in the game. We have a double jump though. You don't have to jump off of something to get the double jump. So long as you're in the air, it works. We have a shop. Shop you can try to talk to, but it doesn't really do anything. We have weapons. Now that we unlock the blood sword, a new blood sword can show up. Just pressing the buy option doesn't automatically buy it. It just lets you preview it. We can see a level 4 is stronger than a level 3. I'm gonna take it. The special affix on it, in this game, every item that you find can have affixes. A lot of them are very specific to what kind of weapon it is. Imagine that a weapon that can give ammo will have bonus ammo on it, and ones that don't have ammo simply don't. Pile of corpses. Whole lot of prisoners here. One of them is holding something. This is why you don't necessarily want to turn off lower rooms, because you can actually find stuff. We have a nice little trap puzzle here. This is a procedurally generated game. The next time I go into Promenade will not look the same as this. That little puzzle that we saw, you may not see that again for a couple of runs. We're heading down here. There are random doors that you'll find. These do not do anything right now. Get our chest. A firebrand that does a double damage to enemies, but I take double the damage. I'm gonna skip that. Now you could decide to take it and it will definitely kill monsters. However, as a new player, maybe not advised. We found this thing again, still can't use it. So we're gonna keep going left to right. We find ourselves here with an elite monster. I don't think we've seen elite monsters yet. This is another archer. The difference between this and the normal archer is it fires 2 arrows that are stacked. Because funny enough, you can duck in this game. And the other archer you could actually duck under. Reward for this, unknown artifact. This is what we call a rune. This is the vine rune. This permanently gives you the ability to grow vines, which are these things right here. We can now use it and can travel upward. Of course, you can jump to maybe go a little bit faster. And now, because it's like a Metroidvania, any of these that you've seen earlier back in prison quarters, you can now use those. That is permanently saved progression. Now remember, we got affixes called victims bleeding spreads to nearby enemies. What that does is that if someone dies, it explodes and does bleeding around it. Just like that. It's pretty fun. You can imagine this game has bosses in it. It may not really do anything to bosses. Here's our first scroll for the entire map. It's not a power scroll. Instead, it's a choice between tactics and survival only. My suggestion here, take the thing that has the most HP, because for us to grow our HP, we're gonna need something besides brutality. Brutality is giving us less and less HP the longer we upgrade it. We found another block, roadblock, that requires wall run. We'll have to come back to that at some other point because we don't have it. Continuing onward, we have a section here that says it requires a gardener's key. We have some free items that I will take the wolf trap. This is a shield. Shields can be utilized to block or parry. We're not going to take it right now. But I would say most shields don't really need the color to match what you're playing. It's going to do no damage because we don't have much invested in green by the end of the game anyway. The wolf trap's going to be the same deal. Not much damage as the game goes on. However, it has a nice effect of dealing damage to enemies as long as you're dealing damage to it. Let's read that again. launches 2 traps that root enemies, increasing the damage they take by 41 DPS for 5 seconds. Kind of a weird way to say that. In reality, what's happening is that every time I hit the enemy, it's taking an extra hit. Kind of a really nasty setup of monsters there. We know that Runner runs after you, but we know we have to destroy that barrier monster. So I'm utilizing every button in my kit right now, my Wolf Trap, my Sinew Slicer, everything I can to get rid of that. Another thing we can't use. I also put another point into Brutality. That's going to increase our damage for everything that scales on Brutality. But now we got another Tactic Survival. Now Tactic is giving us more than Survival. So we do Tactics instead. One thing I didn't point out, so as you can see, monsters get stunned. If you roll through a door, stars are around its head, and that means that it is stunned. Some weapons with enough hits will cause the monster to be stunned. I will also tell you that not every monster in the game can be stunned. You'll memorize that as you go, but so far every monster on this map can be stunned. And I'm really relying on that to ensure that the monsters don't attack me. But if it gets a little bit too close to when that exclamation point over the monster's head's about to activate, I will gladly stop attacking. Continuing left to right. A door that's locked. I can kind of see a mechanism there. That's probably the key. That we can't use. So the only way to go from here is up. Now again, I would suggest before you leave, check the map. Remember, we got 3 scrolls on this map. That's all of them. There are no other scrolls, and also there are no other areas to access besides the ones that we can't reach. If there was a scroll, we'd see it on the map. We did lose out on some food. We lost out on the gardener's key thing, which I can't do right now. That's a gardener's key. I can tell you that just as a heads up. In fact, there's a gardener's key, just for sake of argument while we're here. Let's see if I'm correct. I am. This is 3 down slams on this little flower, and that's a gardener's key. If I were to go back to... Where is it? It's a little bit ahead of us. This thing requires 3 keys. We have 1. And this is just to illustrate that I can't do this yet. Requires another gardener's key, and you can see the teaser of a blueprint. So only one way we can go, up. We can bring the elevator back down by stepping on this. Do not stand under the elevator. You will die if you do that. And it is an achievement, funny enough. But on to the ramparts. New area, 3rd area. We're taking our sweet time here. We are not getting these timed doors. I did quickly skip through, I think, a costume for maybe getting here for the first time. We did happen to get another one of these, which is very nice. Some cells. A multi-nox bow that pierces enemies. It does scale on purple. I would recommend that you don't swerve into it, because in this case, we are essentially down some scrolls. We put a lot of scrolls into Brutality. It will probably do damage, but eventually it will not do damage. Maybe for the sake of argument, we just take it. Just to like show to you that for right now, it probably does very well, but later on, it won't be doing so hot. Another collector, it's the same guy, he just moves on. We will put points into the health flask, get our second one. Everything else is a little bit too much. We have an assassin's dagger, but personally, I'm not gonna level that up. I'm gonna put these points into recycling instead. We've dropped a lot of items on the ground and have not been able to do anything with them. We do get another mutation. We're gonna be taking Vengeance here. If I were to take damage, the next damage I take is lessened, and I do more damage in the process. You would think, okay, V, why not go for combo? Something that does damage, or Killer Instinct, something that gives me my powers back, in this case my turret, for getting kills. But to be honest, I've been killing most stuff with just the sword. And then for like combo, I'd rather live. So we're now in the ramparts. There are falls. I can tell you that if you really want to know if there's anything down there, just open your map. That'll show you if there's something that you're going to jump down to. This is another elite. We can drop our wolf trap. We can use our sinew slicer. You can see the range at which the sinew slicer is allowed to attack. It's within reason though. Like I can't go, oh wow, that goes very far. It's a lot farther than I expected actually. We can try out our new bow and get rewarded with an unknown artifact. This is custom mode. Custom mode allows you to play the game by turning on and off certain things that you don't want to see. We will not be doing that in this walkthrough. But if you want to, just keep in mind, there is a chance that you will lose the chance for achievements depending on what custom mode options you utilize. So as you see, I can kill most stuff. It might require the sinew slicer, but for the most part, I'm not all that scared to just swing, within reason, of course. Basically, what I often do is I will check how difficult it is for me to kill a monster, and then that determines how much dodge rolling I plan to do. A bat, as you can see, I could not kill it in time. It requires a dodge roll, and I will now know that for the entirety of this area. New monster, that's the shield bearer. This thing blocks all attacks in front of it, but also stuns you in the process. Very simple mechanic, just go behind it, start swinging. Another new monster, this one is probably the one that's gonna kill you first. I don't even know its name. It does a simple thing that goes across the ground. If you roll through it, you get hurt. You have to jump over it. It will also try to outrun you, reposition itself, and do that attack. Sometimes I wouldn't recommend doing a blind down slam. You don't know if there's gonna be spikes down there or what. Even though we have shots pierce, the shots do not pierce through the shields. You can also duck whenever you fire most things in the game, not everything, but you can see that it's a way to like circumvent some monsters, such as that archer. So for this biome, oh, here's another new monster. This is called the Inquisitor. It will shoot you almost screen wide. The game does indicate, you can barely see it there. That exclamation point, that is me being shot off screen. It's about as strong as an archer. Probably does more damage, but pretty scary. You'll want to remember that monster and how it works. More brutality. Killing everything because, again, there are blueprints on the map. Some of them are 100% until we find them. We can finally use a heal. Oh, wow. That's something important. Turrets. Turrets actually will aggro monsters. If a monster sees a turret, it will actively try to kill it. Turrets have a health bar. If they die, they are gone until you recast it. The recast of a turret starts even when it's alive. So you don't need it to die before you place the next one. Twin Dagger, DPS 731, but it's not accounting my bleeding DPS. I'm gonna skip it for now. To be honest, I'm not a fan of Bloodsword, but our Bloodsword's doing just fine. Another scroll. If you are to full clear the map, you will get all the scrolls. That's why I encourage you to do the full clear. That way you know for a fact you did not miss anything. Now, to be fair, the longer you spend on the map, the more chance that you get hurt. But at this difficulty, what we call 0 BC, we'll get to that a little bit later, taking a little bit of damage and getting to the next area, even using a health pot is perfectly fine. Yo, we got our mutation. Frostbite. I do believe there won't be any other blueprint on the map, that doesn't mean I'm gonna skip monsters because I need cells. And we get rewarded for killing monsters, right? We have a kill door. Now, as you notice, the bleed on monsters is aggroing bats, and bats will chase you indefinitely. Wow, second blueprint is a rare outfit. A map can drop both a weapon blueprint and an outfit blueprint. But I believe that's it. But that's something that you have to memorize. I just want to like mention that for the purpose of this walkthrough. Another Guardian Scroll. We're still alternating. We now have 32 coming in for tactics. That is a rune that we don't have. It's a Metroidvania. This is money. You can press R1 to break it instead of hitting it. Probably not required information, but you know, something nice to remember. More healing. We're now full. I was at 86% and the cherry heals for 15%. So I'm not gonna like nickel and dime that 1%, you know? I'm just gonna eat it now. This is the other door that we still can't open. Anytime you see a door like this, none of them will be openable. Not right now. Not in 0 BC. Another shop. We can choose to buy an infantry bow. But you know what? I'm gonna keep my wolf trap for a little bit. Wolf trap snares monsters. That snare does not have anything to do with tactic scaling. Like the amount of time a monster is snared for is 5 seconds. That is a flat number. It cannot go up or down unless the monster is resistant. And there is a such thing as a monster being resistant to being snared. We'll get to that later. More brutality, that's increasing our damage. We're now up to 7. So in terms of like how quickly can we kill a zombie? Pretty quick with our sword. If we decide to shoot our bow, never mind, we're out of monsters. This is actually the end of the biome. We had a couple of towers we could go down. Can't access that. We did the shop. Nothing else to really see. You can try to jump up here, but I can tell you there's nothing up here. So now we're headed down. There's no fall damage in this game. The only thing that may happen is you get stunned on the way down. You'll know if you're gonna get stunned if the camera like starts to pan. But you don't actually take damage from it. New area, Black Bridge. I can tell you this is the first boss area. There's a handy dandy button here on our map called Switch Map Display. A world map appears. Might be a little bit of a spoiler. But you can't actually, oh, you can hover this stuff, but it doesn't tell you what it is. We went from prison quarters to promenade. Somehow we skipped something. Don't have to worry about that. We're in ramparts. Next area is one of these two. We got our 60 door. Yet another purple item. A stronger wolf trap. If you look at the damage difference, it is technically double the damage, right? We'll take it. Oh, do we have recycle yet? 46 cells. Yeah, we got it. 31 remaining. We can put those points into a random melee weapon. This is when we start the next run, we will have a random assortment of melee weapons. I think it's only one weapon, but it randomizes what's gonna show up. We can now sell stuff. This sells for 120. Highly suggest that you sell everything that you will not be taking, because for economy in this game, you could screw yourself if you don't. Final thing here, we get to choose a mutation. I still highly suggest that you take something within your color. In this case, it's combo. More damage for each consecutive hit. Just keep in mind that if you're leveling up red, in this case brutality, you can change it whatever color you want. Chances are you want to take brutality stuff. Okay, first boss. the concierge. You'll be seeing this guy a lot as you first start off the game. He has punches. Right now, he really wants to punch you. In which case, you should attack him. You can see me building that combo. You can actually see the mechanic of the bleed popping. He did an aura that I can't really touch or else it'll hurt me. Let's check out the damage on the bow. As you can see, it's not awful, but now I'm out of ammo. Ooh, and I might get cornered. Took some damage, but that's okay. As you see, it's not really anything to worry about. He now has that flaming trail across the ground that we remember from that other monster. Every roar that you hear is gonna come with one of these auras that you just walk away from. A building combo. If you feel stuck, you can maybe drop a wolf trap. Make sure you jump over that thing. Now he has another new attack where he wants to jump at you. Pretty annoying. Not really anything that's like gonna scare me that badly. Really, I'm just focusing on dodge rolling through if he's gonna punch me, jumping if he's gonna do the trail, running away if he's doing the aura. He's gonna probably jump into the other one. You can always like cancel a dodge roll by jumping. You're not invulnerable if you do that. You are very much gonna get hurt. But sometimes you have to like stop the dodge roll early to avoid danger. So with him dead, we get a blueprint. That's the first of his blueprints. He has a lot, and you'll be getting a new one each time you win until he's done. New rune unlocked, Challenger's Rune, permanent access to the daily challenge. That has nothing to do with like progression on getting the ending credits of the game, but it might be something that you want to do for fun. Ice grenade, we will not be taking. I can sell that. Balance blade, this might actually be something that we consider. Damage increases when you strike repeatedly. Inflicts critical hits after 10 hits. I will swap. Does that mean that's the best thing to use right now? It may not be. You can keep the blood sword if you want. It was high enough level. We have a 15-minute door. We are 7 minutes beyond that. We have a don't take damage door. If you get the boss kill hitless, you will actually get that. Now, new thing here. Hey, short stuff, you made it this far alive? Well, you know what I mean. I'm the blacksmith. I work with the collector next door. If you've got cells, I can improve your gear. What does this mean? This is the drop rate of the next items that show up. At maximum, this is A+ quality gear. We actually have A+ quality gear, right? That's my multi-knock bow. Multi-knocks bow V+. Wolf trap VI+. That is a better version of just a regular level 6 wolf trap. That's what this is. If I were to put in cells, I didn't even reach 5%. Each of these notches is a percent going up to 100. This is doing nothing for me right now. We have our collector. Can't do anything because I use my cells. The flint, however, is right here. I will probably unlock that. Mutations, we are done at 3. If you don't like what you have, you can reset for 1,000. The next time it costs you 2,000. Next time it costs you 4,000. Final one costs you 8,000. I can heal. In fact, if I used a health pot, I can get my health pot back right here. And that's after every biome. If you have DLC, you can go up here. However, for the purpose of this video, we will not be doing the DLC areas. If that's something you want to see, let me know in the comments. Instead, we're going into a new area called the Stilt Village. First in line when the malaise started to spread, couldn't read the rest. This is the Stilt Village, and surprisingly, I actually just came back from dinner. This is one other detail I can mention about this game is that you can quit at any point, like I'm doing right here, and then play, go to continue normal mode is what we just did, and it will actually put you back in the run that you were currently in. We have new monsters already. So first one, I believe it's called a purulent zombie or a swarm zombie. As you can see, it was just lobbing these eggs at me, which transform into leeches. We also have some bats. We have a pirate down there that is lobbing bombs, cannonballs at my turret. There is a crab who seems as though it was going to try to attack me. But similar to how we did earlier, we kind of have to gauge what these enemies actually do. We can kind of see what this one's doing. So ideally, we have to get close to it. I haven't really been able to tell what a crab can do yet. Let's check it out now. So it does the 1 slash. And that appears to be it. So for the most part, I would say this area is probably going to be where you die the most often, in the beginning. This thing has like a triple attack, also shoots the ball at you, the ball seems to explode. A couple of slashes is not enough to make it stop attacking me. So in that case, we probably have to utilize our powers, our skills, our turret, whatever it is. That seems to be the most destructive monster on this map. And oftentimes that is the case in Dead Cells, is that you have one specific monster that you need to be worried about on the map. Everything else, not to say that they are easy, but it has definitely a priority on using skills on that one. The crab looks like it just requires 1 roll through. As you can see, it's trying to do a block, which is very interesting. It's a mechanic that no other monster seems to do, and that is like literally block bullets. That might hurt. Sometimes you just have to leave. Took a big hit, probably our biggest hit of the entire showcase so far. We did the blueprint. This is Heart of Ice. Scratch the wall, get 15% of our health. You could consider using a health pot here. I can tell you that thanks to our percent HP doohickey, 60% is the number that you get back from 1 health pot. So I'm going to chug just to kind of like illustrate that. We lost essentially 6% worth, but not really worth not using the health pot and potentially dying if your health is that low. However, keep in mind, we healed a lot off of that. So if you were to use the health pot right away, then that's where you start getting worried about value, right? This map has these doors in it. Z doors, I believe they call them, because of the Z axis. The first one has a key on the outside. You can see that there's a key on the inside. This one has gold on the outside. On the inside is actually a shop. That gold icon is always a shop. Notice that this has good healing in it. So the fact that I used the health pot early, you could technically say that the health pot was wasted. But, you know, I'm a new player. I don't necessarily know that that's going to be there. But look, more food too. That's very exciting. A lot of opportunities for me to have not used the health pot and then get food instead. But I would say if I was like going too much further while sitting on 40% HP, it's probably gonna be scary. Probably a bad idea in general. Clean these up. You can hear that critical hit. I actually have some bonus feedback, which I think was also under the video options, where the character's head glows. You can also see the weapon in the left-hand corner that's glowing. That's the critical hit being enabled. New balanced blade. It is actually weaker than the one we have. And we'll exit. That door had a chest icon, but inside was not a chest. Instead, the chest icon is free stuff. Get our carrot. Good for your eyes. And then head over to this spot right here. So that's a door you can unlock. If you were to explore a little bit, as I said, this is a Metroidvania, then you may be able to see that there's platforms over top. That's kind of what the exploration of this game is all about. To reach up here, as a new player, I'm gonna tell you it is not possible. You do not have wall run. Of course, speedrunners have figured out a way to do this, but I would not really go about doing that. We are here to do like a normal playthrough of the game. You use your village key, and you keep going. Honestly, I should just cut that part, but kind of want to show it anyway. There are some segments that make you feel like you're trapped. This game, as a Metroidvania, has some platforming to it that's sort of hidden. This actually requires you to jump down. It might take a couple of tries. I certainly didn't get it the first try. I am starting to utilize the bow ever so often, only because it has Pierce All. One, I guess, major flaw about Melee and really any video game, something else we can't play with, is that it's mostly single target gameplay, especially if you have a small sword like this. So instead, we have to go around slashing everything one by one, and our bow is simply not strong enough to kill that pirate captain. This has no icon on it. In that case, it's actually lore. This has sort of a random monster in it that you have not seen ever. I didn't really get a chance to showcase what it does, but I can tell you that it won't actually attack you. Instead, it tries to ring a bell, and that does something to you. The reward, however, we happen to get an amulet. I have passed a few amulets before. At this difficulty, amulets are very hard to come by. They go into your top right slot. You can only have one at a time, and they have stats. Those stats are legitimate stats for your build. We're now +1 brutality, +1 tactics. We've gone up to 10 and 4. The amulets can be as little as 1 scroll or as much as like 4 scrolls, but all depends on what level they are. So in this case, there's no way you can re-roll the scroll that you find. There's no way that the amulet can be leveled up. The amulet is take it as it is. But I would say never pass them if you are empty. Even if you're not playing brutality tactics, which is what we just got, you should still take it anyway, since it's legitimate stats. It's gonna give you HP. We'll continue to head down because we have another scroll to grab. I don't believe we went in here. This is, again, another shop. We could get throwing knife. Again, these do not scale on our brutality. If the throwing knife had shots pierce, it's a ranged weapon after all, so shots pierce is something that can roll. I would have considered taking it. This elite has a special ability, and that's something we haven't seen yet. The special ability is this box. If I try to walk through it, I will get hurt. I do not believe you can roll through it safely. New amulet dropped. Typically, elites always drop an amulet or a weapon. In this case, this golden amulet gives us 2 extra jumps, which is actually very nice to have. And it gave us +1 extra brutality. That is, again, to say that brutality is the most important thing that we need. That 1 tactics, like it is giving us extra HP, but now we're getting more damage. And to be honest, if a monster's dead, what do we need more HP for? Not to say I want to be completely glass cannon, but in Dead Cells, the current meta, and again, the game is on its last update, so this would be to say the permanent meta, so to speak, is that you'll put your points all in 1 color if available. We have some lore, a dining table, some crystals. Crystals give us money. It's very important to go into these lore rooms. As we get higher in difficulties, it becomes even more noticeable as to why you want to go into those, but it's a good habit to get started right now. Get our food. Also recognize there are leeches that have been spawning. Not quite at random, they're actually coming from nests in the wall. It's not really like a random spawn, as different than like the zombies and the pirate captains. Like, the game has decided to put a leech here, and then you just have to deal with it. We're gonna head up, because there is an unidentified map up here. And as I told you, the most important thing to do on these maps is to get all of the scrolls. If you do not, you are losing power as you go into the next area. We're headed up. There's a clock tower here. You can kind of see there's a little bit of gameplay on the sides. Nothing we can interact with right now. Let's head back up and into the clock tower. So far, so good. We did not get the 60 door this time. I wouldn't expect you to get the 60 door very often. As you can see, I have a lot of hours in the game, so it's not really that hard for me to do, but if you happen to get it, great. If you don't get it, don't reset your run or anything like that. I will unlock the flint. I'm actually quite a big fan of this weapon. We'll put the rest of our points into random melee. Do a quick swap. It is level 6, so it should be stronger. Check out these affixes. Colorless. That is a weapon that the highest level applies, and what they're referring to is the scroll count. If I was tactics, flint would work, but by default, flint, as you saw on the collector screen, it's brutality and survival. It also has an extra 20% damage, just as a random affix, no anything required. Cannot be interrupted by enemy attacks, and victims burn when they die. The flint itself, hold the attack button to inflict critical hits and do a flaming trail. Looks just like that. Oh, new NPC. I work for the blacksmith. I can patch up your gear for cheap. Not really supposed to be here. Keep this between us. I actually don't remember that line. So remember I was mentioning the plus quality gear for the blacksmith? This NPC lets you pay money to get it a plus, which also gave me another affix. It gave me launch a grenade. I could do that to my sinew slicer as well, but my sinew slicer is only level 2. Maybe you don't want to utilize money towards that, even though I have quite a bit. Perhaps we'd rather buy from a shop. We'll refill the pot. That also gives us back our maximum life. So any of the hits that you took against those pirate captains and you chugged your way out of it, that is perfectly okay because you do get it back. New area, the clock tower. As tower would suggest, it's a very vertical map. Already some new monsters. One is throwing bombs at us that seem to split. We have the undead archer back. And then this little guy who seems to be trying to assassinate me. Again, there's also some traps on this map. That's interesting. Again, the first thing we're doing is we're testing the waters. We're seeing what monster does what, how to dodge roll past it, and how many hits it kind of takes to either stun it or to kill it outright. Because in some cases, you don't need to worry about the monster if you can just walk up to it and whack it, and it's just done, or it's stunned. There's no need to go in any specific direction in this map. The direction I'm going has no, like, I guess, previous knowledge on how the game works. It is a roguelike with procedural generation. The next time you do this map, these towers will not look the same as this. It just always starts off with a starting point, a big elevator, and then it splits into multiple other towers that all require climbing like I'm doing right now. You could say that you are not timed. I did show that there was a time door earlier, but assuming you missed the first time door of the game, you're probably gonna miss all the other time doors afterward. The game kind of anticipates that you are speed running, so the time it takes you to get to the next time door is actually, it's pretty tight timing. For the most part, you'll never just beat the second clock or the third clock without beating the first. Ice grenade we won't be using. Continuing upward, we did see a new monster, that thing right there. That's a puppet, I think they call it. Seems to be invisible until you're in range for it to dash. One handy dodge roll got me out of dodge there. As you're watching me play right now, we're using this flint, and I want you to kind of get a feel of how slow this weapon is. We'll also take a moment to actually grab this thing. A cudgel is a shield. Most shields are green, if not all of them. Shields can be held up to block. I'll show you that as soon as I find a monster that's worth me blocking. Just an outright block is usually not gameplay that's recommended, and I will show you why in just a second. We have an empty area here, which is lore. As far as I know, maybe there's something in the drawer. There we go. Okay, so it's another amulet, but see how it's level 5 compared to level 6, and the level 6 has 2 brutality on it. We don't swap. Don't forget your triple jump as well. Would I say that I am picking amulets based on the affixes on it? Not necessarily. The extra jumps is nice, but to be honest, if those jumps were on a survival amulet, I would probably not take it. New monster, by the way. This is called a cannibal. Again, we can get a gauge of what it does. Does a triple attack, which is very scary. The other attack it doesn't seem to want to do it, funny enough. We have a parry on the shield. I show the full block, but we gotta get rid of these archers because they will aggro me. Remember I said things don't chase you, but if you're in line of sight, they'll certainly try to hit you. So if I do a full hold, you can see I still took some damage. It's not a lot. And to be fair, Cudgel absorbs an additional 7% of damage when held up. It still does the effect of the Cudgel. Oh, that's the other attack I was gonna mention. The effect of the Cudgel is a stun. And it does happen to do that on block. But if you time your parry, then it also does the effect of the Cudgel, but then it also does damage at the same time. I'm gonna go ahead and take this just for, proof of concept. I'm selling a level 2 Sinew Slicer for a grenade. Grenades in this game are pretty short cooldowns. You just toss them and they do damage. Typically, they don't do anything else. Usually, they will ask you for something else to buff its damage. In this case, bonus to rooted target. And we do have that with Wolf Trap. We can kind of see the damage difference. Let's go find a training dummy. A lab rat, if you will. That was 1,149. 1287. While rooted, 2,500 plus the damage of the Wolf Trap. And again, Wolf Trap's not doing that much damage. That's a new elite buff. Happens to be a laser beam. Happens to be parryable as well, but that's kind of high level gameplay. I won't tell you to start learning that right away. But you're gonna get hit by that the first time you see it. And all you really want to do is make sure that the next time that happens, you know what's going on. That's essentially what's happening in every roguelike. Recognize something that's happening, and then do something about it the next time you see it. This requires a bell tower key, which we do not have. The key that we actually got happened to be a clock tower key, I think. and we haven't seen where to utilize that yet. As far as what can be parried in Dead Cells, I can tell you that almost everything that is an like physical object, be it a bullet flying at you or someone's sword flying at you, all of that can be parried. You can also parry in the air. Sometimes a monster jumps, and like jumping with it with the parry is the actual play. But I would say don't bait yourself into trying to parry everything, because perhaps you were close to getting 60 kills. Missed the parry and then you missed out on getting a, high-powered weapon. Go ahead in here. Big HP, I'm gonna leave that. Oh, wow. This is not lore necessarily. It's actually a pseudo quest. Again, as a Metroidvania, there's random stuff like that all throughout the game, which is sort of unique. Most roguelikes don't do that kind of stuff nowadays. More scrolls. If you look at the map, we have gotten every scroll that we've come across. We're continuing up. Again, we don't have any form. Ooh, blueprint. Another grenade of some kind. Powerful grenade. Again, we don't have any form of wall climb, so I am just going manually up each platform. We found the use of the clock tower key. It gets us access to clock room. But before we leave, that was close. Before we leave, let's take a moment to think about that bell that we just saw. I believe it was here, next to the food. It's a very dull tone. We'll say that dull was right next to the food. Let's see if we can find the other ones. We have a second bell on the left-hand tower. This one, definitely higher pitched than the other. Let's see if we can find more. This is a third bell. This one's all the way on the right-hand side. Maybe a little bit more dull than the last one we heard. And then there's this one, which is actually in the third tower. There was one in each tower, which is RNG, doesn't always happen. Maybe that one is the second to least dull. So we're gonna go back through and we're gonna try to hit these in order and see what we can get out of it. And there it is. Bell tower key. We actually hit the bells in order from the lowest decibel to the highest one. We'll turn this in. We saw where it was on the map. It is right there. As I said, Dead Cells has a lot of different little secrets like this because it's made after being a Metroidvania, also a roguelike at the same time. We have actual reason to explore the map. Any other game would have you just go straight to the exit. Maybe buy something from a shop if you're lucky. We'll get our food, which is the last thing. Heal ourselves to full. Though to be fair, sake of argument, let's sell it. Because we know for a fact that we heal in between each biome. That's a detail that you're gonna have to, recognize. I want to make sure that at this difficulty, of course, fresh install, that's something that happens. We did not get 60 kills. We do have some cells. Got our random melee weapon. The next health potion requires 3 more unlocks. Maybe we can put some points into powerful grenade, big explosion, and then the last 3, we'll just save it for a moment. Poisons the enemy and arrows come back. does 3,000 damage. Even with the root damage, it already does basically double the damage of an infantry grenade. 75% is not double. So we will be selling that. We can actually upgrade it. Burning oil damage. We have no fire source. Well, this is a flaming trail. Is it possible to get oil? You can also like re-roll things multiple times. We don't care about the wolf trap doing poison or poison target right now because the wolf trap doesn't do damage. Oh wow, that's actually really nice. I've sold all the way down with all of my money to get this trap spreads flammable oil, which looks just like this. If a monster is afflicted by oil, you'll be able to see that. We can show it on the next thing we're gonna fight, which is the second boss of the game in the clock room. The timekeeper overlooks something because it went too fast. Go into the area. And here you see the monster. Gonna do the same thing like we've been doing, kind of like identify what it does. Seems like she really wants to just swipe at me. She has a chain hook and some shurikens. We'll trap her. You can see the burning. Well, it's just regular oil. It's not burning right now. Now it's burning. So it's a different effect than just regular fire. That's regular fire that you saw for a moment. The burning oil looks different than that. We do a fair amount of damage. Phase 2, let's finish this. A bunch of shuriken maybe. And swords falling from the sky, which seem to go after my own body. We'll let her get a hit, just to see how bad it is. Again, the way how we've been doing our stats, the way how we added ourselves with vengeance to make sure we aren't taking as much damage, that's gonna keep you alive more than trying to stack like all this kind of damage. Of course, killing the monster sooner would prevent some damage, but we want to go for survivability as much as possible. So the timekeeper's dead. Just like concierge, we get a bunch of cells, a bunch of money, some free items, and a blueprint. This one's light speed. Infantry grenade, we already sold one. Nutcracker is green. It does not scale with what we're doing right now. If you were to compare it to the flint, it would have a massive damage difference. Can't do that because we took damage from the boss. We can only level up the flint that one time to make it plus, as well as everything else. There is an option to reroll though. If you wanted to really test your luck, you would be losing the 20% damage, but you might get healing that makes you take double damage. I don't know if you really want to play that. 50% while you're full. Victims slow down all nearby enemies when they die. Can't be interrupted. Shoots an arrow. I can tell you that 50% is pretty impactful. We finally got 5% of plus quality gear. It is a 5% chance for those to show up. The lightspeed dash is in here. 75 points. We have no cells because I spent them all. That's our mutations. Get our HP back. Couple different routes. One is DLC, but we're doing the main route. This is High Peak Castle. If we were to look back at our biome map, which is right here, this is actually the final biome. There's one space after this, and they appear to be bosses. I see a throne, maybe 2 thrones. So now we get to go through another new area. Here, we already have new monsters. This thing seems to do spin to win, which actually sucks you in. Does try to swipe at you. You could try to parry stuff. If I were you, I would kind of shy away from trying to parry everything in the game, but you can find easy monsters to parry, if possible, like that one. That one did 3 stabs. All I had to do was one parry when I felt comfortable. Here's another new monster. Seems to not know I'm here yet, which is also another important detail to remember in this game is the element of surprise. Oh, wow. It knocked me backward with its slam, and I almost went into the spikes. Keeping an eye out for these runes, because inside are pretty good amounts of healing. I can tell you that every single biome has at least 2 pieces of food. I don't want you to memorize that just yet, but it is actually a detail that I personally do memorize for higher level gameplay. The spear monster also seems to attack overhead. It also attacks through walls. Again, we're watching each monster to try to identify what it does. Flint, you can hold it in the air. In fact, most items in the game have some type of aerial gameplay. Some don't, though. That one did the laser. Elites, I should also mention, do pause for a moment before they do anything. New amulet, it's level 8, 2 scrolls. This one happens to have 10% damage reduction. If you felt that you needed the damage reduction from 5 to 10, as I am doing right now, I would suggest you switch. However, if it had no brutality on it at all, I would probably not switch. We're essentially losing whatever the exponential scaling is of its damage, but we're gaining a lot more survivability. I got more HP out of that, and more effective HP because it's, percent damage reduction. Let's head through here. I am doubling back and not going through the exit. The exit actually pops me out. I guess I can show it. Again, I want to make sure that we are crossing our T's, dotting our I's. If I actually go through here, we will pop out in unknown territory, even though it's really not that far if you imagine that disconnects. I don't think it does, but you can imagine it does. So I'm gonna focus on the area that I've been working on already. We will try to clear the whole map, but why not finish off the portion of map that we've already done? That was Powerful Grenade doing that much of a knockback. To also mention, you can parry the bombs as those are physical objects, as I mentioned before. These are susceptible to being stunned. Full charge did not kill that monster. Very scary. But everything else seems to die from just the one fully charged flint. Powerful Grenade seems to do a very good job of knocking the monster upward. I'm also always on the lookout for a dodge roll that I need to do. That one Impaler, I think its name is, could have gotten me. New Elite is actually a new monster we've never seen. We can chuck our bomb at it just to see what it does. Seems to want to tackle you. Other than that, like if I just, wait for a little bit, also parryable, I can kind of see like, what do I want to do about this monster? Oh wow, this thing hurts. I can tell you that monster will actually retaliate if you hit its back. Its thorny back, hence the name Thorny, does reflect damage back at you. And if it ever rolls into you, best believe you're gonna get destroyed. That's the #1 thing to avoid, as well as the reflect damage. We're heading back the way we came. Apparently I missed a scroll up here. No idea how that happened, but I am willing to backtrack for it. It's not gonna give us damage, but it will give us more HP. We're alternating, so now it's time for 18%. You don't have to memorize what point you did last. Just go for whichever one gives the most HP. The game is tracking that for you. You don't have to guess which one to do. Surprise, I actually made it up there. Because of the Metroidvania-ness of the game, sometimes you'll find a spot that you actually can't jump up. If it's not an actual dead end, there may be another way around. Final Elite, I don't know if we've seen this. It's called Slasher. Does 3 slashes. Probably makes a lot of sense for something called the Slasher. It can turn to the opposite side and hit you on the back end if you're not careful. But one slam, one bomb. Really just holding our cooldowns for the hard stuff. Even if I take damage, I'm at 50% right now, you could consider using a health pot. If I don't and I take a hit, let's try getting hit by one of these. A good 36% left. The game's even telling me to heal. And you see we're up to 96 now because a heal is worth 60%. Heading up here. Powerful grenade enough to kill one of those in one hit. Popping out the opposite side. Well, the side we came in from. Opposite on that end, at least. There's a shop. I can tell you that that color on the map, that is shop. The light blue, that's lore. Yellow is chest. We have seen yellow before. That may be all the combinations. Sinew Slicer, now finally high level. We could take this, however we lose that burning oil damage, but maybe that's worth it. Knowing that Wolf Trap's not doing any damage, at least we know Sinew Slicer's doing something, and it's doing damage to monsters that are on fire. And we know we can still do fire, it's just not burning oil fire. New Flint, level 8. It is actually the same power level as us, plus 129%. That means we don't have to buy it. We can just sit on what we already have. So now, we still have scrolls to get, because again, I want to emphasize that the more scrolls you have, the easier it will be to win a run in this game. Any amount of skipping scrolls is essentially a loss of damage. There's a lot of monsters here. Sometimes you just drop your skill and run. Don't ever think that you have to fight everything straight up. Sometimes one skill's enough to take them out, but I can tell you that we still don't one-shot. Not everything. Missed my parry. Didn't take an obscene amount of damage for it. Luckily, we have 11,000 HP. I can tell you most new players that I watch play this game, they do not hit quintuple digits. I can tell you that much. And that's because of how we're kind of building out our character. And we're not skipping scrolls. Of course, our runtime does go up because of that. But remember, you can always end the game at any point and come back to it when you're ready to come back. Blueprint. Soldier's Resistance. Little green aura on it means it's survival. There are secret areas that happen to have sort of like a leaf pattern. You'll want to be on the lookout for those. It could give you food, could give you a brand new item, could be an item that you just sell. I can tell you we are almost done. We're on the home stretch. Just have to get through the rest of this, get our food, another set of leaves. This leads to a balance blade, but I can tell you that there's no way to access this. Nothing to grab on. Maybe it's a wall climb. Next, I forget what they call this scroll. It has a specific name to it. 15% survival. Doesn't help our damage, but now we're up to 12,600 HP. Feeling extremely comfy right now. Even I take those hits, I shrug them off. Looking at the map, there's one area left I can see some areas are probably that slam rune, which we do not have. These are open with the keys we've been collecting from the elites. Seems as though you only need 2 to go to the throne room, but if you get a third one, you get free stuff. Sinew Slicer, that's actually weaker. Powerful Grenade, that is also weaker. A free scroll. And then a blueprint that is surrounded by spikes. We cannot get that. I can show you, but I think you can kind of guesstimate that that's not possible. Not right now. If there's something that doesn't look possible, assume it is Metroidvania. Triple jump, wall climb like this right here, down slam. We got the Vine Rune earlier. We've been seeing other stuff that we click and nothing happens. Assume it's something like that. So we're actually good to go. Throne room is the final area. It's also the final bit for this showcase, this walkthrough, this Zero to Hero, if you want to call it that. 60 door, we did not get. Took a lot of damage to really like showcase some of the game. 55 cells can go towards what? We still need 3 things. Maybe we put points towards these gold reserves. Preserve up to $1,000 when you die. Say that's pretty nice. Restock requires 11 items. So we'll start putting our points towards random starter bow. Perhaps level up here. Level 8. Burning damage, we do work with that. But if there was something that we didn't have, we would actually roll these. For example, we have poison here. Maybe I wanted damage to poison instead. We could try to roll for it. But no need because we already do burning. I can tell you that it will not get damage to bleeding target. For the most part, things that do a status built in do not do damage to that status. You need that from something else. And I mean that as something that does it innately, like the flint innately does Flaming Trail. If it was a flint with a star that says poisons the enemy, that star is a special affix. It's rare. You can only have 1 at a time per item. Each item I'm having could have a star, but that poison doesn't mean that I can't get bonus to poison. Powerful Grenade does not do poison on its own. It can roll bonus damage to enemies affected by anything. Just so happens to be burning oil right now. Heading into the throne room, one can admire the full splendor of the island from this vantage point. Taking stock of the area, nothing above us, spikes ahead that looks like ice of some kind. Standing on it does let you go through it. Something to keep in mind. Cutscene. We have the Hand of the King. Taking stock of what he does. Uppercuts. Dashes. Bombs. You could try the parry. I would not recommend it. Could drop our turret. We're doing some damage. Bomb did get me. Uppercut did get me. We're at 50 HP. Platforms seem to go away if you're on them for too long, but they come back after a little while. Maybe the same thing's gonna happen here? No. We fought against a scorpion that you've never seen. This elite we have seen. I can tell you that if you were to get hit by this stuff, it is completely understandable. When do you heal though? That might be a very big question for you. I'd say keep stock of what he does. Try to heal. If you get hit during the heal, try not to get discouraged, but don't just double heal, right? Unless you are on your deathbed. This boss happens to jump away at times. So the hope is that he'll just leave. This guy's so preoccupied with me, the turret's killing him. walking towards me. If all else fails, jump on the icicle. Like if you have no idea what to do. In this case, jump on it right now. That requires a double jump after. You can't just be on the icicle and expect to be safe. Almost got me into the spikes. He can be parried too. Just can't parry the like flames or the slam that happens to bust out rocks at you. Like none of that can be parried, but each individual slash can be parried. Another cutscene, a rune maybe? This is called Stem Cell 1. Modifies the difficulty level and unlocks new options. Dead Cells is a game that has progression through difficulties. It's not like other roguelikes where the difficulty is just there to give you some challenge. The game going to true ending, like the actual full true ending of the game, is tied to its difficulty. There are assist options to help you get through those if you struggle. But this isn't just play the game at base difficulty. You will be bumping the difficulty up if you plan to actually get achievements and the full story. We have a symmetrical lance. Attacks with this weapon ignore force fields and 300% damage inflicted on enemies. I can tell you this is like it's like a quest item. Even has bonus stats built into it. That's kind of interesting. But it's a quest item. We do get a blueprint. Telluric shock. Can sell our flint. And now we have this guy. Can't talk to him. Can't go through here. 5 boss cells required. Wow. We only got 1 just now. We do know that the symmetrical lance ignores force fields. That looks like a force field to me. Kill. Ah, yes. You may not have known what the story was in this game, but you do understand that this guy wants to kill this king. We already killed his right-hand man, Hand of the King. Giant explosion. Us disintegrated. Ending credits. Round of applause if you got this far on your first try. Going through the walkthrough that I just did. I assume that death may happen, in which case the next time you play, follow the same steps, do the same route. You will get bonuses based on putting things into the blacksmith. All the things we unlocked with the blueprints, we'll be able to find those organically, randomly in a shop, etc. There's new blueprints to get. You will see the same monsters because you're on the same difficulty, but that's only because that's where you currently are. If you go to a different route, not the route that I did, wow, we got an achievement for just watching credits. Then you would see other monsters, but let's assume that you won just like I did. Let's skip the credits. Some post scene here. We pop out as some snot or slime. We can leave. That's exactly what we're gonna do. We're gonna hop into the pipe. Run duration is shown 56 minutes. I assume this video is gonna be longer than 56 minutes just because of the walkthrough nature of it. If you were to speed run, I think world records like 7 minutes in-game timer or something. I don't know. I don't research it that much. New content unlocked. The bank. You hear a loud noise like gold coins cascading continuously. It wouldn't hurt to investigate this phenomenon. New content, boss rush. Congratulations, you can now try a new difficulty level by interacting with the tube at the start of the game. And then finally, we're in a cutscene. Where the hell has Old Bones gone? If you didn't recognize, there was a giant, like a literal giant, skeleton in the opening scene. It's now gone, because this is where like we did chopping block. And we now have a button that's R3 for me, leave body. Very interesting addition to the game. However, for this walkthrough, we're done here. The next step would be the next difficulty. I'm gonna suggest that you take a look at that as well. If you aren't ready for the walkthrough, if you want to see some gameplay, I have a bunch of runs that you can look at on many different playlists, so take a look at those. Otherwise, I'll see you in walkthrough number 2, Boss Cell 1. We're continuing with the Dead Cells final update walkthrough. We are now in 1 BC. We've done a lot of stuff in the first run. If you haven't seen that 0 BC walkthrough, make sure you check out the description of this video. First thing we're gonna be doing is I want you to notice that there's a continue normal mode and a normal mode button. Continue normal is gonna pick up where we left off, which is after beating the Hand of the King. We now end up here where you have like your money that you've collected, some cells that you kept after the boss. If you were to hit normal mode, it would actually start up a brand new run. It's still like all the stuff that you had previously is gonna stick around, but those cells, that gold, is basically like a fresh start on whatever difficulty you have current. We'll do continue for now. Grab these. The map has changed a little bit. So this front entrance, the skeleton is gone. Also notice there's a little bit of platforming over here to unlock the quick bow blueprint. There's also a section right up there, which there are some ways to reach that. I would say in your very first segment of 1 BC, you're probably not gonna reach it. And I keep saying 1 BC, I apologize. That stands for 1 boss cell difficulty. Technically, we don't have that until we go here. 1 boss stem cell activated. This is now hard mode. The number of health fountains have gone down. Improve the legendary forge. Lets you acquire the next boss stem cell. So essentially, that's the progression of this game. Unlike other roguelikes where you just do the same run over and over, we are progressing through difficulty. These are all of our available unlocks. As you see, there are quite a few mini baubles there. We also have another thing we unlocked, which is costumes. If you've gotten any costumes thus far, you'll be able to find them down here. NPC wants us to kind of like learn about it. This is all I have so far. For the sake of this showcase, we're not gonna do any of these costumes. This is training mode. We actually don't have this yet, but we'll probably see it in a bit. This is the new boss rush. I would highly suggest not really touching this just yet. And then finally, we have this one. This is new. This is the daily challenge for the game. Now, daily challenge is something that I would actually recommend doing even the one time, even if you're doing assist mode and you don't care about having your score calculated. The only thing about this is it's gonna show you a bunch of new items that you don't necessarily have yet. Think of it as a teaser. In a way, you're gonna be trying things for the first time. But this isn't just about leaderboards. This is also about unlocking new stuff. How much I really want to show this, it's kind of tough because in some ways, as a fresh install, this is like the least amount of content that you may want to care about. But what I want to show is why you would do this outside of leaderboards. I'm kind of gonna rush towards the boss. The way our daily challenge works is that it's a pre-generated map, but it's only one map. Don't worry about going into other biomes or picking mutations. None of that's gonna happen here. All we're doing is trying to get to this boss at the bottom. We can follow the skulls, sort of like track which way you want to go. This also, it's so different than a normal run. The scrolls we're picking up are full power scrolls. They give you like 111 for a stat layout. So I'm also not going specifically for survival or brutality. It doesn't matter because I'm 444 right now. That's not typical for a run of Dead Cells. You wouldn't really see that. The boss of Daily Challenge is the same every single time. It is the concierge. So if you find yourself dying to this boss, the more you do Daily Challenge, the more used to this fight you'll be. So it's almost like a pseudo little practice mode. If you don't have time for a full run of Dead Cells, you can certainly get a lot of practice down here. Also, one thing I want to mention that I didn't really say in our 0 BC run, if you notice when I get hit, I have like a little bit of a yellow bar of HP. It only lasts for half a second. The more powerful the hit you take, the bigger that yellow HP, in which case we call rally in this game. Doing damage while you have that yellow bar, you'll actually recover some of that yellow bar. But look, we have a true blueprint for this win. Blueprint for finishing the daily challenge one time, Swift Sword. So now that will, well, once we unlock it with our cells, that will genuinely start to show up. And you can actually find 2 other blueprints, I believe, from Daily Challenge. Boss Rush also has some. We're not gonna worry about that just yet. Maybe save it for a different vid. Continuing on, before we go through there, this is that Daily Challenge NPC, but this one actually gives you records of what you've done so far. So we can see everything from number of games. We've only done the 2 so far. Areas explored, secrets obtained, the amount of times a monster has killed you. We did get randomized weapons for melee. We'll grab that. This is new. There was a door here earlier. It's no longer here. Seems like he might have been in a bit of a rush. He's gone into the lava. Guess he didn't want to come back after all. I'm definitely not going in after him. Funny enough, we will be going in after him. Just to sort of illustrate death in this game, I want to show you all what death looks like. No resurrection here. The blueprint we dropped must have been the quick bow one. But if you were to die while you were holding blueprints, you would drop them. So now, like, I have to get this again, and we won't have that locked in until we get to the collector. All of this is the same. You don't have to do the difficulty over again. One thing that is new here, this NPC down here, I'm the new doctor. Notice you've been having a hard time surviving. But there's incredible enhancements here. Now, this is what we call aspects. Aspects can be thought of as a themed run of the game. But if you do this, you will not get new boss cells. So this is sort of a, I want to say like a for fun way to play the game, but also is a way for you to unlock blueprints. Very important to keep that in mind. If you want to farm, you would come here, grab an aspect, and then go to town. But just remember, you will not be progressing on your save file when it comes to difficulty and story. So now we have a new run. We lost all of our cells that we got from the 0 BC win. This is DLC related. That is for Return to Castlevania. If you have that DLC, you would get the same cutscene as I did. But now we're back in the prison quarters. We have flint, we have a wooden shield. But the big thing about Dead Cells and going up in difficulty is that we're gonna start, wow, easy blueprint, ice shield. We're gonna start to find brand new monsters that we have not seen before. And our routing is gonna be a little bit different here. This has a star over its head. An enemy with a star is holding something important. In this case, it happens to be a scroll. That's one of the 2 guaranteed scrolls on this map. Just because it has a star and gave us a scroll does not mean it added a scroll. New monster is a knife thrower. It's kind of invisible, and it happens to shoot kunai at us that does a poison effect. Again, I am killing everything because I want my cells. This is a Belmont, right? Your head is disturbing. My quest is too important for me to be picky. Evil is making its way back into the world. Down these stairs, you'll find the path to Castle Outskirts. I'll meet you there. That's DLC. The door looks just like this. We will not be going in there for the purpose of this walkthrough. If there's any interest for a DLC version of the walkthrough, definitely let me know. I could buy a skill. However, we are very, very early on. The game's gonna give us some free stuff. We got a free grenade just now. Notice this grenade started at level 2. All of our other weapons started at level 1. Based on difficulty, that stuff is going to change. And the levels of items are going to be very important when it comes to doing more damage. New monster. We have some rats running around. The rat has very, very little HP. It does try to go and launch itself at you. But as you see, it's not really anything to be afraid of compared to this thing that's invisible. Maybe that could be a little bit more scary. The poison itself doesn't do a lot of damage. It's really just the individual shots. You can kind of see its silhouette, almost like the Predator, as it's moving around while invisible. Are there any ways to see invisible monsters in Dead Cells? Yes, nothing that you can particularly count on. We're gonna be going survival this time. If you were to ask, like, okay, what's the reasoning that you went survival this time? Oh wow, she's dead. I'll get to that in just a minute. She's dead and it's recent. Gotta love the character in Dead Cells. Gave us a broadsword blueprint. The character, by the way, has a few names. I believe in most circles, he's known as the Prisoner. This is pretty cheap. We'll buy it. In other circles, he's known as the Beheaded. There's an animated TV show and a series that you can find on YouTube. They refer to him as the Flame Face. That's a brand new mechanic right there. That's the Vine Room. We now have access to using this wherever we can. It oftentimes leads to rewards. Sometimes it leads to new routes. So for example, this area of prison quarters, we have not been able to access this area. Selling off everything not survival because we've already put points into survival. Really, I got that flint weapon, which as you see is like part red, part green. Can't do that yet. And I wanted to kind of showcase, all right, so we did brutality before. Let's see what survival looks like. Lower room right here. There's a small bug in this jar. Something feels off. That's probably nothing. Knight's outfit, magic bow. So this game, as you well know, is very popular. It has multiple collaborations with other games. That one happens to be Soul Knight, I believe, a mobile game. So Soul Knight's bow and a skin for that character. Now this is new. We're gonna change our routing for one BC, one boss cell. We're gonna go into toxic sewers. There's gonna be brand new monsters in here, as well as brand new dangers. Notice my pathing. I'm going into this, which kind of shows some weeds. I told you before that signifies a secret area. We got a blueprint out of it called Spite. It's green, so it must be survival, or whatever color you set it to. 11 cells, not a lot to do, but we do have access to Health Pot 3. I know we were working on random starter bow, but I don't care about that just yet compared to getting our health pots up. This only cost me 450, so I'll give it the plus, which does give me some extra damage. First mutation. The last time we picked YOLO as our first mutation. This time we're gonna go with something called Necromancy. This gives you 0.4% of our max health for killing enemies. Scales with the victim's max health, but it's reduced as you get closer to full health. So right now it's not gonna heal us for that much. The lower our HP, so the more damage we took, the more healing we'll get out of it. This is a health flask. I can drink to go to full and then pick this up. But notice this is now gone. Very different than our first 0 BC run. Some people even call that the tutorial of the game. Now, like, that healing that we relied on is gonna be gone for the most part. Hey, you, come here a second. A little slow, but you seem to understand what I'm saying. I lost, my rune, so you see I'm a little stuck. And I need my rune, you see. You wouldn't mind finding it for me, would you? Absolutely. All right. So, this is a little mini quest. It's only ever here in the toxic sewers, which is why we're here in the first place. Progression-wise, if you were not to go here, then you're gonna essentially reduce a little bit of your progression, maybe like 1 additional run's worth of time. We did see a new monster, by the way. There was a scorpion that came from underground. If you notice this area, oh wow, double scorpion. Very painful, but look at the yellow bar I was talking about earlier. We can get a lot of that back if we just continue combat. We can't get all of it. I believe the maximum is 85%. But just for the sake of argument, we're taking a lot of damage here to kind of showcase the necromancy that we picked up. Another new monster. That was a worm of some sort. That worm, when it dies, drops eggs. And that's going to be very important to remember because that's going to change how you're going to do some of these fights. As I said, we have necromancy. Every kill gives us a little bit of HP back. That scales on survival. So you can see it went from 0.4 to now 0.46. Almost 0.1 for every 2 monsters. Continuing to kill, checking every corner, making sure there's nothing that we don't miss. We have the bat that we saw from the promenade. Let me showcase the new skill we have, the tonic. Gives us a bubble, gives us a blue HP bar, which allows us to tank a little bit of damage. Like, not enough to go crazy on. It also has a very long cooldown, 26 seconds right now, but the maximum was 30 seconds. There is food. Notice I am a little low, but don't forget we have necromancy, so maybe it's in our best interest to not eat that until we have no more monsters to heal up. Of course, we do want to kill especially the newest monsters that show up. Those are going to have new blueprints that maybe we won't see after we leave. Elite monster. It does have a power. It's put me in this box. I'm going to use my tonic just in case. Sapphire Amulet has a star to fix. This reveals secret walls. We're replacing the tactics one we have. We did lose some HP because, of course, alternating between your non-damaging stat, in this case being survival, is more HP than just stacking the damaging stat you're doing anyway. Of course, you can parry this bullet. We did see there was an item up there, but still can't get to this. Probably some Metroidvania that we don't have yet. Same thing with this right here. Can't get to it. Let's continue to head down. For the most part, the way how Dead Cells is gonna work, you're gonna see brand new monsters in each difficulty. And some monsters are gonna start to get phased out. So don't get used to like any of these regular monsters too much, because part of the beauty of this game is that some of these are gonna go away. Almost think of them as tutorial monsters. So we've gotten up to 73% thus far. We've done... Oh wow, there's the NPC. There you are. It's here. My rune is just a little bit further on. What? Not at all, nothing to worry about. After coming this far, you'll make short work of that. So off you go. Sorry, I kind of misread there. So, just like the Vine rune, this is another elite. This one happens to be the slasher that we saw in High Peak Castle. Very nasty monster. You can try to tonic your way through it, but as you see, you take a gigaton of damage. So tanking anything like that, really tanking any damage, not ideal. Even if you have something like the tonic, tonic even says that it reduces damage taken by 20% for 9 seconds. I wouldn't trust that, to be honest. We did get the rune. This guy's gone. I'm gonna do a quick check in... Oh, was it the very beginning where he showed up? Oh, you see how that sparkled? That was the effect of Sea Secrets. We did unlock this. This was the new rune we have, the teleportation rune. So now we can find all of these little secrets that we've been missing out on. And even some alternate routing that we're gonna be doing in the near future. No, this guy's just gone. He must not want his rune back that badly. Let's continue on. We're gonna skip that piece of food. I did eat one, because I don't want to be all that low. Hey, over here. I saw your fight. It was pretty impressive. Did you get it? Thumbs up. Now give it to me. Thumbs down. I said give it. Give him the one finger salute. You're just like all the rest. You'll regret this. So yeah, our character, I mean, he's helping a little bit, but a little greedy. But people like that. People really like the personality for this character. This is our first dual scroll, I believe. We're gonna put this into whatever has the higher HP. And then continue our climb through the toxic sewers. Luckily, there's a lot of small monsters here. Most things are killed by just a grenade if it's like a bat or rat size. If it's bigger than that, then, you know, it's a little scary. Sinew Slicer, level 4. I'll replace the grenade for that. Now notice I am using an off-color thing, and the game has also shown me something better. One thing that maybe you won't be doing that much in lower difficulties, but again, as a walkthrough, I want to showcase it. You can break these walls. You have outraged the gods, just one little hit and you're dead. Eliminate 10 enemies to lift this curse. The curse mechanic in Dead Cells is one of the most iconic part of Dead Cells. Perhaps not the greatest part, but certainly iconic. If I take any damage, be it poison on the ground, spikes on the wall, or of course getting hit by a monster, I will die. So stuff like this, I'm not gonna participate in that. We are on the lookout for a monster, hopefully 10 before this biome is done. If the biome ends before that happens, the curse does proceed into the next area. We'll take a new shield, drop our old one. Could you take something like the Firebrand or the Blood Sword? Sure, But we only have 2 points of brutality. I don't think it's in your best interest to do that. Maybe you could kill a bat or a rat with it. But outside of that, I would highly recommend against. So we do have our exit. It is the ramparts. And I don't have a lot of other area to go to. There's something called ancient sewers over there. But I can tell you that required some Metroidvania that we don't have yet. So for now, we're gonna eat our food and then leave. Now, this is very dangerous. You can eat it away from that. Also, you may have noticed this button right here. That's me actually trying to utilize my head. And you all haven't seen that yet. We'll show you once the curse is cleansed. But that's a mechanic that we're going to not necessarily be using a lot, but it's important to know that it exists. We did not get 60 monsters. Put everything into health flask. We can upgrade our powerful grenade. Does more damage to burning targets, which we maybe have with Flint. I can upgrade the ice grenade. Ice grenade doesn't do a lot of damage. Notice that it's like not even 10%. Well, maybe it's 10%. Doing the upgrade does not really increase its damage at all. The only thing it got was more damage reduction from 1% to 2%. And then now thawing makes enemies bleed. Freeze is a mechanic that freezes a monster, but then after that, the monster is slowed while it's thawing. Thaw is probably its own mechanic, but it's really slow that's doing everything there. Our next mutation, we could choose between brutality stuff, tactic stuff, or survival stuff. We also have general things like Instinct of the Master of Arms. In this case, if you are confident in the parry, you can take Blind Faith. If you're not, I would even go so far as to just take a very easy Killer Instinct or Vengeance. Even though we're not running Brutality, Vengeance is still 30% damage reduction that does not scale on whatever stat you're using. The 61% damage dealt does scale. This 0.5 does scale on Brutality, but I'm gonna take it anyway for the purpose of showing you how like a 0.5 cooldown reduction might still be helpful. This is new. Go to the bank. For our purposes, I think I will be going to the bank in 1BC. Progression-wise, I want to show you that the next area, and of course we can see it on our biome map, is the ramparts. Ramparts we have been to before. Right up here, it leads to Black Bridge. I'm going to show you the bank. The bank, of course, is not a very safe area. This is one of the most dangerous areas in the game, and we're taking our curse in with us. So we're gonna have to kill 10 monsters while cursed. So bored. Really should have become an artist. Oh, a customer. It's been so long. You can entrust your precious belongings to us. We'll take good care of them. I would not advise doing so right now, though. There's a minor security breach. But be assured, that's nothing to be concerned about. Take a look around, perhaps help out with the security breach. Be my guest. Here's the spare key. Enjoy your time in the bank. The bank is actually one of the more recent updates to this game. It's an area that can show up one time per run, and it can show up almost at any time. And what it does is it replaces that rampart we would have gone to, or whatever biome would have shown up. So if you are going into brand new biomes for the purpose of progression, I would not go into the bank. I would focus on going into those new biomes instead. This is a new monster, Toxic Miasma. New golden bats. New, I don't even know what that was, maybe a golem. We can wait out our ice grenade to make this a little bit safer, a little bit smarter as well. 2 monsters left. For every monster I kill, that counter goes down. But look at this. Cursed treasure found. Hey, you there. I've been very naughty. Hit me hard. I mean, you can't really hit it. I'm a naughty treasure chest that deserves to be punished. We open it. And inside, you've outraged the gods again. Eliminate another 10 monsters. We're now up to a 12 curse. Every cursed chest you see has the same kind of rewards. It's always a scroll, a power scroll that is. So it allows you to put points into any stat, usually our damage stat. It gives you some money, but then also a colorless weapon that scales on whatever color is your maximum. In this case, it's survival. It's also colored green, which happens to be my color for survival. Remember, we can change that color. We saw that in the 0 BC walkthrough. This weapon is a 3-hit combo where the last hit is a critical attack, inflicts critical hits on the 3rd consecutive strike, also launches some arrows, and does 15% bonus damage. The launch an arrow feature, that's not the same as like a arrow from a bow. I don't want you to even like think about that in that case, at least not yet. We still have to kill a lot of monsters, but notice my damage has skyrocketed. Flint was already pretty strong, but now that I have this thing, which, just to tell you, Twin Dagger is originally a brutality weapon. It's only brutality, so having it as survival is very exotic. That's usually not normal. We'll continue onward. We're actually full HP. I forgot to even mention the fact that we got a health pot refill in that last area. As I'm doing this walkthrough, keep in mind I have a lot of hours in the game, so I kind of have to slow myself down sometimes. Curse is lifted, so now I can kind of show off these monsters. This is called the Gold Gorger. Normally, it just tries to attack you. However, one thing Gold Gorgers do is they absorb money, which makes them stronger. As a level 2 Gold Gorger, it can teleport to you and has like more attacks. There's a level 3 Gold Gorger. I don't know how easy it's gonna be for us to find that. Nice little money pile on the ground. We have a new shield called Greed Shield that gives us money for doing a successful parry. It only gives you that money the one time per 30 seconds per monster. For your purposes, oh, that is a tier 3 Gold Gorger. It's an elite, actually. Very scary. An elite Gold Gorger is always a tier 3. I did not waste any time fighting that. I didn't really get a chance to show off what it does. It can punch. It can slam the ground. All of which is horrifying. And you don't want to get caught in any of it. Maybe if I had Vengeance, I'd be a little bit more lenient here. But not today. Not today. I should also mention the bank that we're in has another cool feature where for the biomes it's replacing. This is shining, but it's a down slam that we can't interact with. For the biomes it's replacing, in this case ramparts, it's actually spawning all the monsters available in these areas. So we saw what did we see from ramparts? Maybe the slasher? We're on 1 BC now, so the monsters are different, so it's kind of hard to really tell what came from the ramparts. But very, very scary stuff to see monsters we've never seen before. We have a shop. This is a skill shop. Inside, powerful grenade. I would not mind an upgrade. It's the same. Level 5 is the same as a level 3 plus. So we can save some money there. We'll continue on. This is the only place we can go, right here. I can show you this is a trap. You do not want to step on it. But we did get the next key. It is a blue key that we need for a blue door. Here we are right here. Open with blue pass. We get a teleport. We can always teleport backward if we want to. No need to use the elevator. We did see the crabs before in one of our other areas. This thing we happen to see as an elite. Very easy parry. Of course, that monster is called the Evil Gillian. That one only shows up in the bank. They do have their own blueprint too. So as we're going through the game, we're going to want to kill those because we want to see what they can offer. Now there is a nutcracker here. This is a survival weapon. Just for the purpose of this showcase, even though our twin dagger is a level 4 plus, probably very strong, I'm gonna click this. Will I take it though? Maybe not, maybe not. However, I was actually trying to see a different mechanic in here. It didn't show up. It's probably somewhere else. We'll see that in a little bit. Let's continue onward. Now, this is a bank. So of course, there's lots of money to be had. The golden bats that I kind of showed earlier, if you let those explode, they actually explode with money. I don't typically just do that. Some food in the wall, we'll leave it because we have necromancy. There's gold piles that the Evil Gillians are going after. They can't, like, eat the pile. The pile is permanently there for you to take it. We got our green key, but before we leave, we're gonna go forward a little bit. Do not open that door. That door leads to the exit. We don't need to do that just yet. We're gonna go back to the start and see where we use this green key. It's used right here. We're continuing onward. I would say this biome is a little bit of a longer area. Wow, instant tier 3 gold gorger. You see it does a punch. It does this slam that you can jump over. Seems to have some kind of damage reduction as well. Oh, one cool thing in Dead Cells I didn't mention. So a lot of weapons that have combos to them. In this case, the twin sword is a 3-hit combo. The combo's maintained for like a little while. It's not a crazy amount. Some weapons maintain the combo for longer. As you learn this game, you will start to sort of like learn how weapons work. Some weapons you're gonna like, some weapons you're not gonna like, and some of it all depends on gameplay. In this case, maybe you don't like the 3-hit combo. Maybe you'd rather just hold down the flint button and do that single slam. Some weapons have longer combos than just 3 hits, in which case you might want to utilize the hold to attack feature. And then you're really just kind of spamming. This is a trap area, as you can see by that icon. We affectionately call this Celeste. If you get hit even one time, you get sent back to the entrance. You can do this as many times as you have HP. You cannot use any attacks or skills in here. So anything that would give you like iframes, because there's some items that do that, are actually disabled. But it's one giant challenge area. That's why we're calling it Celeste. It's all platforming. There's no monsters that spawn in here at all. So no need to actually attack anything. I was gonna say, I, of course, have this whole thing memorized. It's a roguelike game, so this is procedurally generated, but in reality, these are puzzle pieces that are put together. The final layout of this Celeste area is randomized, but each individual tile set, if you want to call it that, is collected from like a series of, say, 50 different tiles all put together. Doing a long jump here. This time we're gonna chill on this platform and now come over here and do the same thing You can see it's safe to land there. Funny enough, I don't think I've ever seen that in that direction. It's normally in the opposite direction. And here we are. That's the end. Get our reward. This is the same every single time, except the blueprint. You get a bunch of money and another colorless weapon. This is Flint, level 5, no pluses. I'm gonna sell it for now, because I do enjoy my twin dagger. It's gonna take the game a little bit of time to replace that, but rest assured, we may not be keeping that for the entirety of this game. Final area at the bottom. Notice how big the map is. This is probably one of the longest maps in the entire game. You could break that door like we did earlier and get cursed again. However, I'm not gonna do that. You're more than welcome to if you want to, but highly suggest you don't. This is the last area of the bank, is in this corner. Again, for our walkthrough, I want to showcase everything. That elite has aggro to me and will gladly teleport up to me. Reward, we'll keep our reveal secrets. There aren't that many amulets that I would say, oh yeah, definitely like replace amulet if this one shows up. I would say reveal secrets in the wall, very nice. If you have a keen eye, maybe it doesn't even help you. I, for one, don't want to be straining my eyeballs. So if that shows up and it has a scroll that I want, I will gladly take it. All right, just like that. Maybe I would have missed it if it wasn't highlighted. Couple more things. That's gonna be another tier 3 gold gorger. Usually it starts off with trying to slam you, and then it teleports. That's just muscle memory. But when it comes to dead cells, you will want to exercise muscle memory. Absolutely. So everything else is getting killed relatively easily. We did get our blueprint on this biome, so there's really no chance of us getting another one. New shield, I will actually take it. Even though it's a lower level, we're not really using shields for their damage. Not yet, anyway. I'm using it for its effect. And I will maybe be able to show off that effect right over here. Every bank, every single bank has 3 shops. 2 on the side, 50-50 between it being a weapon or skill shop, and then 1 here, guaranteed food shop. Food shop always has food, and also 1 health flask. The health flask is always $20,000. If for whatever reason you may want to spend all $20,000 for this, you can take out a loan and borrow the money and get to $20,000 if you really want to. I highly suggest not doing that. Just take out the loan if you like really need it, just like 1K. However, you will have to pay that back by the end. We're gonna try to buy this turkey, but we're gonna get this. A mimic. The mimic... Oh, it's healing, I think. The mimic is a guarantee to show up in one of the 3 shops. In this case, it happened to be in the food shop. It didn't show up in the first one. It didn't show up in the second one. So I knew guaranteed it was gonna be in the food shop. We know it's gonna show up by clicking whatever the item is in the shop, and if it's gonna be a mimic, it's gonna automatically spawn without you even like asking to outright buy that item. It spawns as soon as you click. We could go back and sell all that food. I'm not like particularly stressed about that, so I will be leaving. Couldn't find the exit. I can tell you the exit, oops, is always behind blue door. The cursed chest is always behind red. Blue is always the exit. Green is always Celeste. The final area, always food shop. We paid back our debt. It was just asking us to pay back the $2,000 we loaned. Because the way how the bank could work is that you would, take a giga loan, buy a bunch of stuff, and then you have to pay it back by the end. If you don't have the money to pay it back, you will get cursed again. And we've already been cursed enough. We can actually upgrade our twin dagger to level S. That is the highest level possible for an individual weapon. The number level could go up, but there's no means in this game to make that happen. Final mutation. Our twin dagger has a crit component. It's only 0.4 seconds, so not really that much, but I will take it. The flask we don't need, but we can sell it. 1,400 bucks that you don't want to just leave on the ground. We're back on Black Bridge. Just a recap, this is what the biome map looks like. Black Bridge is always after the ramparts, but we did Bank instead, so Bank replaced the ramparts. This concierge is slightly different than the 0BC version. The 0BC version did not do anything but punch in the beginning. Now he has his full moveset. The game basically assumes that you are done with the tutorial, and now the monster has its full utility available to it. Kojo does allow for a very nice stun. That's why we took it. We're very strong, actually. Dead concierge, no damage taken. Reward for no damage taken we won't see until later. We did get a blueprint, classic concierge outfit. Sell off that, sell off that. Those are both not survival. And now we go to the next level. Stilt Village and Slumbering Sanctuary. Notice that. Try to remember it. We did get a new door. Remember, we saw these in 0BC. Rewards for not taking any damage. We get some money, we get some cells, but most importantly, we get this thing. A legendary item. Legendary items are always with this, for me, it's a yellow border. I don't think you can change this with accessibility. This always has a very specific effect. It has the crown. Area effects created by this item are 200% larger. So, notice how big that explosion is. When we replace it, it's that big. Much, much bigger. Legendaries also have a secondary effect where you can use two of the same item. Normally in Dead Cells, that's not allowed. That is a banned interaction that you can only change by like disabling all achievements. In this case, with a legendary, we get to do that scot-free. We do also have the ability to reforge this. We can't upgrade it because legendary is the highest status it could possibly get it. However, maybe we want to re-roll it. This one happens to have burning damage, stun damage, arrows come back, biters crawl from the dead. Spread oil, stun, electrical, biters again. I'll keep this. Legendary forge from the blacksmith. We're gonna put our cells towards this. As you're playing through and maybe dying, this is what's gonna help you as a roguelite with a T. It's gonna help you get stronger and get through the game more easily. Very different than other roguelites where it's like, okay, here's some currency, you got added HP. That doesn't exist in this game. Instead, you have the blacksmith that makes all of your weapons better. We can refill our flask. He says I don't need it. We have an area down here, still not accessible. We have DLC up there, that's Fractured Shrines. I can show you again, for those who have not seen episode 1 of this series, which you should see before you click into this. Probably has something that you don't know. We have to go back into Stilt Village. Now, what I can tell you is that the rest of the run could be the same. We got some lore. I can tell you this is foreshadowing for later. No reward to get from it, though. However, our grenades are gonna be absolutely massive. One thing about Dead Cells, it's not build making like a Hades or a Slay the Spire where it's like, okay, we have a bomb build. Bombs do X, Y, Z. Instead, you're trying to pair good items. Nice little blueprint here. Again, that's just an outfit, so there might still be a weapon on this map. It's not necessarily a bomb build where we took some kind of power-up that makes all bombs do double damage or all bombs have reduced delay. It's not that kind of game. I will actually replace here. I'd rather have the 2 scrolls than 1, even though we had the reveal sequence. I dare say this is more worthwhile. So build crafting in Dead Cells is more so putting together weapons that like supplement each other. So if 2 bombs are, I'm sure, very good together. The affixes, in this case, spread oil, electricity, burning when they die, burning target damage. Our flint could do fire. We don't really have a fire source at all, but maybe, you know, that might be something that shows up when we decide to take it. Still going all out on green. Checking out our shops. Victims burn when they die again, but there was bleed on parry, which is kind of interesting. Nothing for us to utilize right now. But luckily, the powerful grenades, you could say, all right, so the build is, I want to use these grenades as much as possible. In which case we have cooldown reduction on crit and cooldown reduction possibly on parry. That's something that survival gets access to. Wait, I never got the key? I could have sworn I went in here. I do believe the Purulent Zombie is the same. That monster right there, though, that's new. That's what's called the Grenadier? Bombardier? No, neither of those. We'll get the name later. That thing I just deleted, but I will showcase what it does. As I said, in Dead Cells, you always want to have a grasp on what the monsters do. Even though you can maybe kill everything with a powerful grenade, knowing what the monsters do is very important. So I'll even show this. This thing stuns you, and then it curses you. That's all it does. It doesn't try to actually kill you. Firebrand? That could have been the fire source, if we wanted it to be. I'm relatively okay without for right now. Curse is lifted. Let's work on this thing. It has a grenade launcher. If you're close, it tries to melee you. And it has a blueprint acrobatic pack. Honestly, one of the best blueprints in the entire game. Making sure we kill everything else. Another key. We know we're gonna need that to exit into Clock Tower. Stilt Village is actually one of the shorter biomes in the game. A lot of people use Stilt Village as speedrunner routes. As I said earlier, I'm not gonna try to speedrun if I can help it. My apologies if I end up, playing in a way that looks like I'm speedrunning. But trust me when I say I'm not trying to go extra fast. It just happens to look that way. You can parry the projectile. However, this thing's projectile is very different than most in the game. It doesn't actually shoot anything back. I don't know if that's an oversight or what, or maybe it's the nature of it being an explosive. However, Pirate Captain fires a whole cannonball at me and I can throw that backward. Wolf Trap? Kind of interesting. Maybe if it was a wolf trap that left fire on the ground, I would consider taking it. New door. Wait, this is the door that we couldn't access before. This is only accessible while you have the one boss cell enabled. Inside is a very specific reward. Based on the door icon, we know it's a treasure chest. That may change why you go into it. It may not. Either way, I go into it all the time. We also have another new thing. This is a legendary altar. These are randomized. It can even show you an item you don't even have unlocked. In this case, I don't have this item. The Wrecking Ball. Third attack throws the ball and the fourth recalls it. Again, another legendary effect. Reduces the pause between attacks. Stuns do more damage. Bleeding has more damage. Spreads oil. Can't be interrupted. I will replace this. I can tell you Survival has Wrecking Ball in its kit. It's a very slow item, but that's the combo. Very, very fun. Very, very dangerous. Look, another new item. Symmetrical Lance. We actually got this for beating Hand of the King. Doesn't have that Giga effect of like 300% damage, but it now shows up without us even unlocking it. So the Wrecking Ball. Very slow item, but very powerful. You can do some pretty snazzy stuff with it. I would say if this was to show up, honestly, the way I play Dead Cells, I like to have everything unlocked eventually. For the purpose of this walkthrough, we're unlocking things that give us like the best chance at winning. But you don't know if the Wrecking Ball is your best chance of winning. As a new player, you really should just unlock everything that sounds fun to you. We got 60 kills. We got some cells. We have some items. This thing still does not have that burning effect, but maybe what I'll do is replace the powerful grenade. Head over here. We did turn in Swift Sword. We got that from Daily Challenge. Broadsword is only worth 5. I'm gonna actually unlock that. Very cheap. We have all of our skins at the bottom. My apologies, I hit up on the D-pad. We have our new mutations, Acrobatic Pack, What Doesn't Kill Me. This gives you HP when doing parries, so maybe that's something I want to invest in. I'm playing Survival right now. Now would be a great time to get some Survival mutations. But before I do that, I'm gonna go ahead and get my health flask. Make sure we're not slacking on that. We need 12 more items to get the 4th health flask. So let's put some points into What Doesn't Kill Me. We do get to try the broadsword if we want to. It does a 3-hit combo. The second and third hit is a crit. Remember, we have Instinct of the Master of Arms, which I'm gonna call Instincto for now on. That gives you a critical hit. No, that gives you cooldown reduction on critical hits. So you can kind of see the synergy there. We may want to get rid of that eventually because like you only get the critical hit on the 4th attack of Wrecking Ball. It doesn't actually tell you that, but I'm telling you that's how it works. Kind of a missed opportunity from the dev team. Cover the ground with oil that burns when destroyed. That is our burning source. Let's get rid of the flammable oil here. And maybe... Oh, we did get rooted damage. I passed it. Maybe I should have kept it. 100% damage on targets covered in burning oil. Now, most things are probably going to die in the biome. And we may not even be able to utilize that in the biome itself. What I call a biome are these stages. It's either a biome or a boss. So in this stage, I'm probably not going to see the burning oil at all. I can tell you that if I were to trap stuff, there's no burning oil until the trap is gone. It's gone when it's quote-unquote destroyed. And it's destroyed by simply it did its job and went away. If you happen to have, 2 wolf traps, just using another one will not replace the old ones. However, replacing the old one with the same wolf trap will make these get destroyed. Oh. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know one of them sticks around. I feel like that's a bug. But I'm not going to report that if you don't report it. So we're back in Clock Tower. No new enemies yet. I will ask that you keep track to see if there's something new that I might miss. Honestly, if there's anything that you see mid-run that I miss, leave a comment. Maybe there's someone out there who like wants that feedback, has the same question you do. And a lot of people leave comments in the 0BC video that was details that I missed, which is great. I'm sure that's helpful to someone. 1BC door, we did not have access to this earlier. Inside is a weapon shop. We could get a new shield if we wanted. We could get Frost Blast if we wanted. That is new. I don't particularly want to use it right now. But if it shows up again, I'll go ahead and take it. To kind of like show you all what it does. Little teaser. 2 boss cells. Maybe next time. Maybe next video, actually. Very long climb. As you see, we do not one-shot the Cannibal. Cannibal is the hardest monster in this biome. It has a lot of HP comparative to everything else. Little bombardiers get one shot. Actually, maybe those are new? No, we've seen those before. Get parried. And again. Remember, we saw a mutation where you can get your health back on parry. That would be a great time to be doing that. I don't know if it's worth mentioning. Most of the time, when you do a parry, it kind of like resets your combat. So you can oftentimes do another thing right away. That's the key, same way that we access the Timekeeper. However, I never showed you all the R3 button. That's the reward for... Remember, when we killed the king on the crown, we went into that slime form. We can now do that at will with the R3 button. We have some lore. I believe there is no rewards in there, but of course, if you want to read the lore, definitely click that. I probably should have clicked it for the purpose of this walkthrough, but we'll continue on. The head does actually damage enemies. In the event you have an enemy that you absolutely do not want to interact with, this is a way to kill it. However, it has a cooldown. It's not spammable, but you can actually fight with it on. Back in the day, that used to be an actual strat for speedrunning bosses, is you would try to throw your head on it and fight at the same time. I highly suggest not doing that because there's a little bit of extra gameplay that happens when you put your head on. Like, it sort of like adds some cooldown delays and stuff like that to your actual attacks. I don't think it's worth utilizing unless you're trying to quote-unquote cheese a fight by killing a monster that you're not interacting with. But again, just like everything in Dead Cells, don't get used to it because that might change in the future. Ouchies. Took a little bit of a hit. Notice I don't take that much damage. I will upgrade my cudgel. You could skip it, where the idea is that, you know, I don't use these shields for damage. However, you are getting new affixes. In some cases, more affixes than normal for having a higher level item. Ooh. This door is open. This is the door for us doing the bell tower. We no longer have to do that anymore. This is now open all the time. And is always containing a free item. That's why it's kind of important to do the walkthrough and like actually check out some of this stuff that shows up, because it does help you in your next runs. Continuing onward, we have our exit, but I see a scroll, and again, scrolls are the most important thing in Dead Cells. Way down here. But we are getting, you know, kind of close to the end of the run. But what we remember after this is High Peak Castle. Wow, I just saw that. Gonna sell it because we have Necromancy. I assume, perhaps wrongly, that we're gonna get that back. I can't do this jump. Kind of surprised. One thing I kind of just did that I never talked about was the legendary affix that's on this, which happens to be reduce the pause between attacks. Normally, when you're playing the Wrecking Ball, the combo looks like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. But the legendary version can do it even faster. That might not seem that fast to you, but if I were to just hold the button down, looks like this. So this doesn't even finish the throw. And I can tell you that is not normal for Wrecking Ball. So in some cases, a legendary may be so much better than the default version of the item. It's in your best interest to just take it. Take it, learn it, see how it feels, and then maybe even get a win with it. So we're done. I did leave some food. You can obviously go back and get that if you want to. I decided not to because I am on the move here. 38 cells. Not quite enough for what doesn't kill me. I'll do the plus here. Everything else I did already like, so we'll keep it. I still... You know what? Let's go ahead and change. We'll reset. We'll keep Necromancy. We'll keep Instinct the Master of Arms for now. But I'm going to bring in Blind Faith. Successful parries reduce skill cooldowns by a whole 4 seconds. I can tell you 4 seconds is quite a long time. That's massive cooldown reduction. Some skills, you get a full refresh, basically. Second boss, we're back in Timekeeper. Just like Concierge, it's a little bit upgraded. It now starts off with this move, because I can tell you tutorial phase is over. But we have some cool stuff. Look at that. Massive damage coming out. Notice that she was stunned when I parried the projectile. That came from Cudgel. You don't get the 4 seconds of cooldown reduction. Kind of afraid of walking in. Rip, no damage taken. Bosses do have diminishing returns on effects, be it freeze, bleed, stun, root, all of that. Like, it will be less effective as the fights go on. Let's grab the wolf trap. No, we will not be grabbing the wolf trap. Ours is so much better. We got a skin, classic temporal, sell everything else. Onward to the next level. We did get some cells. We did not get the flawless. I could put my cells into here, but what I'm actually gonna do is I really want to get this what doesn't kill me. 4% HP back on a parry. I can tell you in Dead Cells, 4%. If you think about food, right? 1 croissant is 15% of your life. So in that case, every 3 parries is literally 1 croissant off the ground. I'm actually gonna make a change here. Just for the purpose of this showcase, I'm gonna Blind Faith, what doesn't kill me, and Vengeance. We get our health back. And now, as I said, High Peak Castle is the next area. That's DLC down there. We can't access it. There's High Peak. But for the purpose of this walkthrough, we're going to go to the other choice, Derelict Distillery. I do believe this shows up in 1 boss cell difficulty, and it does, you know, stay for the rest of the game. It's a brand new area. Brand new mechanics that you've never seen before. These barrels are required to go through that bomb. I can't just do that. But a little bit of foreshadowing, if you hit the barrel, it gets knocked away. My wrecking ball is incredibly slow, but it did it. If I get touched, I take a lot of damage. This area is full of traps. In some cases, I would not go here without something to prevent damage from traps. There's a new monster. It drops barrels, as you can clearly see from its model. We killed it. This is a monster we know. That's a monster we don't know. It shot me. It was ticking like a bomb. Probably was going to explode. Maybe I show it once I'm full HP. Maybe I don't. Let's see the parry to get our health back. Massive health. We see some monsters that we've seen before, bats and stuff. This is new. Notice I parried it and I did not get any HP. The reason why is those slugs, those were actually pets of a different monster. We will see that soon. I'm sure. A new thing. That's a weapon. Barrel launcher launches an explosive barrel, inflicts critical hit if the barrel bounces off or has been reflected back and forth before it explodes. A lot of text, but it's a barrel, so it destroys these walls, and if it bounces, it crits. It's that simple. For our purposes, I'm gonna leave that on the ground for now. Let's keep moving. Consider that as the key to get through this biome. I was telling you that these are pets. This is the monster that summons them. It takes reduced damage. All you can do is hit it as many times as you can. Elite shield bearer. One thing I didn't talk about, well, maybe I spoke about it briefly, is that when you parry, you can kind of do more stuff after. The game has in it a parry refresh of sorts, where essentially the next parry is on instant cooldown. It's refreshed. We have a lot of passageways here. This is new, right? We're in like such an interesting position where everything looks new to me. This guy spins. We kill. All he does is spin. It can get you caught in a very, very awful setup, but all he does is spin. I do want to show another thing as I get hit here. Shield bearer, you normally get rejected if you try to attack it on the shield. However, wrecking ball and a couple other items specifically do not care about that. Had to jump into it to get the parry. Use my momentum to get there. That was gonna explode. Now, I don't know if you realized, those bombs are appearing in the background of the map. You can... Oh, wow, Crusher. You can kind of see them. None right now. Oh, I see one, I see one. Right over there. The debris is covering up its eyeball. No. No, maybe it already spawned and it died? Maybe I'm being paranoid? Who knows? Alright, we gotta be really careful. See how there's so many ways to get hurt here? This is gonna be one of those first instances where I just use a straight up health pot. Go up to 90%. Every parry is only 5% right now. 4.2. So it would have taken a long time to get up. You can parry most things in the game, even a bat's explosion. Projectiles, though, do not count towards your what doesn't kill me healing. I really want to show the barrels in the background, but they're covered in other monsters. Nutcracker, take more damage, heal 1%. We don't really need that. We have other means of healing. But that's the new teleportation room that we just got today. New shield, freezes enemies on parry. That's kind of interesting, but we shouldn't need it. Cudgel already stuns the monster on parry. So there's a scenario where like maybe that's redundant. Let's keep going. I missed the parry there, which is fine. We'll get that HP back. Some parries are a little bit more lenient than others. Oh, here's a good puzzle. We can use our head to get rewards that are out of range. And that's not to say that you only use your head in that exact instance. You can use your head whenever you want, really. Like if this shield bearer dropped some money or something, I could use my head to go pick it up and not go on this platform at all. Sometimes that's gameplay I utilize, sometimes it's not. Depends on how I feel. Depends on what's required of me. The game does try to show you that barrels are falling with the exclamation point. Lots of spikes on this map, lots of everything on this map. Some people genuinely do not go to this map at all. When you should go for it, obviously when you feel powerful, when you have all your health pots, maybe when you're going survival. Maybe survival is like the best time to come here. If you assume that tactics has less HP. Really? I had to parry that. The barrel, as you saw, chases you. Oh, there's one. See the red dot? I think it also might be smoking a little bit. That's a real barrel. A living barrel, if you will. One other detail I want to show, now that you're in 1BC, you can pick these up with your head. That actually might be the strat to destroy some of this stuff, and your head can go quite far. See how I can just catch that? It does add a little bit to the timer. Of course, if you were using the barrel launcher that we saw earlier, you wouldn't have to do anything like that. But I can tell you there is an achievement for getting through this area without using the living barrel launcher at all. And the best way to do that is to use your head. It's another long-ish biome. It's not the longest in the game, but it's fairly long. Head up here. Want to get my parry so I heal. Notice I'm really just parrying whatever I consider an easy parry. This thing right here, that's an easy parry. If you were to ask, okay, Veedotme, I am in 0BC, I want to learn how to be a parry god. How do I start? I would say start by parrying only the easiest parries in the game. Don't bother parrying anything that's more exotic than that. All right. Quick look at the map. It is quite large. Whoa. Jump scare. Again, we can use our head. Try again. The other way to do that would be to step on this trap. That way the elevator comes down. Looks kind of like this. It's a cool setup. Like, I genuinely enjoy what they did with this map. Jump scare. is just incredibly dangerous. Ideally, you have to come to this map twice because the living barrel... Am I gonna reach? Oh, I just barely reached it. The living barrel and the barrel launcher guy both have exclusive blueprints that you'll really only find on this map. Some lore. Someone tried to drink directly from the barrel. Old habits die hard. I don't know if that's a reference to something. But no items in there. We have a distillery key. We'll need that to get out of here. We do have a med kit. Basically, I have, and I guess this is a good time to show, I have randomized food over here in diet. Omnivorous, randomize the appearance of food in your runs. The look of the food is all cosmetic. There's no food that's better than others. There's just always a 15% food and a 50% food. Medkit happens to be a 50% food, but the cosmetic part of it does not affect if that showed up or anything like that. Grab this. 18 survival. If someone wants to go back and look at the 0 BC run, I don't know if we have more scrolls or less scrolls, but I can tell you that scroll count between your different runs might actually be different. All right. So normally you would use your barrel launcher to go through here, but I got a barrel guy that's gonna help me out. Thank you for opening the door for me. Do appreciate that. We got the throne room. That's Hand the King. We will... Do I need to heal? Let's not heal. With the assumption that we heal in the next area. I don't remember what the layout is between, like, pot on the floor, full heal, pot on the floor. I believe it alternates. So let's find out together. We'll put our points into... Technically, you can save them. Maybe I do that. I mean, I do still want this, but maybe I save them. I'm gonna break this door. If this was like a full walkthrough, I might actually suggest saving here. No need to change here. I like everything I saw. No need to change here. Everything works. This happens to be a recharge, not a full heal. So, we definitely misplayed by not getting the health on the ground. I would say definitely take your time. If you see food that you haven't collected, go and get it, heal to full, sell if you're already full. But now we have Hand of the King. We did already kill the king, right? So, like, what's changed now that we're in the next difficulty? The throne's already destroyed and he's pissed. He wants to fight. This is also different than 0 BC. He starts off with that attack, but he has his full kit. I have a parry now. But notice I only healed one time. And that's because that heal is on like a 30-second cooldown. You don't have to remember that. I just want you to recognize that it's not an automatic heal every time. I can tell you, if this was normal Wrecking Ball, I would absolutely be getting hit trying to do this 3-hit combo. But that thing does real damage. What in the world? Kill the flags. They explode if you leave them up for too long. We have a worm. I think this might be different compared to the 0 BC version. Yeah, because we wouldn't have seen scorpions and worms, right? Let's kill these. Hand of the King does not respawn until the elites are dead. If I killed the other two elites and left the regular monsters, he would spawn. Notice I can parry all of that stuff. It's gonna jump. I will too. Double dashes. I do have a full guide on how to fight Hand of the King. I'm not really gonna go over what I'm doing right here, but definitely take a look at that guide. That's a dead Hand of the King. Our reward is a bunch of cells, some blueprints, and the second boss cell. New item unlocked, Stem Cell 2. We now have the ability to go into 2 BC. We have an outfit, Hand of the King outfit. We have a blueprint, recycling tubes. Again, this is gone. This requires 5 boss cells. So the only thing to do is to do what the game tells me. Well, it was. It said leave body. I pause the, go back and pause the video if you need to see that. Now we leave. 43 minutes. I don't know if that's faster or slower than the last one in 0 BC, but we had some cool stuff. We saw curses, we saw legendaries, we got the teleportation rune, we got more health pots. There's a lot of things that happened in 1 BC. We saw the bank, we saw a distillery. So now that we're going to be accessing 2 BC, we'll see even more new stuff. So in the case of like Dead Cells, like it gets old really fast. I see the same things over and over again. This walkthrough also is hopefully gonna help you see what new stuff you're gonna be able to see every single time you play the game. But for now, we're done. We're gonna close out. Again, if you quit, you're gonna get the continue option, which starts to back off where we just were. If you go normal mode, it'll just reset the current run, which is gonna be the 2 BC run. But we don't lose that second boss cell. We don't lose the blueprints. All that stuff is standard and it's gonna stay with us for the rest of the game. But that's it. Again, thank you for checking out this part of the walkthrough. I'm sure 2 BC is going to be just exciting as 1 BC. If you have any comments or any feedback, let me know so that way we can incorporate that in the rest of the walkthrough. Leave a like on the video, subscribe so you can see all of these and the other roguelikes we play. Otherwise, hope you enjoyed it and I'll catch you on the next video. This is the Dead Cells final update, full walkthrough. This is the 3rd video in this series. If you did not see the first one or the last one, I highly suggest you check out at least the last one. We're going to enter the game on continue. It's gonna put us back into a run with maybe some cells and some money that we had stored up in the previous run. We are, of course, 1 difficulty further. We've gone from 1 boss cell up to 2 boss cells. As you see, there's quite a bit of difference here. We're going from hard mode to very hard. At the 2 BC point, you may actually start dying quite a bit. So similar to what we did in the last video, where I showed off the daily challenge mode, which is something that you may want to actually utilize, get some blueprints out of. We're gonna do a little bit of a showcase here. This is to help out people who may be dying at this difficulty. This will actually help you when you're past this too, because we're going to be farming cells, and the cells are going to be used to upgrade blueprints or upgrade the forge. We're going to be utilizing aspects here, but right now we only have the choice of 3. In order to unlock new aspects, we need to die. And specifically, you need to be doing this without assist mode on. If you turned it on in the last couple of videos, then right now you turn it off, head into here, and we're gonna take a nice bath in the lava. You'll know that this is working because the first time you do it correctly, you'll get a new head blueprint. On death, you head down here, and then you will see that you have access to a brand new aspect. This one happens to be move speed gives you damage and damage reduction. So I know that you're not getting boss cells or flawless rewards, but we will be using it for the start of this video. We just need to die a couple more times. So we have tainted our save file with some deaths. You can see that I am currently up to 6 deaths right now, but the reward for that is an aspect called Grenadier. This allows you to get a reset on grenades whenever you kill an enemy. And we're gonna utilize this to farm cells in order to maximize your efficiency in farming. We're going to head over to custom mode, and we're gonna turn on a couple of different things. First off, under equipment, you can set your starting equipment to be something like double throwing knives and double grenades. Of course, I said earlier, we're gonna be utilizing grenades. You can head over to advanced options. You can have the maximum number of health pots that you have unlocked. You can make all weapons and skills legendary. Of course, the starting ones I don't believe can be legendary. We can give ourselves the same type of weapon and skill because normally you can't equip two of the same thing. We can make it so that the health fountain never breaks. Curses that we stumble across will never kill us, it'll leave us at 1 HP. Unlimited ammo on those throwing knives is actually extremely strong. And then finally, we're going to turn on a couple of things down in gameplay modifiers. First off, there's Hitchcock, birds everywhere, and then sharpshooters. And that's going to spawn more monsters in every biome. So we're going to spawn in. You see Hitchcock and sharpshooters are active. We head down here to activate Grenadier. You can see my throwing knife has infinite ammo. It actually doesn't have an ammo indicator at all, which is kind of interesting. So we're gonna run through, and I'm gonna kind of show what it looks like to be able to play with these active. So I can throw a grenade and just start killing monsters. Now I know there are some monsters here that you don't recognize. We'll try not to worry about that too much. I am gonna go tactics. You could go with whatever color you want. The assumption is that you will actually have a legendary version. You can kill whatever you want, as many as you want. So long as a monster dies from the powerful grenade, there is almost no chance that you will not kill stuff. When you open chests, you'll find legendary items. You could choose to swap, but I would highly suggest focusing specifically on farming cells, not going for something that looks fun. Not that I'm not having fun here, but we're on a mission. Now, because you're going so fast with efficient cell farming, you may get both the time door and the kill door. That's not typical for me. It really only happens here. Each door gives you cells. In fact, the time door even has a blueprint. While you're doing this, you're actually able to get new blueprints. I know that the aspect said that you cannot get flawless rewards, you can't get boss cells, but blueprints are on the table. So that is something that you can always utilize. This is very tempting, so I will actually grab it, funny enough. I just happen to know that that's a very strong item. So as I said, you can spin these cells in any way you want. This is purely to unlock new blueprints or to do the forge. Now the forge isn't going to show up just yet. If you wanted to invest everything in forge, then don't put anything into the collector. Just save all your blueprints and head straight to the first boss. So with the concierge dead, of course, we still get blueprints from him. You see I got the heavy crossbow. Even though we're in custom mode, that is actually going to be utilized when we deliver it to the collector. There's also the fact that we got, the time doors. So there's cells in these things. There's a blueprint in here too. So just like the daily challenge, if you want to do like a full unlock walkthrough of everything in Dead Cells, this is something that you may want to do. And you may do this before 2BC, you may do it after if you want to get those like bonus cells that way. But if you don't turn in anything to the collector, you can use all of your cells to go towards the legendary forge. Currently, I only had 85 in here, but I collected 200 very quickly without even thinking, just throwing grenades as I ran. If I did a full clear of every biome up until concierge, there's a good chance I may have actually gotten, a good 300. So 200 worth, a lot of upgrades. It got me halfway done with plus quality. If I actually wanted to, I could do one more of these and finish this off. But this is with the idea that, you know, maybe you're dying or a new player, or maybe you just want to farm and unlock all of this stuff. This is one way to do that. But with that said, after you put your stuff into the collector, you are free to just restart. Actually, you should quit. Don't restart. Restart will put you back into custom mode. We're going to go into normal mode and actually start with the 2 boss cell segment walkthrough. So we zone in just as normal. We have $1,000 from our previous run. We're going to change the difficulty to 2 boss stem cells. Very hard difficulty. Removes all health fountains, replaces them with a single flask. New cursed mobs can now spawn in up to 2 biomes. And of course, we can get the next boss stem cell. So let's load this up. Something seems to have changed. Now, of course, you could run an aspect, but of course, you will lose out on your next boss cell and a few achievements. This thing is new. This is for the crossovers, because this is, you know, a popular game. It's had lots of crossovers with other indie games. So we're gonna see a lot of stuff as we go. There are some clues in here on how to unlock some of these, but some of them will just show up. And if it does, I'll maybe try to do it if it doesn't take up too much time. As you see, there are a lot in here. Katana Zero, Risk of Rain, Slay the Spire, they got them all in here. We do have starting random melee, but that's it. On 2BC, we will have new monsters, so be careful of those. Rats are still here. Zombies are still here. But this guy coming up, I believe we saw him in the ramparts, but now he will show up in prison quarters every single time. We have these things here. This was, of course, in our boss cell farming, but we didn't care about it because we're killing them all for free. This is the Inquisitor. It fires out a bullet. Off-screen indicator is highly recommended here, so you know a bullet's coming. You can, of course, parry the bullet. There's also that thing walking around. That's called an Oven Knight. The Oven Knight is pretty dangerous. He has a shield. When the shield breaks, he goes berserk. It always rushes at you and does 2 axe swings. So remember, at this point in Dead Cells, you need to start thinking about what these monsters do. Our first shop here has something called a Ruby Key. This is part of the crossover stuff. It's for a skin, I believe. And it's going to start eating away at your shop, similar to how Slay the Spire does it, if you want to fight the heart in Slay the Spire. This thing happens to spawn crystals. This is a completely random elite ability. You have to destroy the crystals in order to fight the elite. Keep in mind, most elites don't get stun state from attacks. We did get another key. That is one of 3 keys that we're going to need. I'm gonna sell that off. The dodging does Toxic Cloud. It's cool. I'm not gonna say that that's the reason why we're gonna be collecting tactics right now. Oh, see how this thing blocked my first attack? It's very dangerous. I dare say that's gonna be like one of your first deaths when it comes to 2BC. One of many, of course. Do not ever feel discouraged if you die in 2 boss cell difficulty. Everyone does. As we continue, there is an ice grenade that I could pay for, but I'd rather not. We still can't do that mechanic yet. However, we will have some progression in a little bit. Let's do another little test to show how we might want to fight these. So this thing always tries to charge or axe you. If you parry, it's extremely easy to get a parry on that monster. Like, you almost don't even have to wait for the exclamation point. A lot of times, if that thing is right in front of you, it will attack you within enough time that you can do the parry. Is that like 100%? Maybe it's 95%, but it's highly likely. In fact, that's one of the first monsters that I would recommend learning how to parry, which will help you with your timings. Now, this is something right here. Use the rune. You have to have a keen eye for this. Of course, we did have this show up in one of the earlier videos that the YouTube comments wanted to point out. But we'll see it here. So you stumbled upon a rift. Bet you'd like to take these little beauties with you, now wouldn't you? Well, if you decide to take them, getting out won't be anything like getting in. Good luck. So, every time you find a challenge rift, it always has a bonus power scroll in it. This allows you to pick any stats, so in case of being like the highest scroll count you've ever seen, it's likely utilizing challenge rifts. It always has an amulet inside. If it happens to have double jump on the amulet, I would highly suggest taking it. And then finally, if you have any blueprints that are unlocked in here, those will show up the first time every time until there are no more blueprints to find. Challenge rifts are a series of jump puzzles. There's spikes everywhere. There's spike balls everywhere. There are no monsters to fight. It is only platforming. There are many, many, many combinations. I will not say that you will get through this flawlessly every single time. However, as you start to, learn Dead Cells, you'll start to recognize some of these patterns, in which case it won't be that difficult. Just remember, some spikes are triggered, some spikes are automatic. There's a lot of things to think about. I kind of rushed through it, but just look, analyze the situation, and then go. We're gonna continue. I'm getting an awful lot of red stuff, brutality stuff. However, I would like to make this run tactics if I can help it. Been dead for a while, so she's toast. There's a little bit more biome to discover here. Here's yet another item that I'm not gonna pay for. But one thing you can actually see, notice how it has an aura surrounding it? Not the red-green, but the blue little swirly going around it. That's a plus item. So we did upgrades to the forge. We now have plus showing up 55% of the time. That was a plus item. If it was plus, that would be a red swirl around it. If it was S, it would be yellow or golden. Now, one other thing to recognize when playing Dead Cells is prisoner quarters always has a couple of exits. There is Promenade. Promenade has no additional mechanics to get to it. You can always get to it. Toxic Sewers always is Vine Rune to get to it. And then, of course, we have the DLC route, which happens to be the Teleportation Rune, or Castle Outskirts, which is down there in the Fog of War. I'm gonna keep going to maybe see if I can get 30 kills. Oh, or we can get a weapon. This is why I always recommend doing full clears, because there's a high chance that you're too weak because you're not fully exploring the map and getting the stuff that's on the map. Let's get our cheese and then head into the next area, which in this case is going to be Promenade. Now, as I said before, Dead Cells is not only a roguelike, but it's also a bit of a Roguevania. So we have progression to do. In this case, we're going to be doing Promenade to access a new area that we haven't seen yet. Took us a little while to get through that, thanks to the challenge rift. We have 33 cells. We're going to start pumping not the random starter bow. I actually kind of wish I didn't do this. Instead, there's something down here called recycling tubes. This, by far, mandatory. You absolutely want to unlock them. Level up our electric whip. We will once again take Igdar Oris, aka YOLO. We can sell the flask. You can see that we did not get a full fountain here. We only got an individual flask, but I'm full, so we can sell it. Promenade still has this section up here, but since we already got the blueprint, it is currently empty and will always be empty, but it will always spawn. We have some traps to go through. You may have seen Promenade multiple times at this point. Electric Whip does a very good job here because lightning actually does critical damage in water. Water is conductive to electricity. That is, you learn that in physics or do you learn that in chemistry? Either way, it's science class. Science class 101. Now, as we go through, I will be killing everything. I think we may have seen a new monster. No, we've seen that monster in the clock tower. So we now have those dark stalkers. These actually spawn in Promenade now. Very important to keep that in mind. It's not really that scary of a monster. If it's anywhere close to you, you just move away. Dodge roll if you have to. We got a new electric whip, level 4+. What a huge upgrade. Not only is it the level 4 version, but it also got an extra affix for being level 4. That's why you should always try to look at higher level items as they show up. So we're continuing on. Most of this stuff we've already seen. I don't think there's a new monster for us in Promenade. Do happen to see the secret here. Big money. Now you may be wondering, like, with all this money, am I going to buy a new weapon? We already have a very good electric whip, so maybe not. This is new. 2 boss cell door. In here, 6 cells. Not a lot, but as you go up higher in difficulty, the amount of cells you get goes up too. Look how good the electric whip is. Electricity in dead cells is a status effect. Oh wow. Similar to fire or poison. What it does is the damage bounces between enemies. We're getting a little bit closer to being able to buy that. So the electricity bounce is very good at destroying bats. Now this is something right here. We're gonna grab it. Keep in mind, you may have turned off assist mode earlier, and that may change your decision if you want to take this chest or not. This we will not take, even though it's a very nice blood sword. I'm a huge fan of electric whip. If you were to ever do a tier list video, I have lots of tier list videos actually. Electric whip is almost always higher than blood sword. But don't think of dead cells as like you have to take the high tier item. Sometimes you take things based on how useful it is. In this case, I would say blood sword, not very useful. We're being very careful with this curse. Making sure that we don't make a mistake. Throwing grenades, pressing literally every button to get these 5 kills. I'm actually quite surprised that cursed chest showed up. Cursed chests can spawn at random in many, many different biomes. I believe that one was a 15% chance. Ooh, this is something else. This is for the Risk of Rain skin, I think. We have to chase these down. Yeah, there we go, Commando skin. That, one thing I would highly recommend, if you have a curse and you happen to see a puzzle, I'd recommend not doing the jump puzzle. Instead, do something else. Go somewhere where there's actually monsters, then you can come back to that. Here you go. Easy monster, easy kill, no risk. Imagine you actually just died to the spikes. For all you know, monsters aren't even that hard for you. It's the jump puzzles and spikes that are actually going to kill you. In some cases, a curse might be on a biome with lots of spikes. And that may be a biome that you don't take the curse at all. Oh, we can actually do this now. Though I think this may be DLC. Oh, it's not. It's a shop. We're gonna skip it though, because I already showed you we need $10,000 to get that ruby crystal. If we don't get that ruby crystal, it will show up in every biome until we actually finally grab it. Now we did already get our blueprint for this map. Technically, I don't have to kill everything, but we are getting double the cells in 2BC, and I'm strong. It's not like they are very difficult to kill. We got our $10,000. Let's head to the shop. This is our last key. When you get all three, you unlock the ironclad outfit. Now also, while we're here, this thing's glowing. If you stomp on it, or maybe talk? Oh, yeah. Okay. That unlocked the Vorpan. I'm gonna grab it just in case and then get rid of it. But Vorpan is now added to our total blueprints and weapons unlocked. I don't think I have to actually unlock the Vorpan myself, but we'll see once we get to Collector. Here's a scroll. You can put the points towards Tactics, which happens to be the thing we're leveling up. Tactics is known for doing a lot of damage, but having a very low health bar. The health scaling starts off a lot lower. I think it maybe started at 45% or something, compared to Survival that started at 70%. However, a lot of the mutations for Tactics all give you damage, in some cases for very free, like just being far away from a monster or throwing out a trap. So that's why we like to say that Tactics is a lot more damage focused, because the mutations are very good for damage. Brutality, we would say, is sort of the mid-tier in terms of health and damage. Though to be fair, everything can do damage if you really try. So, we cleared as much as we could. There's a lot of areas we cannot access, and then that's the electric whip I started with. We're not gonna go up. Up leads to ramparts. Instead, we're gonna go this way, utilizing the new teleportation that we have to access a new area. This is a lore room. This room always gives you food every single time. So again, if you're using health pots a lot, you may be missing out on free healing like that. So let's head over. New area, the ossuary. Ossuary could very well be the first place you die in 2BC. Couple of reasons why, we'll see in a second. We did get 60 kills, 20 cells for that. These items are plus in here. And we're gonna take the plus wolf trap. Very, very good for us. Otherwise, maybe the cudgel as a shield, as long as it can parry, it's doing its job. 71 cells to go towards the recycling tubes. Upgrades, plus on the electric whip. That's really good. We do want to get rid of this grenade at some point. Mutations, I'll be taking Tranquility. Bonus damage while there's no enemies near you. Sell off the flask. Bank showed up, but this is a situation where we have progression from ossuary. We cannot do the bank. We'll be missing out on what the ossuary is going to offer us. We are now in the ossuary. We have the Thorny, we have zombies, we have Inquisitor. Of course, you can trap them, stop them from rolling. That's a new monster. one of the hardest monsters in the game. This is called the Bomber. The Bomber does 3 things. 1, if it is within, I don't know, screen-wide range, it will actually fly toward you. Whenever it's above you, it does a down slam. That down slam is not parryable, but you can knock it out of the sky by doing any kind of damage to it while it's flying. So the next one we'll see, we'll try to do the electric whip. Wow, see the wave clear that you can get from electric whip? We got a torch out of it. It's really good. Torch is a brutality weapon. However, if you want to try it right now, it will spawn from the collector as colorless, which allows you to try it even when you're tackless. So notice this is actually not aggroing me because this wall is, I guess, opaque. You can't go through this wall, but this platform you can go through, and so can the monster. Big hit I took. Rally did not give me that much because the electric whip, like pound for pound, doesn't do very big hits, but does a lot of small damaging hits. However, we get food, and I have food in the beginning of the level. Another new monster. That's the Shocker. It kind of showed what it did. If you get a little bit too close, it does that. I don't believe you can stun it out of its attack, and it can't bleed either. So ideally, the way you're fighting that is you have to either kill it, or you have to activate the aura and then run away. Otherwise, you might be taking a lot of damage. As I said, Ossuary might be the first place you die. Here's one right here. You can get the attack of opportunity by doing a down slam. Oh, they can be stunned. Nice. Down slam, very effective at stopping the aura from coming out. I've had a lot of hours in this game. That's a detail that I actually forgot. That's because I probably don't come to Ossuary very often. Not only is it known to be a very difficult map, but it's actually one of the longest maps in the game. We saw the slasher before, so that may actually be all the new monsters for this biome. Oh, wow. Is that to say that the electric whip is not strong enough to knock these out of the sky? Parry does a good job. Parrying the bomb, that is. So these monsters have a shield on them. They're getting a defense bonus from a specific altar that's very close. We'll see that in just a second. I just want to make sure we kill everything because we're getting lots of cells. Remember, if you break this, you get cursed, so be very careful on how you do this. I'm hurt very badly. You could use your health pot, but instead what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go backward and actually grab the food. Now, in the case that there were spikes and anything like that, I would actually choose to use the health pot. I would rather use my health pot than risk running by spikes just to get this free food. However, this was very free. You can even use your head to grab food if you want to. For example, it may be out of reach. There may be a monster on top of the food and you don't want to fight the monster. We did kill the Shocker. So that's what we want. This is a legendary item on an altar, and it's surrounded by a lot of stuff. And can you believe we actually got the legendary like and subscribe? You know what to do here. Leave a like on the video, subscribe if you want to see other roguelike games, and we'll reveal what actually showed up here. It's a legendary Vorpan. This happens to have the burn effect. Now I know we have the Tranquility that does bonus damage when you're far away from monsters. I know you kind of saw what kind of damage we were doing. Let's take a look at this build right here and see how it feels versus what we were doing before. It doesn't one-shot. And the fact that the Thorny, if you attack it from behind with a melee weapon, it reflects the damage. It may actually be unwise to use this. It has good stun state. Good breach is what we call that. But in terms of like how much more difficult is my gameplay, I would say it's a little bit more difficult than before. The Vorpan itself has a bonus effect where it inflicts critical hits if the monster is facing you, which can be quite strong if you commit. But it can also be quite dangerous on monsters like slashers and even regular zombies. Look at this. Very strange. But I'm not gonna complain. If it wants to just die for free, then I'll take it. Alright, continuing on. Heading downward. I can utilize every bit of my kit. Remember, Dead Cells is not always a one-button game. Sometimes it's kind of nice to have 2 buttons you can press. Just the only thing about it is that if you call it the mental stack, the mental stack has increased now that we have added an additional button, one being melee and one being ranged. As you may have noticed, the legendary we picked up is tactic scaling right now. A regular Vorpan is a brutality weapon, as I said before. Still pumping tactics. That's gonna give us the most damage return. We can do this. Secret zone discovered. Inside another blueprint. You can use your double jump. Do this very safely. There's a lot of stuff to find in Dead Cells. It's not all about just killing monsters. A lot of the game revolves around finding things for the first time in some kind of secret area. And that's one thing I really enjoy about this game that a lot of roguelikes don't really do at all. This is a food shop. You can see one, well, I may as well hover over it. Croissant is 15. There's always a big food in here, it's 50. And then health flask is 20,000. Which we probably should not need. Famous last words, of course. Tactics. The bonus fire damage on the legendary Vorpan isn't really anything I'm utilizing right now. But it may be something that we want to think about later on, if we want to use the Vorpan. As you see, the biome is pretty big. We're still not done. More scrolls. They give you plenty of scrolls in this area. We're getting the 65% health from brutality. As you see, my HP, it looks pretty low to me. Wow, that thing saw me through that little hole in the wall. Good for you. Okay, so one thing I do want to illustrate for the Inquisitor. Inquisitors are very good at punishing you from doing a down slam. If you were to do just a blind down slam, you might land on the bullet itself. So one thing I like to do is I like to bait out the shot and then try to down slam whenever I can. Chances are the Inquisitor will jump out of the way. It's very, very cool. But if you were to just down slam straight above it, chances are it will probably shoot you. All right, clearing out all of this. Our Vorpan's getting a lot stronger. It's enough to kill a slasher without it attacking me. And that's like me kind of testing the waters. But if the slasher has started its attack, I'm not gonna contest the front of it. There's no reason to like, oh, because I have Vorpan, I have to attack the front. It does plenty of damage even behind the monster. Of course, some monsters do not have a face at all. This thing does not have a face. But look at this setup. Inquisitor below it. The Inquisitor actually sees me. That's why it's jumping backward. So if I were to jump down to the Shocker, I will likely get shot by Inquisitor. If I go for the Inquisitor, I'll probably get shocked by the Shocker. So what you can do, you can use your head. It's gonna take me only one to kill the Inquisitor. Much safer to do that. I wouldn't recommend doing that in every single instance because that's gonna slow your gameplay down massively, which in turn may make for worse gameplay overall. We want to utilize the muscle memory. We want to like do things on the fly. But I don't want you to use your head on every single situation that looks a little dicey. This is new. Very scary looking. Inside, another elite slasher. Let's use our wolf trap. One nice thing about wolf trap, you see that 155 right there? That's the wolf trap dealing damage. Every time you deal damage to a monster, wolf trap does its own damage. As you saw, I wasn't even attacking. So the real damage was coming from the electricity status from the electric whip. We got our first rune. This is Ram Rune. Permanent rune lets you break through certain floors. It's this that we've been seeing in almost every single biome in the entirety of Dead Cells. You now have the ability to break those. Now we can leave. That's the progression I was talking about. We came here specifically to be able to get that rune. We may not come to Ossuary ever again, for all I know. But at least we got everything we need from this biome. So continuing on, so you see it's a very big map. We can use our wolf trap. We can use our ice grenade. Ice grenade does not stop this, not legendary, but elite ability. I can tell you that elite bombers are kind of scary because they're very fast. And depending on what elite ability it has, you might take a lot of damage from them. Like, it's almost a couple of unblockable setups. It's quite evil, to be honest. We have a chest. Powerful grenade. I'll keep the ice grenade. Even though we're not playing survival, ice grenade always freezes. Like, that doesn't scale on what kind of scrolls you're invested in. Another chest. A lot of free items in this biome. Sinew Slicer. I'll take that. Now we have 2 tactics things. Ooh, and a cursed chest. This is another important part about Ossuary, is that there is a guaranteed cursed chest on this biome. And depending on when you found it, there may or may not be 10 monsters left. And if you go to your biome map, the next map is a boss. So there may be a scenario where you do not take that chest. You have to think to yourself, do I have 10 monsters left? We're gonna head up here. I see monsters. I don't want to kill them. So I'm gonna roll the dice here and hope that there are 10 monsters worth on the map. Of course, a cursed chest gives us more damage. New electric whip spawned as ++, does damage to bleeding targets. Victims freeze when they die, but we're losing out on shoot and arrow upward, slow down damage. But we're gonna swap here, and we'll show you why once we actually clear this area. All right, so we're going up, kill the things that we found. If there are not 10 monsters, we might be in trouble. In this situation, I'm not even gonna bother using Vorpan. Everything is getting attacked by electric whip. We don't want to make any mistakes. You can wait out your cooldowns. You can let monsters die to your traps. Things like this is how you're going to end up dying. Things like Inquisitor is how you're going to end up dying. The Inquisitor is actually trying to shoot my trap. Let's make sure we go straight for it. There we go. So we can confirm there were 10 monsters available. We haven't even found the exit yet. Oh, speak of the devil. Black bridge right there. There's still this area down here. This happens to be a shop. I could take the cudgel just to have a shield. But I think I've been doing that in each of our walkthroughs. Let's try to not take that shield and see how that feels. Left side looks clear. I can tell you that's a lore room. Lore rooms are always a light blue on the map. So let's head over to it. Could be food. Could be money. Could be a blueprint. We did see a lore room with a blueprint earlier. Almost killed myself to the elevator. This is... I think it's only lore. Which is still fun. Especially as a new player, I can tell you that the lore in this game, it may not be as deep as a Hollow Knight or an Elden Ring, but it's fun lore. And sometimes that's more important than having like the deepest lore that you need a wiki to even figure out what's going on. Final area. It's another shop from the look of it. We could get the new Sinew Slicer. Ours is level 4, but it's level 4 plus, so it happens to be stronger. All right, let's peace out. Black Bridge. No other areas we can even go to right now. We did not buy food. There was a food shop. We're gonna trust the game and see if the game has healing for us. Got recycling tubes. The next thing we have, health flask needs 7 items. Random starter bow and shield we no longer need to do. There's a backpack in here. Backpack is very nice. Double crossbow only cost us 5. Spartan sandals is also tactics, that's 50. We have a bunch of ranged weapons in here. Very exciting stuff. Mutations, acrobatic pack, crow's feet, both are tactics. And then all of our... we may as well get this. This one sell. Does it count towards health flask? It does. It actually does. So if you see anything that's like $5 or less, maybe you do it. Last 21 is gonna go towards backpack. I guess I could have done double crossbow. I'm not gonna use it though. Reason why, remember I said we're gonna change to the cursed whip? That's because we can actually upgrade it to S. It started off as a ++, so we can actually make it into S. It does bonus to bleeding. That's where Sinew Slicer comes in. The wolf trap we got as ++, so that can go to S. And then we're now broke. Nothing we can do. Final mutation, we're taking support. Bonus damage when you're close to a deployed skill. That is... what's a good way to really show what's a deployed skill? Because some things actually you press the button and it comes out, but it's not necessarily a deployed skill. If you go to custom mode, you'll be able to see the full list. But personally, I don't think there's anything that necessarily tells you that it's a deployed skill. You're gonna have to memorize that. We can heal, grab the flask, go to Black Bridge. We might be bullying the boss just to say that. We have a wolf trap to keep it still. We have a sinew slicer to apply bleed. We have our whip, which of course does damage from range. But of course, this thing is not gonna just stand there. It will try to do the flaming trail. Remember that your sinew slicer can die. It has a health bar. But if your damage is high enough, remember, we haven't really done much with the legendary forge either, like the blacksmith forge. We're kind of using base stuff. We just happen to get ++ that goes to S. New blueprint, Impaler. Explodes into Toxic Cloud Wolf Quickbow. It's not bad. I'm more willing to play that over the Vorpan, even if I fire one bullet just to get the Toxic Cloud, in the case that we get something that does bonus damage to poison. That's how you start scaling your damage up. You gotta think about, like, what can I do to get more damage? Maybe not sit on a Vorpan that you're not even using. This is the door for getting hitless. We got ourselves a balance blade. Increased move speed on crit. Not gonna be doing that. We now have the forge again. Of course, if you have been dying, probably want to put your points into here. Personally, I'm going to save my cells and put them towards the backpack. That's going to be a pretty good thing to unlock. Sell off the flask. Now, from here on out, we have an area down here that we can't access called Slumbering Sanctuary. We have a DLC area up here, which is Fractured Shrines. So as of right now, the remainder of the route is about the same. Stilt Village, Clock Tower, Castle Outskirts, Hand of the King. I can tell you there are probably new monsters here. And the fact that we have 2 boss cells, we're going to be getting the 2 BC doors, which is all going to be new content. So don't think of it as, oh, I gotta go to the same places over again. Like, the places themselves are evolving, as well as you're evolving too. We gotta get the key. That has a star on it. Why do you have a star? Is the scroll? Probably not, because it's behind the BC door. It's another legendary. Legendary Flint. And I can tell you that Legendary Flint is pretty strong. Look at that. Legendary Flint has the effect where attacks are always considered fully charged. Typically, you have to hold the button to do the Flaming Trail and crit. This just does it automatically. For the sake of this walkthrough, we're gonna skip that. But if you got that, I would highly suggest you play it. That's very strong. This is all lore. Oh, wait. Oh my god, there's food in there. See? Even I, 2,700 hours in, I forget that there's free healing on the map. Even more free healing. I gotta say, like, #1 tip has gotta be that there's free healing on the map that you don't even know about. Kill all these. Pirate Captain, probably the scariest monster on the map. Of course, you're invulnerable when you're picking up a scroll. That thing is still shooting. Why? Because there was a worm that just happened to be staring it in the face, and it will try to kill him. The worms are coming from what? My wolf trap. Biters crawl from the dead. The biter is the worm. The worm doesn't do very much damage on its own. But you can get up to 8, I think. Which, you know, it's a lot of worms, to be fair. Surely that will do enough damage to kill something. Oh yeah, we don't have a shield anymore. So no parries. If you ever find yourself in a scary situation like that, sometimes the door is the answer, but sometimes it's not. The monsters are still gonna be there when you come back. Electric Whip, of course, has 360-degree range. You can attack enemies that are above you, that are below you, just like that. Kind of tickle them to death. That's why I consider it better than Bloodsword that we saw earlier. It's just straight up good. New Sinew Slicer, of course, that's going to be weaker. As you start to go through the game, you'll begin to recognize that, okay, I have a plus, I have an S. I know for a fact it's going to be stronger than what the game's giving me right now. You see that I'm not really checking items all that much, and that's just muscle memory. This is still the same. It's still this NPC. Killing it does give you a free amulet, so there's no reason not to do it. And then the rest of Stilt Village should be kind of clear sailing. Let's head in here. We do need this key to progress. Grab this. Lot of bats. One really nice thing about Electric Whip, it's very good at killing bats and leeches. Most bats die in one hit. Leeches are a little more tanky. I'm gonna buy this. As I said, there's plenty of free healing, but maybe that's just worth it to take. So now I feel like a little bit healthier. 90%, pretty good. Of course, playing tactics, 90% could very well be like 50% for someone playing survival. Firebrand, when combined with Electric Whip, does actually do pretty well, but we will skip for now. Grab this. In fact, some people even say that, like, tactics really only has 2 HP. Because there's a very high chance that something's gonna one-shot you if you don't have very many scrolls. I would say, so long as you're doing your full clears, you will probably have enough HP to survive maybe like 4 hits. Kind of depends on the monster, too. Something like a slasher, or maybe the jump from a zombie. Even like a regular cannonball from that. It's like, am I willing to just take a hit to show this? I kinda am. So yeah, I'm probably able to tank 3 of those. And that's like the most damage you'll be taking on this biome completely. Leeches aren't gonna do anywhere near as much as that cannonball. Grab more HP. We are done with Stilt Village. However, we have this over here, which is something that we could not access for a long time. We now have the access to it. We can see that it's a blueprint that requires Village Key. And we used 2 keys to get to Clock Tower. So there's a little bit of foreshadowing. We're gonna need to not use all the keys in order to access Clock Tower. Alright, anyway. We're gonna leave. We've gotten as much as we can off the map. I am missing food. If you need to get the food, then feel free to do so. My assumption is that I get 1 health flask up ahead. 60 door, because we did very good, very well, clearing out each individual monster. There's lots of bats as well, and leeches. So those make it very easy to get those kills. 78 cells, we access the backpack. Permanent upgrade allows you to carry a spare weapon. Hold the interact button to empty the backpack. I can't really show that just yet. The other 30 cells are going to go towards this thing down here called Acrobatic Pack. Attacking with a ranged weapon after rolling with a ranged weapon in the backpack fires a projectile of said weapon, dealing 41% of the usual damages. That's a lot of text. You kind of have to see it to understand what's going to go on. So let's heal, grab this, and then head into the clock tower. Again, we've been to clock tower before. Some of the monsters may be different. We'll be able to see that. We do have this we can now access. This is always here. And inside is a firebrand. This can go in the backpack. We now have Y keep in backpack. Looks just like that. Long press to empty. Just like that. So, we can't do anything with that just yet, not until we have Acrobatic Pack. But now, in the case that you find an item that you're not sure if you want to use it, maybe you want to upgrade it later, you can put it in the backpack and then save it for the next area. There's the oven axe again, or oven knight, I should say. Is that maybe the only new monster from Clock Tower? That could be the case. Everything else we have seen so far. Lore room. This is food. So the tunnel here is just some lore, but inside is a canvas bag, and it's always 50% food. Very, very nice. I'm gonna leave that just in case I need the full 50%. Maybe I want to tank another hit to kind of illustrate a point. 15% here. Continuing on. Continuing to level ourselves up. Let's see, looking at the map, we have to go left, we have to go right. I don't quite remember if there's any more special lore things to do in here. We already got that bell tower. I keep thinking I have a shield for some reason. I can kind of show you what it looks like to just use the quick bow. Of course, quick bow has its own special effect. When it attacks an enemy with, I think it's 3 arrows stuck in it, the next arrows become critical hits. It's very good if you have a lot of ammo, or if you have another weapon that fires out lots of arrows at once. For example, there's one bow that fires out 3 arrows at once. So now your quick bow immediately starts to crit on even just the first shot, so long as you start the other one earlier. The monsters that get stunned from quick bow, not all of them, seem to help this thing get kills pretty easily. But I would say that my quick bow's damage, like, it's not that high. It's just if the monster is that far away, we get to utilize the tranquility. My electric whip is often being used a little bit closer to the monster. You may think to yourself that, okay, is tranquility useless? You know it's active based on the 1 over my head. So long as we have that 1, we're doing the bonus damage. So like at that range, we're able to kill. This thing right here, this is going to be close range. There's really no chance of us getting a tranquility. You did notice we do have it when we're close to the monster, and that's because support has the same icon. I can try my best to show both at the same time. Maybe we'll have like a 2 over our heads instead of just the 1. Let's see if we can find something. Clock Tower, of course, not the biggest map in the game. In fact, speedrunners often choose to come here because you can kind of speed run your way through it very easily. Ow, that is a random down slam I did. Blind down slam. You can see it's an easy way to take a crap ton of damage. Okay, so there's my trap. It appears that the game cannot show a 2 over my head. In fact, it's only showing essentially like 2 1s over my head. The only way you could get a 2 is if an effect is doing a 2. Some weapons do that, some mutations do that. But you'll have to kind of just be assured that support and tranquility stack. I should also mention that there's lots of things in the game that buff damage. Sometimes it's buffing the damage of an attack. Sometimes all damage is buffed. Support and tranquility are part of the set that buffs all of your damage. If there's no enemies close to you or if there's a deployed trap. So that could, that could include poison damage and electricity. Let's see, we've taken a few hits so far. We have 1 kebab on the left-hand side, but I'm gonna go ahead and just drink here. We did find a big baguette earlier, which is 50%. I could go backward and grab it. There's no reason not to. However, I'm gonna, for the sake of the walkthrough, just use the health pot. Saves us some time, saves you all some time. The rest of this should be relatively easy. We've seen these monsters. We got our blueprint. Rare blueprint, ice bow. More cells. Of course, being in 2BC, that is more cells than we would normally find in those little containers. I think we have 2 towers left. Should be this one and 1 more. Now, typically when I play tactics with ranged weapons, I'm only using 1 ranged weapon. Nothing that I would say, oh, because I'm farther range, I want to use this. Because I'm closer range, I want to use that. Because it's AoE, I want to use that. For the most part, and there are some exceptions, tactics weapons will always work. It's just sometimes they work better in certain situations, but it's never like, oh, it will, well, some exceptions, it will not work at all. A lot of those weapons that don't work at all based on range, etc., I often don't use those. It could be a weapon that does bonus damage when you're far away. In that case, I'm never gonna get it off as much as I would like, because I constantly have monsters in my face. If it does bonus damage while monsters are close, I'm okay with that. Because as you see, the way I play, I usually have a monster next to me. It may be a playstyle difference. There's nothing wrong with using said weapons, but keep in mind, the best way to play Dead Cells is to use the items that you are most confident with. And kind of like learn on the fly what things you prioritize and which ones you don't. All right, so headed up. Here's a shop. Has lower level stuff because we're using plus, and S. This is the exit to Timekeeper, the Clockmaker's Key. And with that, we are good to go. Because I did drink here, rather than using the health flask we're gonna get, we're gonna eat the food that's from here. Because if I were to drink the flask in the transition area, then I'm gonna end up with still like -1 flask. So this is the only way for me to get full HP, full flask uses. In some cases, I may not even need it, but you never know what's gonna happen. When we get to High Peak Castle, there may be brand new monsters we've never seen. Timekeeper may pull off something that we've never seen before. That's where the progression of this game comes in. Always expect to get destroyed. 89 cells going towards Acrobatic Pack. Spot on, by the way. Calculated. We will... What will we do here? I'm gonna get the plus on the firebrand. I'm going to reset because I want you all to see Acrobatic Pack. And I'll pair that with support because I won't always be out of range for Tranquility. So the way how... Oh, wow, I almost sold that. The way how this works, when you do a dodge roll, you'll see that little animation. That is you loading up the Acrobatic Pack. When I do a ranged attack, it's going to fire out a firebrand. That firebrand, the Molotov, is doing 45% of its normal damage. So you may think to yourself, like, do I really want it to do half damage? Is that worth it? You gotta think about it more than just like the raw damage of an individual hit. Acrobatic Pack does so much more than that. It's applying the fire effect. Wow, I completely screwed that up. Took a hit for it. So now I don't actually have to fire out the firebrand myself. The game's gonna do it automatically for me. Furthermore, that 45% damage, the cut does not affect DOTs, D-O-T, damage over time. So fire, poison, electricity, all of those do their normal damage, but the actual bullet hit only does 45%. Got a new blueprint, ice shards. Sell off everything else. We took an unfortunate hit. I'm not gonna worry about it too much. All we would have gotten was a legendary, and I already said that we're probably not gonna use any legendaries for this segment of the walkthrough. Another 20. We automatically turn into ice shards, I believe, just by walking past the collector, but force of habit, I always just talk to him. May as well drink, even though I could sell it. So we've already been to Distillery. That was in the 1BC showcase. It does have a new thing on it, which, not gonna lie, I do not even want to show you all what that is just yet. Not in Distillery. If that was legit anywhere else, I would go into that. So for the purpose of this walkthrough, if you're in 2BC and that icon is over the derelict distillery, do not go in there. That is suicide. Instead, we're gonna go to High Peak Castle, which does not have that icon, though it could have spawned with it. That was RNG. Unfortunately, I won't be able to showcase what that is in this walkthrough. We'll have to save it for next time in 3BC. First shot. Now this is High Peak Castle in 2BC. We have these High Peak exclusive enemies. They will always be here. Get used to these things. We have a knife thrower now. I don't remember if the knife thrower was available before. Wow, what a jump. Good job, me. Sell off that. We can head in here. Get some money. The knife thrower may be new. It can still drop all of its blueprints if you don't have them yet. I've gotten questions before, like, should I move on to the next boss cell even though I don't have all the blueprints from the earlier one? In some cases, you may as well, because those monsters show up anyway. And the fact that you're getting bonus cells in 2BC. If you were to, farm 1BC, you're essentially getting less cells. So it may behoove you to just move on. Whatever was in 1BC, those monsters will show up somewhere. I would say, like, not until... That was interesting. Even my worm is going kind of crazy for this painting. Wow, excuse me. That is yet another crossover thing. That's the Shovel Knight. To actually do something with that, we don't have the item for it, but that may show up in the future. Let's see. So we have this elite. We have seen this before. Quick bow can't kill it. And also it does fire a wave across the ground on the third strike. We learned that in 1BC, perhaps. So when you're playing range, you kind of want to be at max range against that. I do want to kill the spinny guy. One thing in Dead Cells that you don't really have to walk over to the monsters to get the money that they drop or the cells they drop. Most of the time, you're close enough that that stuff just flies towards you. The only thing you have to manually pick up are the blueprints. That's the first key. We're gonna end up getting 3 keys on this map. Whoa, biters everywhere. Sweet blob head unlocked. Now, unlocking heads is in the same place as unlocking skins. Well, equipping skins, I should say. I think all the heads are unlocked as soon as you get the achievement. Like, you don't have to actually go and buy them, which is very nice. No cells used for that. You can kind of see my damage is starting to fall off a little bit. Not only are these monsters in 2BC different, but the ones that were already here, they seem to be doing either more damage or they have more HP. Or both. So Quick Bow is using like 10 bullets to kill one monster. Of course, whenever I do things like the Acrobatic Pack, we get more damage that way from the fire. We could maybe get like bonus damage to burning monsters. Right now, the Electric Whip is only doing bonuses to poison. No, bonus to bleed. That's what we rolled for earlier. Very nice. You love to see that. So now that we have Acrobatic Pack, you may want to get, you know, the throwing knife that does bleed on hit, or you may want to re-roll the Electric Whip to do bonus to fire. Otherwise, you're only realistically getting your bonuses in boss fights, because that's really the only time the Sinew Slicer is going to stay on the map for a long time. Attack of opportunity. As I said before, most monsters need to actually turn around and see you before they make an action. If they get hit, they know you're there, but they still have to turn around to start their combat. So sometimes I'll get questions on, hey V, like how in the world are you killing this stuff without it actually attacking you? Most of the time, I'm attacking it like right now. Or right here. Like, it doesn't get the chance. Goodbye, trap. Quick bow, even though it's very satisfying to fire, you can kind of see it takes almost my whole clip to kill anything. In that case, that thing didn't even die. So on a boss, you may end up with no ammo. In which case, how do you get ammo back? We did learn that in 0BC, it's from either doing a parry or a skill that gives you ammo. My skills do not give ammo. Usually those are grenades that can do that. And I, of course, don't have a shield. So as soon as we're out of ammo on Quick Bow, that thing is done. We have all the keys. This might be the exit, or it might be the shop. It is the shop. A level 8 Sinew Slicer that covers the ground with burning oil. Oh my god, that is not an item, that's a mimic. That's what we saw in the bank. Once you get through the bank for the first time, a mimic can randomly spawn in your biomes. It's horrifying when it happens. However, you do actually get some benefit. This Sinew Slicer is now level 10. It got 2 extra levels just for being a mimic. It is certainly stronger than my old one, even though it's plus, and I'll be able to make it plus. We have this over here. Requires Moonflower Key. We haven't even seen that yet. Teleport. Lore. I believe this lore does not have stuff. It's just text. Feel free to read that for yourself. We're gonna head... Actually, before we head up, I can kind of see the makings of an icon underneath this teleport. That's actually the Ram Rune icon, which is this that we got earlier from Ossuary. This is new territory. We have not been here before. In Hype Castle, I believe there's always a Ram Rune section that leads to free items. So in that case, if you feel like you're weak, either my quick bow has fallen off, or my electric whip has fallen off, try to look at these free areas. There may be the next item for you. Of course, it's all money right now, but that money might go towards buying something. I guess I should mention, the Mimic, by the way, once the Mimic showed up, that shop is dead. Essentially, the shopkeeper itself was the Mimic, so it has nothing else to sell. We are good on that. Though, as I said before, grenades can give you ammo back. So in the event you really, really want to play the quick bow, consider taking that ice grenade. I would just hate to lose the wolf trap, right? Because I feel like the wolf trap is doing so much more than just getting me some ammo back. Notice that thing wasn't dying while it was spinning. The spin animation actually deflects bullets. It doesn't deflect the electric whip, because that's not a bullet per se. But the quick bow is not doing any damage while it's spinning. One more scroll. Not the last one. I do want to kill whatever's here. 2 things. I don't believe we got the blueprint off this map. And there may not be a 100% blueprint left. But if there was any blueprint at all to be had, we have to make sure we kill everything, because only one monster on the map will have the blueprint. As you see, we're actually getting to the point where monsters start to attack you off screen. We saw Inquisitors earlier. These Bombardiers do it. There it is. Initiative. That's brutality. Not something I really use that much, to be honest. But still nice to have. Lore room right here. This is a new lore room that you haven't seen. This is actually your indicator that a mimic was on the map. Ah! Oh, you're not a big bag. You're just a headless zombie. You scared me. They got away. They're everywhere now. I spotted one in this place. I couldn't kill it, but I managed to escape. It probably changed back to its deceiving form now. Beware. See, that's the indicator that there was a mimic. If you happen to see that, one of the shops on the map is a mimic. Not all the shops, only one of them. And depending on your health bar, depending on how strong your build is, I would recommend doing it. Could certainly, increase your power level massively. That thing is hitting us every single time, which is hilarious. There may be one more shop, but it may be hidden behind some Metroidvania we don't have access yet. But for the most part, technically we're done here. We now have this room, which we could not get that blueprint before, but now we can. The game is teaching us to use our head here. The head not only is immune to spikes, but it can travel on walls. That is the main way the game expects you to get that. There's also this down slam here. To be perfectly honest, I don't know why you would use the down slam over using your head. Maybe that's a speedrun way to do it. Highly suggest just using your head there. One more area. Could be scrolls. Could be another shop. Secret right here. That's more money. This one you have to use your head to access because you cannot fit in that hole. Oh yeah, that's a Metroidvania, all right. We cannot get up that. So I would say we are done with High Peak Castle, which means the final thing for us is Hand of the King. And that's the finish line. Grab our food. And then head to where we had the triple door, which is up here. There is some lore there. I don't believe that's going to have anything for us. We did not get 60 kills, so we don't have access to this door. The only thing we got was this new Sinew Slicer, which is very high level. 79 cells. You could save them. You could spend them. We do have this new boomerang that's going to cost us 100. Kind of wish I had one more cell for this to be able to show it off. It's a little bit unfortunate. I'll save for now. And we'll put it towards the next run. We have our plus plus. Shots pierced. Doesn't really do anything for us. We have damage to bleeding. There is a potential that you could roll both bleeding damage and fire damage. That can happen. Bleeding poison. We have poison on quick bow. That might be worth it. Poison damage, toxic cloud, even better. Hand of the King, of course, cannot be stunned at all. But now we have a lot of sources of DOT. So we can apply these statuses very easily and do, I assume, gigatons of damage. Hand of the King. Third time here. He's, of course, still upset that we killed the actual king. He always starts off with this uppercut. We can drop our traps. And then roll through. Not even using my quick bow until the poison wears off. And he's gone. Electric Whip, very, very good at clearing out the random flags. Kill that. Somehow the worm above me died to the electricity, I imagine. Hand of the King, of course, invulnerable. Hand of the King, of course, dead. Not bad. Perhaps even no damage taken. Not really having to do a lot there. We had a lot of bonus damage. We had a wolf trap to keep him still. Of course, if he did his charge, like charging across the screen, he can actually destroy these traps. We got very lucky with that. Here's our blueprint. Loyal Hand of the King. That's maybe for beating 2 BC, could be beating 1 BC, I don't remember. We may already have the flawless. As long as you're winning, you're getting stuff, which is great. As long as you're going up in progression anyway. So now we leave. Run duration, 48 minutes, about the same as what we have done before. I'm not speedrunning because I want to do a full walkthrough. I like to talk. So I'm going through the decision-making process and how monsters do their attacks and all kinds of stuff like that. There's a lot to think about in Dead Cells. When you're not thinking, you're probably dying. But that's our win. That's a 2 BC victory. We also saw how to farm cells. So in the event that you're not able to do what we just did, you can farm cells, get a little bit more of that blacksmith forge going, unlock some stuff like your flask 4, or maybe the backpack and the acrobatic pack and other blueprints that you think are nice. And then in that way, you're actually able to clear, in my opinion, more easily. I'll show you one last thing in the case that you might be dying. Remember, we went up here to get the, I think quick bow was here. On the other side was another blueprint that we could not access, but you can use your head. And the head does reach it. Famous last words, I guess. Maybe not. That might be additional Metroidvania unless you are like a pro player and you know how to get over there. We'll be able to show that in maybe 4 BC. That's very far away from that. I think if you got bonus jumps from an amulet, you can come backward and grab that. I'm just gonna quickly check to see if the amulet's over here. No extra jumps, so that will not be possible. But now we have access to 3 boss stem cells. Expert difficulty removes all the health fountains, leaving only a few single flask charges. So not a guaranteed single flask charge. It's still double the cells, so if you want to farm, stick to 2 BC. Scroll fragments, that's new. Cursed mobs and up to 3 biomes now. So we have a lot to look forward to in 3 BC. Of course, I hope you have a lot to look forward to and you decide to like the video, subscribe, maybe even become a channel member. Channel members help to support what we're doing, and you get like emotes and stuff like that. Very, very cool stuff. Either way, I hope you enjoyed the video. Leave a like. Let me know what aspects you have to be using. Let me know what blueprints you unlock. Let me know how you're doing in 2 BC. Otherwise, I'll see you all in 3 BC. Dead cells on expert mode. That's 3 boss stem cells activated. All the health fountains are removed, leaving only a few single health flask recharges. More cursed monsters spawning. A new mechanic called scroll fragments. And of course, we have to beat this to get to the next boss cell. Now, I had one thing to do on the left-hand side here. There's a mutation we want to grab. If you use your head from down below, you can actually grab this. This is disengagement. It's a blueprint that we'll probably utilize because there's quite a bit happening in 3 BC. In fact, this may be where you start to die if you haven't died yet. Notice our opening weapon selection is now gone. Instead, it has been replaced with this thing. This is from our previous unlock of the recycling tubes. There's always a melee, always a ranged, always a shield, and then always 2 skills. So I think we'll start off with probably the balance blade here. You can see the balance blade actually has the aura swirling around it. That's because it's a plus weapon. The other ones were not pluses, which makes it probably a little bit easier to make the decision by choosing these stronger items. So we're in prison quarters once again. We're seeing the monsters that we've seen before, but that thing down there, that is new. And that might be your first death. Let's pump brutality. Of course, as you've been playing Dead Cells, you've been starting to memorize what monsters can do and reacting to them accordingly. This is the Rampager. The Rampager has only one thing that it does, is it rushes at you after screaming. Do I have dodge roll does fire? No, it must have been the dead body. All right, we need another example because our Rampager's dead. So as you see, the Rampager, it screams and then it runs at you. You cannot stop that with combat. You can maybe freeze it or stun it. If you try to slow it down, it will still do its attacks pretty quickly. So you're probably never gonna fight this in its face. But as you see, like, depending on your weapon, you may actually struggle to kill it on the back end. That's why something like a shield is very good against this. Once you hear the scream, you can already start to prep up that parry. And the chance of landing it, similar to the Oven Knight, where it's really easy to parry that monster. It's not that difficult to land. In fact, I dare say, again, if you're trying to learn how to parry, Oven Knight, which is this thing, and then the Rampager is probably the first monsters I would start to practice doing the parry on. I did like the idea of Ice Grenade to stop the Rampager. Sometimes a simple grenade can do that too. I highly doubt the infantry grenade's strong enough to do that. But see how the monster got rejected from using infantry? We want to see how does that affect the Rampager on the next time we find one. Our routing, however, is going to be a little bit different now that we're in 3 boss cells. We currently have the Ram Rune, the Vine Rune, which is this right here, and Teleport. So we have pretty much all but one important rune in order to get like full progression in this game. And my hope is that we'll get that final rune today. We have an Elite Oven Axe up there. Now that you're in 3BC, you're actually getting more elites to show up in every biome. I really think that this elite is guaranteed to show up on the way to Toxic Sewers. Sometimes I'll even go as far to say that, like, if I don't have an amulet and I'm gonna go to Promenade, I need to probably go into this Toxic Sewers area to make sure that I get my amulet. So I'm doing like another new thing that you probably haven't seen yet. So remember I told you that elites have special abilities as well as they can teleport. If you noticed, I was actually parrying that ability, that laser line. Is that gameplay that you necessarily need to learn? Perhaps not, but it's definitely helpful because the situation that could have been damage, could have been death, we now have something we can do about it. We didn't get the time door, but we do have the kill door. As you're starting to play more Dead Cells, you're gonna start to get things like the kill doors more often as you find yourself getting better at the game, killing monsters without taking as much damage. If you were to not get that kill door, I know some of you may consider resetting the entire run, but I highly suggest you not do that. We can get a couple of new brutality things. I'm definitely a sucker for Swift Sword. Also Impaler. Impaler's quite good, actually. I know it's not going to be as strong as my Balance Blade by default, but that is something I do want to work on. Then, of course, we have 9 cells. We could get some cheap stuff. Assassin's Dagger is in here. A lot of mutations. Initiative is in here. Disengagement is in here, which is what we got from the first area, Prison Quarters. Once per biome, if your health falls low, get a force field. We'll work on that and the initiative. Wow, we got the plus version of Impaler. What are the odds? I will happily take that. And of course, we can upgrade it here to plus. You keep the increased move speed. Don't worry about this getting reset. Instead, it will add one more bonus effects. Lastly, we get our first mutation. I know we were getting YOLO a lot, but now that we're really starting to understand the game a bit, keep in mind that you could decide to expand a little bit. Start picking things that do damage. Some defense, some utility, always nice. But maybe YOLO specifically you may not need anymore. Impaler's a really good weapon. The regular effect of Impaler is that it crits enemies who are facing a wall, but by itself, it's actually quite good. It attacks very quickly, it attacks with range, and some of the mutations and extra effects. In this case, I have the victim's freeze on hit. Very impactful. We'll see if we can get the crit effect right here. Look at that. I did actually aggro this Rampager. We're in Toxic Sewers. Realize that there are Rampagers now in Toxic Sewers. But look at the power of a frozen monster being just stabbed continuously with Impaler. And with combo, we're doing extra damage. Or maybe not maintaining the damage very well, because the monsters are spaced out. I'm jumping into secret areas. My goal is not to speed run through the biome trying to maintain combo. If it's active and doing something, I'm happy with that. See that? So remember, I picked up this infantry grenade, and I thought to myself, like, how good is it at helping me with rampagers? Because what if I don't have a shield, right? I know I told you all that, like, learning how to parry that monster is probably your first line of defense, but maybe there's other options here. In this case, infantry grenade to displace it, giving it an attack reset. And when I say displace, like the monster's getting pushed, almost 90% of the time, if a monster is displaced by being pushed, it will cancel its attack and do something else. Some monsters are immune to that. Like, they don't care if they're pushed, they'll do their attack anyway. But most monsters do not have that. It's stronger. Victims burn when they die. Just like that. This is another legendary altar inside the legendary like and subscribe. You know what to do here. Leave a like on the video, subscribe if you want to see other roguelike games. We have not changed our scroll strategy, which is alternating between, in this case, purple and green, tactics and survival, while we're maining brutality. Oh, remember I was talking about having the damage number over your head? You can see I have a 3 and then eventually a 4. That is only because of combo. Combo is one of the few mutations where it's like getting a stacking damage bonus, and the game kind of articulates that by putting the number over your head. Unfortunately, that number stops at 4. So if you see that 4 and your combo count is at like 100, you are still doing more damage. It just happens to be that the game doesn't go over 4 over your head. Now, one thing I haven't talked about, we've been getting this new mechanic called scroll fragments. The scroll fragment is a new mechanic that's actually going to make us stronger. There is a specific amount that spawns in every biome. There's no, like, bonus that you can get outside of a completely RNG drop on a monster with a star. We've seen monsters with stars before. Typically, they'll have, like, the actual scroll from the map. Now, they could possibly have a scroll fragment. I can count on probably 2 hands how many times I've seen a scroll fragment drop off a monster. We're not quite done here, but we are where we want to be, which is this ram room. This is new. We have not been here before. It gives us access to a new biome called Ancient Sewers. We're still progressing through Dead Cells right now. If you thought to yourself, dang, I'm seeing the same things over and over again, I hope that this walkthrough helps you out, because this is clearly going to show you all the different kinds of things that we have to see in every run of Dead Cells. That's ramparts. We're not going there. And then a wolf trap that we don't need. I feel like I'm kind of in my flow state right now. So let's hop into Ancient Sewers, brand new area. We did get the 60, because we know what most of the stuff in Toxic Sewers can do, so we're recognizing each monster and attacking it as needed. We did get a new amulet. It's not very different than our current one, as you can see. So we'll go ahead and leave. I've been seeing a lot of survival weapons. I know I'm 614, so there's like a small argument where, yeah, we could probably swap and not lose that much damage. But I would implore you that we've already invested like 4 points into brutality. So essentially you're playing survival with 4 less points. And it does not sound like a good idea. 122 cells. We'll keep pumping up disengage, because that might be something we want to utilize. We could try out the Vorpan. ++ bonus damage. It's not as defensive as the Impaler. Don't even have to really swap just yet. We can kind of see it a little bit later. Next mutation, we're going to continue on the train of brutality mutations, because we don't have a lot of mutations right now. We're working on unlocking one. And I have, what, one more brutality? I actually didn't get a blueprint in Toxic Sewers, now that I think about it, which is very interesting. So that doesn't mean that there's no more blueprints in Toxic Sewers. What that means is that all the blueprints left are not 100% drops. All right, so we're in Ancient Sewers. Mold is everywhere, including right here. The Toxic Pools, it only does a 1 damage tick to you. It's really there to remove your kill bonus. Like if I had 59 kills, I would go down to 0 from touching the poison. We have the zombie. Standard zombie is back. We have another new monster. The Spiker, I believe its name is. A lot of zombies right here. The Spiker creates spikes. It's interruptible by a freeze. But I can tell you the Spiker cannot be stunned. Like I think... Oh god. Yeah, down slam does not stun it. The tracking on the spikes is very strong. It goes all the way up there. So ideally, if you see spikes happening the first time, you go and look for that spiker. This is a little bit of a puzzle. Apparently there's a blueprint reward. This is again where we use our head. We may have to do some fancy editing in case this takes me a long time to get through, and then back up. And now the door's open. Like, you can see the hole there, right? I kind of had to jump into it because I couldn't get the thing to make that turn I needed. Oh, but it's a dead end. So that's not even it. We have to probably go to the opposite side. There we go. Recall your head using the R3 button or whatever you have it set to. And now that's done. We never have to do that again. Unless I die, then yes, you will have to do it again. Wait, this is something new. It's underground. It's a tentacle. Very difficult to see that. I'll show you how much damage we take the next time I see one, if I react to it in time. Whoa, these things jump. But look, spikes. Immediately have to come down here. But now we have this thing throwing leeches. We have that thing trying to ram into me. We have to utilize the environment the best way we can to make sure we do not take any damage. I can tell you, among all these monsters we're looking at, the Spiker probably does the most damage in this biome. It is incredibly painful. Utilize that freeze grenade. Not that much crowd control, unfortunately. See, I'm like kind of dodging into the wall. Not super safe, but my path was blocked. I think ideally you would leave and fight in this hallway, especially when it turned out to be 2 worms. If it was, you know, the rotating laser, the aura, the horizontal laser, the little crystals that protect it, I wouldn't mind fighting in that small little cubby, but we had to stay where we were for the sake of science. And I can tell you that the experiment was a resounding success. I took damage. Nice. A lot of worms. If you were struggling with worms before, you're definitely gonna struggle even more now. We got 4 scroll fragments. As soon as you get the 4th scroll fragment, you get your choice of a power scroll upgrade. Your choice of any upgrade. Just like any power scrolls, we're putting that number into brutality. I have seen people put it into like the non-stats for HP. I would suggest going for damage because you're still gonna get dual scrolls. It's not like there's less scrolls on the map. Damage check. Nice respectable hit from underground. Nothing that's gonna immediately kill you, but you know, pretty bad. This is another tip I want to show you all. These elite altars that you see that have a door, if you open the door, the monster will not immediately start to fight you. So now we have access to that dodge roll stun. These little eggs you can parry. It's yet again another thing in the game you can use your shield on. I know you may be thinking, V, I don't really like using the parry that much, but sometimes, wow. Sometimes it's well worth it to learn. I'm not saying that you have to play the game with a shield every time you play, but Dead Cells is all about having options. And that is one more option in your arsenal. See this? This is another like little leaf. That means you can actually go through the wall. And inside, poison on the floor. But a blueprint. Alchemic Carbine. Actually a very good blueprint. I should also mention that one blueprint does not go towards your one blueprint per monster, per biome. So we are still due for one to show up if it's 100%. If not, we're subject to RNG. You may be wondering how to get that without getting poisoned. It's another head instance. I would dare say the devs probably expect you to do that. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay. That is a different tentacle. Purple, extra fast. You probably may have gotten hit by that. And I'm not saying that, like, I'm good or something like that. I just have to have a lot of hours. I sort of muscle memory reacted to that dodge roll. But that was a diabolical attack. In any like normal circumstance, that would have been damage. 2BC door. We have to go into all of this stuff because you have no idea what's gonna help you. Firebrand. Burns the enemy. Pretty nice to be able to just throw this out and then do my melee attacks. I'm really not losing anything to do that. Because throwing the Molotov is extremely fast. We'll sell this. In fact, if you really want to get into it, you can put Firebrand in the front, and if you're using hold to attack like I am, this is what holding down the Impaler looks like. This is what holding down the Molotov looks like. But if I hold down both at the same time, it looks like this. There is like some slight delay. Look at this jump puzzle, by the way. Only possible in Ancient Sewers. This is one that historically I've always gotten hit on. You just want to delay your jump as long as possible. I don't immediately double jump. But yeah, this is what we call dual binding in most circles. Dual binding was something that you could do literally going into options, controller, rebind, and then I could make these both the X button. As you see, that is no longer possible unless you're in custom mode. And if you do that, you cannot get achievements. However, we can circumvent the mechanic ever so slightly by making it harder on our hands by using hold to attack and then attacking with both weapons at the same time. There is some impact on certain weapons. Not everything can do that, and it requires your placement of the weapon to be left to right. So the quote-unquote first weapon is on the left, The second weapon is on the right. If we were to swap it, it no longer functions the way we want. It has to go in the proper order. We have another thing here. We can use our head to test the waters a little bit. Inside, a new shield, frontline shield. I can tell you that is a green-red shield. We have a lot of doors here. Inside is free stuff, including cells. Big money, $1,000. And then my choice of any item that I want. And I think for now, I'm gonna get the plus with a star powerful grenade. To be fair, it's not as good of a grenade as I thought it was gonna be. I guess I didn't know what the star affix was. But usually in that choice, the way how I decide what to get is not only based on the items that I like, but also based on does it have a star and is it pre-upgraded. This is nice. It's not a high-level kunai. But keep in mind, those items are brutality items. You can play almost as if you're playing tactics. I actually like to call this fake tactics. It does not activate our brutality mutations, unfortunately. So that's like one issue you have to get by. But outside of that, I do think fake tactics is quite strong. Into the insufferable crypt, another brand new area. You could probably get here before 3BC. Just so happens to be that for this walkthrough, we got here for the first time in 3BC. 100 cells. We're gonna get the disengagement. Very nice mutation to have. 37 remaining. I would like to have at least one other brutality mutation. Again, that's not my favorite brutality mutation. I can tell you that right now. But I would like to get that in the queue so we can see, you know, more stuff. Again, I like to think that Dead Cells is a game with lots of variety, but it's also kind of up to you to make that variety. I upgraded all my stuff. As I said, these do actually nothing with this build. I'm not gonna reset just yet, though I could easily take support because we have the turret. I could take tranquility because it's a ranged setup right now, but it does cost $1,000 to reset. It costs another $2,000 to reset again, so I'd like to stick with what we have so far. You can kind of get a little preview of it. It's very scary looking. This is conjunctivious. Giant eyeball charges at you. We're in basically phase 1, so it's not going to be doing a lot of things. But you can see that it has at least those 2 attacks. These platforms, even though they look... Oh, third attack, that's an aura. Even though these platforms look like the ones that fall, it does not do that in this fight. Alright, let's start fighting. I am still doing hold to attack with both Molotov and the kunai. I did run out of bullets, but I can throw my grenade and get the bullets back? No, I don't have the powerful grenade that gives us ammo back. I should have reset, because that would have been really nice right now. Okay, so we did about 25%, maybe 30%. We've gone into phase 2, sort of, or at least the first ad phase. Lots of tentacles. Every time it screams, the tentacles upgrade. They are now purple tentacles. Killing one causes a scream. We're actually doing a little bit of damage to the boss itself on each tentacle killed. They finally end up as blood red tentacles. Keep our damage up. This has upgraded, so now it is like a burst of, what was that, 4 missiles? You can try to just walk through it. We will have to use a health pot because we're down to 40%. Remember, one health pot is 60% total. The way I like to do it is I like to find the second missile and just dodge roll through it. So yeah, if you haven't realized what's happening here, the start of every tentacle phase is one tentacle going across the ground. Then they'll start doing some up attacks. But if one dies, you'll always have a tentacle fly across the ground. Just like that. Some more up attacks. It's probably gonna do like 3. And then back to the wall. It repeats that process until all the tentacles are gone. That's the last of the tentacles. There will be no more that are summoned at all. I did a hard fall there. Really, the most damage you'll take is from the charge. And probably the aura, too. The aura does hurt. I do want to illustrate one more thing if the boss decides to do it. Usually it's based on time. Let's actually put that down there, just in case. Of course, the boss came down here. I need you to do your last attack. There it is. A bullet hell. Sometimes I like to roll into the wall to give myself some iframes. That is a time-based attack. If you spend a lot of time in this fight, that's almost like an enrage. And it will do that on the same cycle, so it will take a little while for you to get another one. If you're doing no damage to the boss and you're seeing that, it's time to upgrade your build. Absolutely. I did lots of upgrades before I came in here. The reward for killing bosses now is scroll fragments. If we look at the biome map, there are 4 bosses here. Out of these 4, Conjunctivius gives the most scroll fragments. This is like one of the few cases where your route could give you an additional scroll fragment. So now we have yet another upgrade for brutality. We can sell that. A blueprint. This is the tentacle. And only one way we can go, because the other way requires wall run. Slumbering Sanctuary. Yet again, another new area. So people will say, V, I'm seeing the same things in Dead Cells all the time. It's because you're probably not doing the progression. We can upgrade the forge some more. I'm gonna not do that because I want to do some more unlocks here. The tentacles right here, it's 100 cells. I would say this is not a priority upgrade. It's, in my opinion, it's not good, but some people do like it. Instead, we'll continue to work on initiative. 7 cells left. I'm actually gonna put these towards torch, just so we can see some more of these, what I call like really good items. Yeah, we'll go ahead and swap now. Combo, initiative, and we will actually keep the disengage. Disengage. Oh wow, our first health flask did not show up until after the boss. That's impressive. We have to skip the bank because we're in progression right now. Let's get a melee item back in here. Killer Instinct and now Initiative all work on melee attacks, and only the Impaler is doing melee right now. Slumbering Sanctuary. Yet again, possibly one of your first deaths. We have many new monsters. Spinny Guy from High Peak Castle. I think is the last time we saw him. There's a orb caster attacking my turret and it's going invisible or something. More enemies that can shoot. That's the Inquisitor. Another thing up there, that's called the Masker. The Masker is not attacking. Instead, it is making enemies hidden. I cannot see the orb caster, and I can only see the lacerator because it was burning. There we go. Okay, so the orb caster. You can see there's a lot of ranged threats on this map. This thing teleports if you get too close to it. Its only job is to shoot that big orb, and I can tell you that thing does giga damage. But the monster itself is fairly weak. We did get that new mutation. Initiative, your first melee attack inflicts an additional 465 damage. Impaler by itself says that it has 1800 DPS. That does not mean that my first hit is 1800 damage. In fact, it's more likely something around like 900 damage. Let's see if we can find an example. This is a 3BC door. Inside is a chest. The wolf trap actually isn't that bad of an option on this map. That's a little bit of foreshadowing. Let's grab this. You can kind of see the silhouette of these monsters. There's something walking right now, and then we know that there's a lacerator. It's the same effect as the knife thrower, except all monsters have it. All right, so one hit from Impaler looked to be about 500 damage, 600 just then. Of course, if you crit, it's plenty more. So we're essentially doing like 75% extra damage on the first swing of every monster. It doesn't matter if the monster is full or not. You could try to reduce its HP with this and then attack, and you still get the bonus from initiative. The reason why I don't like initiative all that much is that it's only the first hit on the first monster. If it was a boss, for example, initiative has next to 0 value. It's essentially only good for biomes, and I'm not gonna reset on every single boss I find. I do believe it also works on down slam. Yeah, that yellow number that you may have seen. Oh my goodness gracious, that is a lot of damage. Utilize that rally to get some of it back. The yellow damage number that's not a critical, that's actually the damage of the initiative or any like other random special effects I have. So I think launch a grenade also has a yellow number. We do have food, but we cannot go back. There's literally that one teleport and no other teleport. And that is standard for Slumbering Sanctuary. It always generates with only the first teleport. We have this, though. We haven't seen one of these in a while. Elite Altar. It's an orb caster. Runs away, as we already know. Sinew Slicer, perhaps the only thing doing damage to it. Inside, a new rune, shaped like a spider. This is the Spider Rune, a permanent rune that lets you cling the walls. Cling in this game is referring to wall run and also being able to jump off the wall. The quintessential upgrade for any Metroidvania is the ability to wall run. So, look at how the map is generated. We are forced to teleport back to the very first teleport of the entire game after hitting that button. The button has changed the biome completely. Monsters that were frozen are now unfreezing. We have the Dancer, I think it's called, which is new. I think it might be local to this map. We have this Golem, also unique to this map. We'll try to deal with the Dancer. You can kind of see what the golem's basic premise is. Two basic premises. It punches with like a rocket punch. If you leave, it brings you back. Sometimes it will down slam and hit the entire platform. The only way to dodge that is a jump. You could try to sort of like predict what it's gonna do. If you get hit by the golem, that is perfectly okay because it hits everyone. The dancer, and there's rampagers, 2 of them in fact. You can see how the game is starting to escalate, right? They call this expert mode, but things are getting extremely dangerous. Let's grab the food and then check out this door. Oh, that's the door I already opened. Nice. All right, so before we go down, keep in mind that every area that you have cleared now has monsters. The monsters have been summoned from being frozen. We'll head up instead. Keep an eye out for stuff you can break. Any food you find, you absolutely are gonna need it here. This, you'll start to find platforms that are impossible to get up because the game now expects you to use your wall run. That's the nature of the Metroidvania. There's even protectors keeping monsters from taking damage. That's big food. 50%, I'm at 60. I'm okay with eating the 10%, no pun intended. Another golem. One thing I like to do, I'll start a jump and then dodge roll. That way, like if it's gonna do the down slam, I'm kind of prepared for it. This dancer has a lot of teleports. It'll even like cancel its attack to dodge your attacks. There's not a lot you can do to like bait out certain moves from the dancer. It's kind of just a try your best situation. It doesn't do a lot of damage though. You just need to cancel your attack before it hits you with a dodge roll of your own. It's almost like you're fighting yourself at this point. Elite Dancer. We're gonna do the same door tech. Gives us an attack of opportunity. Still took damage though, because it did that dodge roll and I did not stop attacking. I just held down that button. And in Dead Cells, at 3 BC, you cannot simply hold down the button anymore. The way how this map is laid out, there are 2 directions to go in, left and right. And I believe they both end with a teleportation room. Sepulcher, new area. Actually, we saw that in Stilt Village, but we couldn't access it. There's a small path over here. And I think I know what it is. Yeah, the cursed chest. I can tell you, Slumbering Sanctuary has a guaranteed cursed chest. This always shows up. Because of that, this map is extremely dangerous. It could have appeared at the start. It could have appeared at the end, similar to some of the other cursed chests that we've seen. In which case you'd have to guess, do I have 10 monsters left? We already know that monsters are going to spawn in this area. And then there's another door that probably has more monsters. So I don't fear not being able to kill them. I will actually take this. It's a level S multiple Nox bow. I know it has special tech in it to be able to like spread oil, which could be kind of cool with the Molotov. Doing that same like hold to attack kind of gameplay requires me to be a little bit close range, and I don't think I want to do that. Now, of course, we are cursed, so it's gonna be much more difficult, much more volatile. I have to utilize by range, which in some cases, when I play Dead Cells and I get cursed, sometimes I just immediately swap to my ranged weapon and have the like maximum amount of safety possible, just to be able to clear the curse, and then I'll go back to whatever build I had previously. So 4 more. We found our blueprint, Ranger's gear, tactics. 2 more. I know I'm missing 2 monsters, but they don't have a blueprint for me because I just got the blueprint. They could have food, technically. This is dangerous. And I'm cursed. You see spikes, you see a big fall, you have no idea what's at the bottom. Perhaps it's more advantageous to do this encounter. We know how the golem works. If we leave, it'll try to teleport me back. Maybe we can utilize all of this. Not to say we're cheesing it, but like we know how the monster works. And when you're playing Dead Cells, you as the beheaded who is like respawning into every area, almost canonically, you know how this stuff works. That's why you're winning. Secret discovered. Masochist, another new mutation. If you ever, like, look at this. Imagine if we missed the ledge. We'd be dead with the curse. Another blueprint. Warrior outfit. I'm almost playing this like I'm playing Brutality. I know it's ranged gameplay, but I have to dodge roll through enemies because I need to be close enough to do the Firebrand. Bump up the HP. A different exit. We actually have choice between 2 exits here. And then that's it. That's the entire biome. May have been scary for you. My hope is that, you know, as you watch me play it, I took damage, but I never used a health pot. We didn't just auto-kill every monster. We kind of like watched to see which one does what. And we learned how to address each monster by watching their actions. And now we're going into yet again another new area. Forgotten Sepulchre. Might go back to the melee setup, might stay as the range setup. Now we have access to Health Flask 4. So that is our next goal. Grab the torch. The other thing we found was Ranger's gear. Your next range attack after using a skill does extra damage. There's a lot of like tactics, skills that are on a very short cooldown. And then Masochist, trap damage is capped at 10% of your HP. So if you find yourself getting hit a lot by spikes and whatnot, this is what helps with it. However, we gotta get this. You're telling me we can get a new health flask? Absolutely. All right. Personally, I don't know what I want to do with this setup just yet. Definitely Firebrand plus Torch is a little bit redundant. Goodbye to our very nice Impaler. Hello to a mediocre Torch. Torch cannot roll bonus damage to burning or anything of the sort, so there's not a lot you can roll for it. But now we're going into Forgotten Sepulchre. New area, perhaps one of the scariest areas in Dead Cells, bar none. NPC. We haven't had an NPC in a long time. So this is the anomaly she's looking for. Very interesting story tidbit. You've come a long way beneath the surface, Fallen One. Dark is the path you've chosen. The light of the Guardian Monoliths will guide you. But for how long? I don't know. Behind you, that big light just there. Now I know. Follow the light. So, this map has a very specific mechanic to it. If I stand here, you can see that the darkness sort of comes in and I start taking damage. What you're supposed to do is you have to hit these to get light. But this is not permanent. This will actually break at some point. The same goes for each of these. You have the option to buy light if you really want to. Nightlight lights your path, does really nothing else. And it's on a very long cooldown, 120 seconds. My suggestion is that if you're in this biome for the first time, like the actual first time, I would probably suggest you use this. Technically speaking, you could keep the grenade while this thing is on cooldown, because the cooldown is continuing to click down, I believe. You could just go back to the teleporter once you feel like you've gone decently far. We have new monster, a mummy. We saw the crab before, we saw the assassins before, the dark tracker. The mummy jumps and can jump very far. It does a tantrum once it's done, and that's your signal to go in and do some damage. But if you look at Sepulcher, we have a lot of monsters stacked on each other, so it gets pretty bad. In some cases, you feel like you're out of light. Backtracking is the worst thing you can do in Sepulcher, because all of this light's gone. There's just no more light. Ideally, you need to be moving forward the entire time. Things like this are very scary because there's no light in here. We're now at a point where there's no light at all, but every time you kill a monster, you get a little bit of a refresh. So this, where having things like grenades are really nice, because you could clear out a good section of the map and then get a nice refresh on your light. The way how Sepulcher's designed, there is light somewhere. It's just a matter of, like, are you looking in the right spot? In this case, the light was in these two, but we had a long section of no light, and or the light I had disappeared. I haven't talked about our torch yet. The torch burns enemies. It does do normal DPS by itself, but it also does a burn. Using the same door tech. A knife thrower, we haven't seen that just yet in this biome. That's a little bit of foreshadowing. That tells us there are knife throwers on this map, so be afraid that it might show up in the near future. So we're gonna get this. I know that we are not in light right now. So as soon as we pop out, I have to immediately start looking for light. I think it's on the right. Sometimes you have to step back and think about, like, what do I need to do next? I obviously need light. So I'm, like, looking at the environment, trying to check for clues, and there happens to be some light rays. First chest. That is a curse that shows up 100% of the time. We can look ahead to see if there are any monsters. Some nice choices there. A possibly new monster with a gigantic axe. Maybe you don't want to contest that if you've never seen it. Definitely have monsters there. And then above us is a wall run. We've never had to do those before. So in that case, this game might expect you to have wall run by the time you show up here. Throwing knife, technically speaking, we could utilize that tech I told you all before about being able to hold both buttons together. Very, very good with throwing knife. Probably the best with throwing knife, actually. Now, I probably should have saved my money, knowing that we're gonna get this curse. The curse, I believe, has light inside of it. Yeah, like, that is a light that will not break. Inside, a level S twin dagger. We can still do the throwing knife tech. Again, very easy to do, and we can, like, eke out damage. So why not do it? I guess the reason why not is if you want a shield. The shield would certainly help. Couple monsters here. Notice how we go in a place we don't want to be. Simply leave. You do not have to stay there. There's nothing making you fight all those monsters at one time. Now, unfortunately, I can't really explain what that does. If this was your first time seeing that monster, you probably would have died. I'm not saying that to be toxic. The flow of dead cells would be, while cursed, fighting monsters that are easy. That certainly did not look easy for someone who has never seen that before. New infantry grenade. Might be time to swap out here. The grenade's not even that great. But I think we'll get more value on this map with a grenade. So axe thrower throws an axe. Surprise, surprise. If the axe thrower is killed while the axe is out, it really should have come back, but I think it got hit on the wall and probably lost its projectile. Required key, crypt key. So there's some stuff to find here. For the most part, there's never not light. If you found yourself in a situation where you were like, wow, there's no light here. If I were to review that footage, like, we'll probably find some light somewhere. Either the light was there and it's gone because maybe you were in that area for too long, or the light is hidden. If we find some hidden light, I'll show you all what I'm talking about. So we found our key. We can progress now. We will eat this. Requires Gardener's Key. We haven't heard of Gardener's Key since since Promenade. Promenade of the Condemned. You can teleport back. There is food on the map. Wow. Imagine if we were cursed. That would have been a loss. Those blind down slams, we were able to do that really early on in 0 BC, maybe even 1 BC, but really not anymore. Too dangerous. Poison the enemy, powerful grenade. That's certainly nice. I know it's not a plus or even a plus, but having that poison effect could give us extra damage on one of our pieces of equipment. We don't want to keep this nightlight after this biome. We will be getting rid of it because this dark mechanic does not exist outside of this biome. Another crypt key. Not the biggest biome of all, but there's a surprising amount of exploration you have to do. Found the one knife thrower. Oh, there's two. So this is where all the knife throwers were hiding. Get our light. Wow, look how these are stacked up. No match for the twin dagger. Even though the range on twin dagger seems short, that third hit, it's actually very nice. Very good reach on it. We can head down. I know we're starting to get to the end of this biome. Another crypt key. Could be the last one, actually. Okay. More monsters to kill. So the game's not completely done with me yet. I am not within any range of any light. I don't see the shine, but there it is. Just a couple steps away. Again, I'm kind of trusting the game to give me light. It's only a matter of time before it shows up. There cannot be no light at all. It's kind of cool. Perhaps there's an easier way to do that. Maybe here. Now, this wall run tech that I'm doing, it's not that hard to do it. I'm doing the wall run, and when I attack, the character almost automatically goes up by himself. I'm not actually hitting the jump button at all. Not every weapon does that the same way. As you see, I have to do the jump for that one. But I can still do it if I'm doing the jump. It's almost like I'm rolling my thumb from triangle to X in order to do like an additional jump up. Get the money. Fall down. Get the light that we posted. And now back to business. Clock room. Something is here. An elite. Both of them. And they drop more crypt keys. What could I possibly need more crypt keys for? Oh, it's literally right here. A room that you can use your head on if you feel like that's really dangerous. We now have Explorer's Room. This permanent room reveals the whole map and its points of interest once you've explored most of the level. I don't know if it actually works in this biome, funny enough. All right, so it's actually time to leave. Time to head into Clock Room. We will get... I could go double grenade. This one does damage to poison target. Again, it's probably not the strongest thing we've ever done. But just for the sake of argument, for the sake of this showcase, it works. Now, unfortunately, there's going to be no light heading to this. So I will probably take some damage. Look at me, like, failing the backtrack. I think it's still worth it to get the food regardless. Because, like, worst case scenario, I take, like, 10 damage. However, if I still had my nightlight, I could have placed it down, and then it would have been a lot safer to do that. Anyway, into the clock room. We're now in, like, a really good spot, build-wise. We got the 60 kills. A Vorpan that does damage to burning target if I want to swap back to the Molotov. Then we don't have to waste the rerolls on the Twin Dagger to try to find, like, bleed damage or poison damage. Plus, I know we have a lot of Vorpan fans who would love to see this thing in action. Firebrand is back. We have 154 cells. Almost done with the health flask. Level S. Now, I know the, like, double arrow didn't change in the preview, but the actual weapon does have the golden arrows on it. Upgrade here, bonus to burning. Upgrade here, bonus to root, which we aren't doing, but no reason to reroll. And health flask right before the boss, actually. Last time it was after the boss, which is very interesting. All right, this is Timekeeper. We know Timekeeper already. We've been here a couple of times. Our build is a bit different. I did those out of order. I wanted to do the poison first. This is a fight where Vengeance is actually really good. But I decided not to put it on for whatever reason. You can see a lot of my gameplay against the Timekeeper involves me double jumping and then rolling. I'm using the double jump as a means to say I don't know what the proper action is, but if I double jump, that gives me some time. That attack you can wall run to get out of. Like if you're trying to get the flawless kill on Timekeeper, sometimes the wall run is the actual output. However, we did not get the flawless. Not that I was particularly, like, interested in a flawless. That means we'd have to get a legendary, and I feel like that kind of cooks the zero to hero a little bit. New blueprint, that's ice crossbow. Twin dagger that could heal me, but I feel relatively okay right now. Okay. We got 20 cells out of that. All going towards my health flask. I did nothing for the forge in this run at all. It did it again. Yet again, the first cursed biome is in distillery. What we'll do, and again, I highly suggest not doing this, but for the purpose of this walkthrough, we're gonna reset our mutations. We're taking disengage again. We're taking vengeance. That way, if I take damage, we'll be able to reduce some of the damage I am taking. And we're taking killer instinct. No more combo. No more initiative. The biome is cursed. Cursed monsters will appear. Beware of their special attacks. Yet again, I implore you, do not do this in distillery. You can do it anywhere else, but not distillery. So, we already know we can use our head to hit the barrels. We learned that in 1BC. If you did not see the 1BC video, take a look at that, because now you're missing out. We have bats. We have these things. One grenade is not enough to kill it. Maybe if I did the grenades in the proper order? No, not even. But it at least resets the monster's attack. New monster. That is Arbiter? No, I don't know the name of this thing. However, I do know that it fires out a skull that curses you. With a real curse. That's 4 enemies I have to kill. It was 5 before that bat died. And the monster itself swings at you. So it's not even enough that you have to, like, dodge the skull that goes through platforms, mind you. But you also need to not get killed by the monster itself. Alright, curse is done. That's one of the 3 monsters that can curse you in a cursed biome. Can you believe that there's more? This is the barrel launcher. Of course, that's one way for us to clear through all of the brick walls. Each one has a bomb on it. You could use the barrel launcher for shortcuts, but we're not going to do that. This is working. I'm not a big fan of my range. I feel like I am, like, very, very short ranged. Now, if you had Masochist unlocked, Masochist is that mutation we just got. That one reduces the damage you take from traps, and I can tell you there are a lot of traps in this biome. New monster. This thing actually does not hurt you at all. Instead, it follows you until you kill it. Once you kill it, you get a 3 curse. We saw a 5 curse earlier, now we have 3 curse. So that's 1. That's lore. There's a bunch of these in this hallway. Infantry grenade, of course, reset the attack because the monster got displaced. There are a specific number of cursed monsters that spawn. This thing happens to stun you in an area around itself. But it does other stuff too that I want to try to show off. I don't know if we're gonna get that lucky. No, it died. Died to the worms. Which is fine. I'm sure there'll be more. Lots of barrels, but now we have a shortcut thanks to Ram Rune. monster is new, right? I don't think you all have seen this. I think they call that the hammer. It constantly spawns bats, and then it also does bombs around itself, which is kind of nuts. Like, it's a monster with a lot of stuff to it. Dare I say too much stuff. More food. Every once in a while, yeah, that will actually come down to the platform that you are on. But notice how it's not taking damage from spikes. It's because it's actually too tall. It's not a bug exactly, but it's a design flaw for that monster. The hitbox is actually like above its kneecaps, and spikes are only so tall. Quick bow that we're not gonna use. Missed the happy birthday just now. Look at that. I don't know if I wanted to aggro that, to be perfectly honest. But it did destroy itself, luckily. It had an elite ability, and because of the elite ability, it actually couldn't do anything. Alright, we do need this to destroy that. We can now utilize our wall run to great effect. Ooh, we'll actually be able to get Explorer's Instinct. At least I hope. There's no way that this is just a dead end. Yeah, see? Ow. That's where Masochist would be very helpful. Ow. Yet again. I'm being a little aggressive. We have no food, actually. I ate all the food. All right, so we do want to take this out. We're going to use our head to grab a barrel. There are scroll fragments here. Funny enough, I don't think it's more scroll fragments. If you think to yourself, oh, okay, this map is really tough, so obviously they're going to give me extra rewards for doing the map. I actually do not think that's the case, which is hilarious. I do like this map. Like, it's well designed for what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to be dangerous. And I think the devs nailed exactly that. Use the health pot. 2 cursed monsters. We know we have to dodge that. That's it. Alright, so continuing to head up. As I get random damage taken that I don't even... I don't know what I'm doing. There's like just so many things here to watch out for. Just infinite amount of ways to get cursed. And that is like the actual problem of a cursed biome, is that there's so many ways to get cursed on the map that it ends up being potential losses. Now, there are some benefits for a cursed biome. It's not cursed for no reason. In fact, the weapons on the map are buffed. Every weapon you find actually has additional levels to it, which could actually double if you happen to have a... Oh god, not again. If you happen to have a mimic on the map, it's even better. Now look at this awful situation I'm in. I could go up and fight 2 incredibly difficult monsters, or we go all the way back, which requires a lot of backtracking. This side, potentially even worse. Look at all these bombs activating. This is why I'm telling you, like, you don't want to be here while cursed. It's awful. In fact, the other incentive for cursed biomes is that an actual cursed chest has an increased chance to spawn. But you may not even want to do that in the first place. That's how bad this is. There it is. It's exactly what I'm talking about. Alright, so before I do that other section where we saw there were a bunch of cursed monsters, let's actually look at this section here. This looks extremely bad, and like, not gonna lie, it is actually very bad. We're gonna use our head to scout a little bit and see what's actually going on here. So we have one barrel, but there's not anything to do with it. But either way, there's not a lot here to stop the barrels from coming down. That's why I wanted to kind of show. Instead, we're waiting on the ones in the center. And now we can go up. But it's still not very safe. You kind of have to go off to the side where the monsters are. It's like this section's designed with platforms on each side. You can imagine that the platforms themselves are safe, but the center is the worst part. That's why they put monsters on the sides too, to make sure that it's not too easy. We can check the opposite side. See if there's any scrolls, see if there's any food. Looks pretty clean to me. Kind of a random little hole in the wall here. I do see potential food here. It's just money. We need more than just money at this point. Level 10. So remember, I told you the benefit of being in these biomes is that the equipment is actually plus level. And again, we can check it if it's a mimic. And it is. Now, we do need to kill this thing. Like, I can't just teleport away. I know that's like one thing that you would consider doing is just teleporting. But now we have a level 12 twin dagger, which is incredibly strong. That is the strongest that you will probably ever see in 3BC, is level 12. And that's technically like your benefit for coming into the cursed biome. You still may not say it's worth it. After all that, you may say, V, I still will not go into a cursed biome, and that's fine. It's just there to like be risk reward. One thing I didn't show, for some reason, these, my pets won't kill it. Your grenade, when you kill the cursed monster with your grenade, it actually doesn't make you cursed. The sore loser monster, that is. I don't know if that's a bug. Most other skills in the game will curse you. It seems to be somewhat exclusive to dots and like damage over time and grenades. Almost as if you yourself aren't doing the damage, it's whatever that object is doing the damage. You're done. But we need you. Because we did not get the barrel launcher. Instead, we're going to utilize this guy to break the wall for us. And now, technically, we can leave. However, this map is not done. There's quite a bit left. We're going to go back to the area that killed us before, which is right up here. There just have to be a lot of cursed monsters. In some ways, you could say, oh, if I get cursed, then I probably just leave. But unfortunately, the only thing coming up is Hand of the King. The run's basically over except for this part. We're gonna use the grenade tech. Takes quick work of that. Take you out. Being extremely cautious because we know what kind of stuff to expect here. Everything's bad. This is like beyond bad. This thing will of course chase me. Don't want to say we make quick work of it, but we make some kind of work of it. Head up. Again, if it wasn't for the fact that we're getting cursed, I know Distillery is bad enough as is. It has a pretty bad reputation for how difficult it is and how punishing it is. But I don't mind going into it so long as I don't have to deal with one-hit kill mechanics as well. Because technically, the stuff in here is not a one-hit kill mechanic. I'm actually gonna swap. That's a level 9 Sinew Slicer. Probably should have kept the poison grenade, but we'll see what happens. I'm not married to either grenade, actually. There's Disengage. Disengage gives you a bubble, which is immunity. You will not take any damage from any source for whatever amount of time. I believe it's 5 seconds, which is quite a lot. It's enough to be able to use a health pot. Like, you could wait out to see, oh, is there food on the map? But we already know we got the food on the map earlier, so the odds of there being more food is extremely low. We did activate Explorer's Instinct. This is new. We just got this. You can see there's a full map reveal, which is very, very cool. It will allow you to see if you missed any food. It'll allow you to see if you missed like a shop or something, or a BC door. For example, I would have really liked the BC door on this map, but that doesn't seem to be the case. I see there's a new infantry grenade. If it's like plus, we might be able to make something that's better than the one we're currently using. So, Explorer's Instinct, in my opinion, is one of the best rooms in the game after getting wall run. And now I say there's really nothing else on the map. We can go into Throne Room. Now, personally, I don't remember if there is another health flask or not. Being in 3BC, I would play as if every health flask that shows up is a surprise. I wouldn't count on any health pots to show up. I'm not gonna get this just yet. I'm just gonna see if there is a flask for free. There is not. So what I can tell you, who is currently watching this walkthrough, I have 0 health pots. We're gonna make a play that might help you if you're ever in the same situation. We can actually activate this health flask 4 by putting in the rest of our cells, and the game will give us 1 health flask out of it. This is potentially a way to save a run. I'm not saying that you should sit on that 1 health flask and never upgrade it, but it may be advantageous to not activate it unless you are down a flask. Then you at least get that bonus. So we're at 28. We did get Indulgence. That's something brand new. It's Brutality Survival, which is quite nice. The shield is kind of nice. I don't know if I've actually done Hand of the King with the shield yet. So we're gonna grab this. And that way I can showcase a little bit of tech in Hand of the King's fight. That might be quite interesting. Upgrade. I don't know if I care about upgrading the frontline shield. This thing gives you 50% extra melee damage for 6 seconds on successful parry. That's a quite high number, 50%. We'll do this. The victim's bleed nearby does nothing for us. So let's do just 1 reroll. We hit burning damage, which is great. Do I have a burning source? No, I don't. You could maybe reroll the frontline shield to get burn on parry. It's more important. Oh, we don't even have enough to reroll here. We would have to sell off that in order to do the reroll. And that would be to get rid of Killer Instinct and bring back combo, which I would say is worth it. So Vengeance, combo, Disengage. A lot of options you could have done. Maybe you take Support Mutation. That's really about it, to be honest. So I think for the most part, we're going for defenses, and then we have the 1 like damage bonus from combo, but it could have been support instead. All right, Hand of the King. We've been here before. He's still pissed. Again, if we had DLC, we could go to DLC areas instead. Before this walkthrough, we're gonna be doing this. Kind of forgot that we don't have the Molotov anymore. We can parry grenades. We can parry his 3-hit attack. Which in my opinion is the most fun part about this fight, is parrying that 3-hit combo. You can roll through the first one and maybe attack the next ones afterward. You can parry his regular stab into down slam too. There's a lot of options that you can parry. I'm gonna take out this up top. We do very good damage on the twin dagger. Oh, that's gonna die. Let's prep up. This you can pretend to parry, but it doesn't actually do a parry. So in my opinion, it's not worth it. 3-hit combo. It means you're guaranteed at least 2 parries out of it. None of that you can parry. Don't even try. And that's a dead Hand of the King in 3BC. We did showcase the bad things that could happen in Distillery. You can clearly see that the game has escalated quite a bit, especially depending on what areas you decide to go to. We now have the 4th boss cell, which means for the next video, you already know it's gonna get even more intense, as if it hasn't already been intense already. This was the longest run we've done thus far. 1 hour 8. I know I did a lot of talking. I did a lot of showcasing of what each monster does. Remember, you can always stop playing and come back later because the game does have mid-run saves. And then, of course, if you're running assist mode with infinite lives or however many lives you like, you can choose to die. It will send you back to the beginning, and then you might turn the game off, come back once you're refreshed, and give yourself another try. But that is the 3rd boss cell of Dead Cells complete. Expert mode complete. You may have been dying to that. I hope that you came out of this with some kind of new ideas that's going to help you get through that difficulty or any other difficulty. If you have questions, though, leave a comment letting me know what the question is. Me or any number of my community will help out. Once again, subscribe to the video. Leave a like if you happen to like what you saw. We do this and other roguelikes all the time. Otherwise, hope you enjoyed the video, and I'll catch you on the next one. Dead Cells on the 4th boss stem cell. This is now Nightmare mode. In Nightmare mode, there are no forms of refilling health flask, more cursed mobs for more biomes, more scroll fragments. We're actually getting 3 times the cells that we would get normally. There's going to be quite a few new things in 4BC for us to manage. I'll be, of course, shouting them out as we go on. I think I'm going to try this survival over here. If I remember correctly, survival in 4BC is actually pretty decent. We're actually going to be going into here to start off, though, because 4BC, we have a very specific goal in mind, and it requires us to go to the other side of this. It's locked. To open it, we'll just use our head. Open both doors fairly easily. Jump across. And we have this cavern key. We're going to need that in order to access the 5th boss cell. Of course, this game, as I've said before, is progression-based with difficulty progression. Our goal is true ending, and that requires the 5th boss cell. First monsters, we have our rats, we have our inquisitors. We do remember these from earlier. I am using a very low-level broadsword, not anything that is going to help us out, but the base damage on broadsword is still pretty nice. One good combo is enough to kill most things. Now that we're in 4BC, the weapons start off as level 4, so we have access to victim slow nearby targets. We get our scroll here. One of the great benefits of survival weapons is that victim slow nearby targets tag. That one is randomized, so it's not going to always show up. But when it does, that is almost like a great version of that survival weapon that you should probably consider picking up. So we haven't seen the new mechanics yet. To give you an idea of what that looks like, I'm gonna aggro this Oven Knight, and then I'm gonna come up here, and now there's a new mechanic that starts in 4BC where the monsters begin to teleport to your location. Now, it's not everything, but it is most stuff. If you were ever just ignoring monsters and like running away, trying to find the next, I don't know, the next scroll or the next shop, they will actually chase you now. Pretty much the same thing that elites have been doing this whole time. When you aggro an elite, it does chase you. But we never had to deal with that with a basic monster. That is a Frost Blast. When playing survival, very easy to get good kills out of it. Sometimes I don't like to run it very often because it feels like it sort of like makes my gameplay worse, if that makes any sense. New monster right here. One thing that you may or may not have realized is that this prison quarters has had 0 green zombies. I can tell you at this stage of the game, the green zombie is effectively gone. They've all been replaced by what you just saw there, which is called the failed experiment. So this has sort of the same techniques as a basic zombie. It tries to jump at you. You can dodge roll or you can jump over it. But it now has a 3-hit combo with a slam at the end. Comes out fairly quickly. And now it has the same gameplay as the Dancer, where it has 1 dodge built in. So all of that together makes for a monster that's like extremely dynamic compared to just a regular green zombie. I'll just fight this straight up. You could do the door tech, but I feel pretty competent right now. Multiple Nox bow, don't need that. For some reason, I am getting hit randomly a lot, which is not good. Let's take out this thing, which is confusing my gameplay a bit. But see how, like, I can try to run away, but as I do that, I'm starting to aggro more and more stuff. We got a blueprint, Berserker. It is survival. I will probably take it, to be honest. So we did see that there was a cursed biome. It was over at Toxic Sewers. It's actually marked on the map for Toxic Sewers. But we need to go through Promenade. Promenade is gonna give us access to a new biome that we have not seen before. 2 monsters away. Very, very sad. But 100 cells in the first biome. That's incredible. A lot of different survival weapons I could unlock. Heavy crossbow is actually a fan favorite. I am a bit interested in Berserker. No real like melee weapons in there. This might be a little awkward, but we'll do it anyway. I think I'll put my cells towards the heavy crossbow. We won't have it just yet, but I think it will be good later on. So first mutation, we'll grab Berserker. Killing an enemy with a melee attack reduces the damage you take. Stackable up to 90%. Now, I should say that it says it's stackable, but each stack falls off independent of one another. So it's not like you're refreshing the cooldown of the damage reduction. So this is new. We'll be heading up here, using that same wall run tech that I told you all before. We got a blueprint that has been up there for the entirety of this. We have these now. The Gardener's Key. That was a flower that I could see on the floor. Stomped on it, got my key. Now that we have every rune in the game, we're gonna have access to a bunch of stuff we've been walking by. Like this, another Gardener's Key. In Promenade, we have the Runner. We have Failed Experiment. I do not have a shield. Don't know why I tried to parry just then. I would say on like a power rating kind of scale, the Failed Experiment is fairly high up there. I would still say that the Rampager is a more dangerous monster, but sometimes you end up in these setups with Failed Experiments that are like really, really nasty. Like this right here. We have to clear out those, and now we can fight normally. But the fact that this thing can dodge you, it may be a little bit more difficult. We'll get the reveal. Actually, keep the double jumps. There's no invisible monsters here. We do need to get rid of that amulet just straight up, because I need survival scrolls to maximize our damage. One thing that I haven't mentioned is that in 4 BC, there are actually more elites than before. So not only are we dealing with like cursed biomes and new monsters like the failed experiment, now there's all these elites that start to show up. It's so fun. Like, I do really enjoy the idea of this Zero to Hero walkthrough, because you start to forget how things are at the lower difficulties. That's not to say that the lower difficulties are easy by any means, but more so like how many things does a new player have to deal with compared to me, where it's like, okay, I've been doing this for a while. I have probably 2,700 hours in the game, but especially on the Zero to Hero walkthrough, like, we don't have a lot of stuff. We're still going through the game with barely anything unlocked. We have the essentials, which are, you know, our health flask. We finally got double green. We lost a lot of max HP for that, which is unfortunate. Even though survival is like the highest HP class, losing red scrolls causes us to lose out on the initial like HP that you would be getting on your first scroll, which is a lot. It is in your best interest to full clear these maps. You're getting a lot of cells. If you were worried by the time you got to 4 BC that, dang, like, the game's going so fast, I don't know if I'll be able to unlock everything I want, best believe now is the time to start unlocking stuff. New blueprint. Oiled sword. I always thought it was just oil sword, but oiled sword is a brutality weapon. Probably not going to see it in this run since we're so invested in survival, but what it does is that if you hit an enemy that's on fire, you augment your oil sword to do critical hits. As you see, I have to jump a lot. I'm trying to utilize the frost blast as much as I can, but sometimes the monsters on this map are still too quick. So I have to cancel the frost blast sometimes. It's also not like hallway wide. The range is like barely long, but the failed experiment in that setup would have not gotten frozen. There's also bombs I have to worry about. The broadsword has a major issue where the first slash is like a low horizontal. So enemies that are flying have a really easy way to get to you. You'll even see me jump and slash just to like ensure that I hit the bat. More survival. We are looking awfully glass cannon right now. We're 1, 1, and 8. I assume that won't stay around for that much longer, but it's not the best stat line if you're newish to the game. Symmetrical Lance, level 5. I will try it now that we have this backpack. That way we don't lose the broadsword. We get to utilize the Gardener's Key. We found a frontline shield, which I'm honestly gonna try it. We need one more key. Actually, that should be fairly close. That's lore. I don't think that statue has anything. There is a statue that has money. One of these, I think, has an amulet. Oh, maybe not. I am apparently safe during the cutscene. That is news to me. Now, one of the scary parts about running the Symmetrical Lance is we lost out on the victim slow nearby targets that I was using earlier. It's like very nice to have. I just feel like the Symmetrical Lance's gameplay is a little bit easier to play than Broadsword. You still have the same issue, as you can clearly see, about being able to hit bats. If not, it being worse. But now we have some good reach. We have what feels to be a faster weapon. Survival, head down into the pit. This we couldn't do before, but now we can, and it's access to... After we go through more, I actually expected it to be a very short hallway, but I was wrong. Explorer's Instinct popped. That gets to reveal the map. So we see there's a Gardener's Key there. There's a scroll fragment. And that appears to be it. The door is right next to us. This is a 1 BC door right here. See, this is where having the Frost Blast would have been a lot nicer. And I have to kill this Bombardier. Thing is doing way too much work. But see how I can't really run? The runner can now... Well, I guess runners could always chase. Let's actually... If we're afraid of our HP value, we're gonna lose 1 survival scroll, but gain a bit more HP, like 200 more HP. Broadsword, level 7, 20% damage for free. There's also a Nutcracker. This might be the hit right here. And then maybe we go back to that Frost Blast. Nutcracker gets a critical hit when hitting an enemy. Did I sell the Frost Blast? Please tell me I didn't sell it. Alright, so it appears that I did not leave my Frost Blast in a safe spot. That is not good. However, we can still do just fine. The Wolf Trap is also a critical option for Nutcracker. Of course, Wolf Trap is on a cooldown, so we won't have it available for every monster. Let's go ahead and grab this blueprint here. Explosive Crossbow. Look at that. We still have gameplay. It's not the end of the world if you lose a specific weapon. Just as I said before, try to utilize that backpack. That's pretty much your main answer to make sure that you're able to keep stuff that you want to keep. Or experiment. Sometimes you can outplay the monster's teleport. You almost saw that I was able to get it to teleport into the trap itself. That is me utilizing the tech that the game has against itself. We're gonna head into here. This is Prison Depths, a biome that we could not access previously. We still have not gotten what we call V.60, one of these doors here. You can kind of tell that the gameplay has accelerated at this point, so it becomes very, very volatile. Now, we are sitting on some blueprints. We have Heavy Crossbow here. We have Ice Bow if we do want that source of freeze. Ice Crossbow and Explosive, these are actually two-handed weapons, which we have not seen yet. I'm gonna put some points into the Heavy Crossbow. I don't want to unlock it just yet, but I think I do want to show it today. I will take the Ice Bow to utilize with our Nutcracker, and then the rest of the points I'm actually gonna put toward restock, because I'm starting to realize that I'm getting to the shops and I can't do anything at the shop, right? It's just full of brutality items. So that's gonna allow us to re-roll the shop and see more stuff. I will do the upgrade here. Typically, I would not upgrade an Ice Bow because it doesn't get a lot of stuff. But there's one thing it could have gotten. Right now, Pierce All is very nice. One thing it could have gotten is enemies thaw more slowly. And that one is pretty worthwhile. Second mutation, we could just bring in an easy Necromancy. We did have the option for what doesn't kill me. That requires us to do a parry to heal ourselves. Of course, I do have a shield in the backpack, but I would have to use the shield do the parries, then put the shield away, which is not impossible. Like, that is gameplay you could be doing. However, I'm gonna try to just use necromancy instead and see what the mileage is. All right, so I've already been on autopilot. I'm sorry. The first thing in every prison depths, it always starts with a curse chest. This is actually like a 1.5 or maybe a 2.5 biome. It's about half the size of a normal biome. It only appears between the second biome and the third one. You can see that you can just skip right over it. And the only scroll that's on this map is that curse. So if you plan to do this map, plan to do that curse. The monsters are higher level. If you were to put a level onto each monster, these are not your average monsters. That teleported from maybe down below, which I'm a little surprised that knife throwers can teleport to you. Two things here. I know we have the ice bow, so I'm not like super afraid since we have the shots pierce. If I didn't have pierce all, I'd be a little bit more cautious on each individual hallway. But with that, our curse is done. This map is full of monsters. We have slashers here. You saw the rampager. You see this lacerator guy. You saw bats. The Masker is here. Masker is from Slumbering Sanctuary. Compared to lower difficulties, like if you were to come here at a lower difficulty, I'm sure there'd be a few less of these kind of monsters. However, I don't really recommend coming here unless you plan to do the curse. That's really the only reason why you'd be here. Stun the victim Flint. I'm not opposed, to be honest, but honestly, this gameplay, it's working. Oh my god. That's not how I thought that would work. Try my best to not get hit by that elite laser. Of course, Ice Bow does have ammo to it. Frost Blast does not, so that's another, like, downvote for the Ice Bow. I do a lot of tier lists for this game. I have multiple up if you want to take a look at them. And historically, I have Ice Bow below Frost Blast. But if you see Pierce All Ice Bow, that is something that you should probably do. We got an Iron Cells Key. We'll be able to see what that does a little bit later. We do have that hammer monster on the map. It's like a giant walking piston or something from a V6 engine. We've seen it before. Can't recall which map we saw it on. Maybe it was Distillery? I don't want to remember Distillery. Those memories are already gone. There we go. Wow, a blueprint. Cluster grenade. That's also survival. I kind of like the way how he did the Zero to Hero. I feel like I've been able to showcase a lot of different kinds of builds. We've seen a couple legendaries. I haven't really used them the entire time. Maybe if a legendary shows up here, we'll give it a try, at least for a little while. I would say that survival runs aren't usually the fastest runs, like the world record holders. However, depending on how you play it, like the fact that I have to do the Ice Bow in between my combo, that kind of slows down my gameplay a little bit. But it's strong. Like, you do very good damage. That's it. That's actually the end of the biome. There was no monsters left. 37 monsters killed right now. But luckily, I don't think this map really counts, because when we go to the next map, I don't know if there's a door for the 60 kills. All right, so we do have to go here. Ancient Sewers is going to put us back at Conjunctivius. As you saw, the other option for Prison Depths was Ossuary, not Ramparts. So it happens to be these two. But this is where we have to go because we do need to fight Conjunctivius. That is part of the progression to be able to utilize this cavern key. So as you see, there is no door here for time or kills. So if you get damage taken in Prison Depths, don't worry about it. There's nothing you can get out of it. Cluster Grenade is here. It only costs 20. Oiled Sword, is 25. Mutations, we do have things like Heart of Ice, which is very nice. Let's go ahead and grab it, as a matter of fact. A lot of the survival mutations are very, very good, in my opinion. I don't think I really need to upgrade the Wolf Trap. This thing doesn't really do that much damage when I'm utilizing just the Nutcracker. If I had a lot of dot, like DOT, that's poison, bleed, that kind of stuff, I could see it being a bit better. We will grab that Heart of Ice, one of the best survival mutations in the game. The bank, technically for progression, we only need to access Conjunctivius. I can actually go to this bank. This is fine. From a damage standpoint, I'd say we're ahead of the curve, actually. And we could technically only get even better as we go through here. The bank teller seems to be away. There's a small sign on the desk. I'm on paid leave. Please help us maintain our splendid facility using the key on the back of the sign. Feel free to borrow money. We're a safe and respectable bank. Sometimes the NPC is there, sometimes it's not. It doesn't really change the bank at all, but it's just like a fun little thing to mix it up. Definitely good on the devs for having that like little foresight. You're playing a roguelike, you're doing the same stuff over and over again. Anything they can do to make it like a little different each time, it's probably well worth it. The bank is pulling from all of these biomes: Ramparts, Ossuary, and Ancient Sewers. Thorny is from Ossuary. Failed Experiment, for all I know, is on every map. Make sure we don't get hit by the Reflect. There's our Curse, guaranteed to be here at Red Door. So this thing is mandatory. We got a new Wolf Trap. Good thing I didn't upgrade the one I had. Now, we haven't talked about Heart of Ice yet. Heart of Ice gives you cooldown reduction when hitting a monster that is CC, including slows. So it doesn't have to be ice, stun, or root. It could actually just be a slowed monster, which is very strong. You just still have to be very careful. Even though, like I said, we are strong, these monsters are also very strong. We have Toxic Miasma. This thing's actually is from Corrupted Prison. We went into Prison Depths, so imagine it's like the equivalent of that. Wow, that thing actually blocked my ice bullet. Still got frozen, but very surprised on that block. Now, this weapon is working. Like, if you were to look at this and say, V, when do you swap off the Nutcracker? I could easily say once the Nutcracker stops working. Once I get to the point where I'm not killing these monsters quickly enough and they're actually fighting me back. You could also say, like, once you get to the boss, it depends on what boss you're gonna fight, but maybe that boss can't be stunned or can't be frozen. Or maybe it can't be rooted. Or the root doesn't last for very long. All of those are situations where you would probably want to get rid of the Nutcracker. If I had unlocked the heavy crossbow by now, there's an argument to go with that. Just to see and feel a new weapon. Sometimes it's not a matter of like, oh, I'm swapping because I know this is stronger. Sometimes I swap because I have to consider, could this be better than what I was doing before? And technically, this makes it easier. This means I could probably opt out of Ice Bow at some point. Not a Mimic. Let's hold off real quick. Because the other shop is a 50-50 chance to be a skill shop or a weapon shop. So in that case, if the other shop happens to also have ice grenade in it, I may as well get the potential mimic ice grenade. Wow, I'm surprised it didn't aggro that slasher. It is happy staying down there, which is okay with me. How do you know you have the cooldown reduction? Watch my grenade. You'll see it shine every time I do a melee attack. That is that cooldown reduction activating. Right now it's giving us 1.3 seconds off of each individual attack. Imagine if you had a faster weapon than Nutcracker. I think we saw a colorless blood sword earlier. That thing is very fast. We'd be able to get a lot of cooldown reduction on each individual slash of the blood sword. To be fair, blood sword plus wolf trap, fantastic. See, ice grenade? Like, part of me thinks you should probably mimic check the powerful grenade instead. Because, like, for DPS purposes, the ice grenade doesn't really do damage. Wow, I can't really keep this thing CC'd. Even with the wolf trap, it's turning around, which is quite interesting. Level 11 powerful grenade. Very strong. I think if I was of the right mind, I probably should have put that colorless blood sword that we saw in the backpack. I think that was the reward from Prison Depths. And if I had that, we'd be able to make some sick plays. Powerful grenade already doing work. That is a tier 3 gold gorger. Now, you saw me do the jump. Like, I knew there was a gold gorger. I just didn't know if it was going to be tier 3 or not. But I had a suspicion that it would be once it aggroes me. I know for a fact there's a gold gorger because as I'm killing the monsters, I can see that the gold was getting sucked towards a different monster. Being sucked away from me. But like that, basically, like, the gold is not coming to me. The only thing that does that is a gold gorger. So that is my signal that, hey, be prepared for something to show up. Especially if the gold is being tractored away for like a long time. That means it's probably going to be a tier 3. And a tier 3 gold gorger always starts off trying to do the slam. Again, we've been playing the game. We're now in 4 BC. You may have seen the bank multiple times. You may have been to the bank more than I have. At some point, you have to dedicate to your memory that the first attack from a gold gorger is usually the slams if it's off screen. All right, so that's the end of blue. We know the end of green has that Celeste platforming section. We'll be able to do that. Possibly get a colorless item out of it. If it's something fairly fast, like a brutality weapon, I will actually consider swapping to it. I don't think that's like cooking the Zero to Hero as a legendary would. But that's gameplay that, like, maybe you, the viewer, would like to see. Like, oh, when do you ever take a colorless item? We have a skin. Robber's outfit. Now, there should still be a blueprint on this map. I'm surprised we didn't get one from the Mimic, actually. I think the Mimic may even have 2 blueprints. Here it is. For full HP, I do have an additional jump from my amulet, which is great. You can take your time going through this. You are in no rush. There's no timer happening right now. You may have even like left amulets earlier. You could go back, see if those amulets had double jump on them. It is definitely helpful in order to get through the platforming section here. You can see I do a lot of dodge roll when I land. Reason being, I don't want to get stunned on the floor. And that's it. Open our chest. Symmetrical lance. Unfortunately, it's not plus or even plus. It's level 9, which is fairly nice. We can backpack the Nutcracker. And just check. There's nothing wrong with checking. As long as I don't lose anything in the process. Technically, I did lose my shield. We got Explorer's Instinct. We can see the end of the biome does not have survival weapons. And to be 100% honest, you can see that there is nothing left but monsters and a shop. And we know that shop, it is a food shop. However, I also mentioned I did not get a blueprint off this map. So we could also imagine that, hey, I should full clear this map at least until a blueprint shows up. At least. And there it is. Barnacle. That may have come from the Thorny. We did get the V.60 before we got hit. So I don't feel as bad. Tier 2. Gonna suck up the gold again. Give me another tier 2. The Nutcracker, compared to the symmetrical lance, like I am indeed killing. However, I'm a little worried that maybe I don't get as much cooldown reduction as I was, because I'm not using the ice bow very often. But it's fun. I could definitely say that. It could be stronger if it was plus. The symmetrical lance does have victims slow nearby targets. Remember, I told you that even though CC is usually like hard CC, ice, stun, snare, hard CC, we can actually still get the benefit of Heart of Ice on a slowed enemy. So slow comes from victim slow nearby targets. If I kill one monster, other monsters in range on my screen, they get slowed. So if I just get to that other monster, I'm gonna take this for the HP. Notice we go from 3,300 to 4,100. So as a monster is dead, and I get to the next monster, which is really easy with like rats and stuff like that, I'm getting cooldown reduction. So definitely press those buttons if you got them. For the sake of time, we're gonna go. Head to our exit. I never take out a loan for no reason. I'm sure you may be thinking to yourself, V, like, why not get some extra cash and then leave the bank? That's gonna just give you a curse, and I do not want to do curses that I don't need to. All right, Balanced Blade, Impaler, powerful, level 9. It is actually stronger than the one we have. We're gonna swap. Level S, stronger than the plus. I know we could upgrade to plus. That will cost me money. I don't really want to check on right now. We got restock, so now we can get more chances at stuff in shops. This is the new Barnacle. It's a deployable. This is where you can actually see what counts as deployable or not. I'm gonna put points into this. It's one away. When I think I'm ready to swap to it, I will, but not just yet. I'll upgrade this. I don't know if we're gonna use it on Conjunctivius. What I'll do, and this is something that I like to do to check for damage, is I do it mid-combat, which is obviously not very safe, but I consider it fairly effective. The first attack from Conjunct is always the dash. So we can chill for a second, come up, drop the wolf trap. It did not get trapped. Incredible. All right, my bad. I'll wait. I'm in no rush. Another dash. I'm trying to get the trajectory right. Let's hang out right here. There we go. Back up. So this is doing like 4,000 max damage. We swap. I think swapping actually deleted the wolf trap. You know what? It's not that far off, to be honest. Right? I think I'd rather use the symmetrical. It is slower in some regards. But I think I like the attack better. I feel like it's a little bit easier for me to reach monsters this way. All right, one more dash. I did lose my wolf trap, but we'll get it back thanks to cooldown reduction. Now I just need this thing to go into the trap. There we go. Now watch the wolf trap, it's flashing. The dash does still come out. Oh my god, I was in the hitbox. That's unfortunate. A little bit greedy on my part, I suppose. But now I don't really care if I take damage, because we lost the chance for the legendary regardless. Ice is a little weird in this map. The tentacles, even though they do get frozen, a lot of times they immediately go underground as soon as you hit them. So you don't get to land any more than the one hit. All right, this is good. Nice. All right, flashing. Couple more. And there it is, a dead conjunctivius. Took us a little while because we were, taking our sweet time, making sure that it's gonna go into the wolf trap. If you had giga damage, you could actually kill it in the wolf traps, skipping a lot of those tentacle phases. A lot of survival here. Sell. Sell. This is our old nutcracker. I feel as though I'm done with it. But now we have a new area. Graveyard. This is a brand new biome for us. Part of our progression. Timer's back. We have 20 cells. We still have not really been touching Legendary Forge, which is unfortunate. Of course, if you were, dying and whatnot, you may have gotten to the first boss. You may have lots of cells. Definitely put them towards the forge. So we're grabbing heavy crossbow. This thing is a two-handed weapon, as you can see. I'm gonna put the symmetrical lance in the backpack, just so we know if we, don't like what we're doing, we can always swap back, level up. Heavy crossbow is basically a glorified shotgun. You can reload the ammo, and when you do a reload, your next attack is a crit. I am not like alternating on every single monster, but I am doing that reload fairly often. However, I know we need Shots Pierce. We got Pierce 1, bonus damage, but funny enough, this can actually roll victim slow nearby targets. So I'm gonna try to get both Shots Pierce and victim slow. A little bit unlucky, we didn't hit. We do still have the Shots Pierce. I would say if you don't have that much money, just go with the first Shots Pierce that you saw. Of course, this is not a melee weapon. This is a ranged weapon. So I will be resetting. However, it is close range, right? Heart of Ice does actually work with this for it being close range. Everything that requires melee, such as Berserker, does not work. Funny enough, it actually works with Acrobatic Pack. If I happen to see Ice Bow or Frost Blast again, we could utilize Acrobatic Pack. And then finally, we will continue with the Necromancy. Of course, there are things like Disengage and YOLO, but at this stage, we're kind of done taking YOLO. All right, so let's head on in. This is a brand new area, the Graveyard. Local villagers came here to pay their respects and do some other stuff, I'm sure. Just like every other map, you always start on the left-hand side. Nothing. You can look at the backdrop. It's a very, very well-made map. We have a new monster, I believe. Swarmer, I think is the official name. You can see the power of a critical shotgun shot. However, the basic attack of it, not all that strong. It does have an additional gameplay piece to it, where it actually fires out a grapple hook. The grapple hook does not pierce. It is very dangerous. It used to. They actually nerfed it. But what it's supposed to do is that you pull in the first monster, and then you will crit and hopefully kill everything behind it, so long as you have that shot's pierce. So I always start every engagement with the reload. This is a great time to be running Necromancy, because if you don't have any means to get your health back, you will probably lose a lot of your HP to random, like, rats and stuff like that. I shot the wrong way. That's my bad. Technically, you could say, B, you've taken more damage with this weapon. Maybe that's like a bad sign. However, I do want to showcase all this stuff. If this looks like a weapon that's not up your alley, I would encourage you to, you know, give it a skip. We do have a free area over here. We got a key that we'll be using later. Back to the beginning. Graveyard is always set up this way. We're gonna have a top section that has a key, and we're gonna need that key to access the next section of Graveyard. Don't plan on skipping that key, almost ever. We got the ice bow for the backpack. Let's leave the symmetrical lance. And now we have the benefit of Acrobatic Pack, which is gonna throw an item from our backpack. Acrobatic Pack does reduce your damage, only does 27% damage, but we don't care about that with Ice Bow. And in fact, it even works on the reload, as you can see. Now, unfortunately, I don't think it fires the arrow as soon as you do the heavy crossbow. I think it actually waits for the shotgun shot that comes out. So, like, it's technically a little bit worse on a normal shotgun shot of the heavy crossbow, but on the reload, it's actually really good, which is why we have it in the first place. So now I don't technically have to, like, do the reload outside of combat. I can kind of start combat with the reload if I really want to. It's all gonna depend on what I'm attacking. Like, what's the situation that's in front of me? If it requires me to reload at the start, I will. If it doesn't, like this right here, then I won't. Nice elite. You can see that I'm ducking under this monster a lot, this grappler. I haven't even talked about the monsters at all. That's how much I'm doing autopilot right now. Just to make sure that I maintain the heavy crossbows gameplay. But that grapple monster, which we saw only one time earlier, which was during Daily Challenge, you can kind of see the gameplay it wants to do. It wants to hook you in. Similar to what I'm doing with the heavy crossbow. When it hooks you in, it will do a swipe that does a lot of damage, kind of similar to what Timekeeper does. It also has its own attack, which I think is a kick. Requires Architect's Key. We do not have that just yet. So the only thing left to do is to go down. We're gonna utilize this key, skipping the food because we have Necromancy. I'm also realizing that we are destroying the frozen ice with the like launch an arrow whenever we do reload. Reload shoots an arrow up and forward. So if I'm too close to the monster, it is actually not staying frozen. Which is whatever. I would like it to be frozen. It's probably not the best ice bow. Maybe that's where Frost Blast may have some better gameplay. But it's working. It's a little bit unorthodox, but it is a build that does work. We just have to utilize the grenade and the trap as much as we can. More cells. 4 BC, even those tubes have more cells in them than normal. Very good freeze. That's not a shot's pierce on the ice bow, is it? We did not get victims slow nearby targets on the heavy crossbow either. So I would probably say this is not the best version of heavy crossbow. TBH. It's like okay at best. At this point, trying to re-roll it, it's very expensive. I don't know if I particularly care that badly. I haven't really let most of these monsters showcase their gameplay, and I do apologize for that. The Swarm Zombie, as you can see, it is summoning flies, similar to how the Purulent Zombie throws out eggs that spawn leeches. However, the flies are more dangerous than you would think they are. Now we'll hopefully be able to show that off a little bit. Sell that. Even though we could get rid of the wolf trap, there's now a broadsword in here. Quick mimic check. We have to think about that now. There could be mimics. We found this. It's very cool looking. This is where we use the cavern key. This is going to give us permanent access to the cavern, which is the next step of our progression. All right, there's Explorer's Instinct. Couple doors. Curse is in there. We have a couple of doors we can open. Just in case, like maybe if I run out of monsters, I can go back and open up one of the BC doors. Lots of elites. There's no telling how many elites I fought in this biome alone. I mean, I could probably go back and see. But yeah, we're now at the point where, like, I can't really let a lot of these monsters do their gameplay. That is a recipe for disaster. Dang, it's not even the best ice bow either. We don't have Pierce. We don't have victims thaw more slowly. We are grasping right now. Okay, so we got this. We did get our quote-unquote fast item, the Twin Dagger. I don't think I want to do that since we've seen Twin Dagger in Zero the Hero before. However, it, you know, as a Heart of Ice enabler, combined with Wolf Trap, it probably does very well. Let's head into here and see if we can find 10 monsters. All right, nothing here. And this is our other BC door. See if there's anything behind it. There's a legendary, as well as a bunch of BS. Let's be very cautious here. The Grappler is probably the worst monster. Rats are no better, to be honest. A lot of bats. Nice. I can show this a little bit. I always try to duck under this thing's attack. That's just muscle memory at this point. You could try to roll behind it. We did see the cannibal back in Clock Tower. But one nice thing about Heavy Crossbow is Heavy Crossbow can actually stop the monster's attack. This is a Valmont's whip. We actually do not have this unlocked. It does critical damage when it hits with the tip. And the legendary gives you bonus damage on critical hits. Now, I would say this is probably good. However, it does need to crit to be special. I'm gonna take it. I know we did a lot of work with the heavy crossbow. I hope you enjoyed what you saw with heavy crossbow. Put our ice bow back on. But the gameplay from the whip actually does a very good job of kind of like explaining how some of this game is gonna work. But we aren't ready to leave just yet. Even though the map is clean, there's one more thing I need to do, and we need this. This key we do not have yet, and I can tell you it is on the map somewhere. So with the power of editing, we'll find that key. I actually didn't notice this either. This is one of the costumes for the Everyone is Here update. I think it's a down slam. Yeah, Little Bones outfit. That's from Skull the Hero Slayer. Defacing that tombstone to get an outfit. Okay, so a little bit of a bonus tip. If you happen to be struggling trying to find where some of this stuff is, you can find under accessibility the option to highlight secrets. So if in the event that you absolutely like can't find these, or maybe you just don't want to look, maybe having this on speeds up your gameplay, but you have the option to highlight these. Inside is that architect's key, and then you can go and open up the door that has been locked for you, or you could get, you know, money and food and all that other stuff that helps out winning a run of Dead Cells. It's just another option for you. So now Architect's Key is open. Inside, one of the best blueprints in the game called Merchandise Categories. Up here, it even highlights the RAM room. We can open a door that's on the side, which is right up here. And then inside the door is yet another blueprint. This is Parting Gift, a tactics blueprint. But if you've watched any of my Kenny Cook videos, you probably have seen me use the Parting Gift quite often. So now we're back on our progression, heading into the cavern, a brand new area, a mandatory area, if you plan to access the 5th boss cell in Dead Cells. We did not get the 60 kills. We have 232 blueprints. Merchandise categories cost 300. That's how powerful you can imagine this is. It's very, very expensive. Put in as many points as I can, and maybe we'll be able to use that in the last biome. So Valmont's Whip does bonus to electrify, bonus to burn. We'll see if we can get anything closer to like freeze or snare, which is root. Slow down. Stun, we don't really do. We'll keep it for now. I don't have that much money. And we probably have to re-roll yet again to get rid of Acrobatic Pack. So what we're gonna do here, we'll still take Heart of Ice, we'll still take Necromancy, but for our last mutation, we are running melee, so maybe we will go ahead and grab Berserker. That way we have the benefit of getting the powerful grenade back, getting the Wolf Trap back with Heart of Ice, and then hitting stuff with melee attacks, which is the Valmont's Whip. So now we're heading in. This is Cavern. Mining was a thankless job on the island. Many died buried under rubble, suffocated by toxic something. This map has lava, just as a heads up. Lots of falls. None that you should really have to worry about, but you may have to worry about the lava sometimes. We already have new monsters. Demons. Failed experiment. The demon came down here to attack me. This thing's called a skeleton. I did not allow it to play the game. We'll see in just a bit. That demon went across the map to find me. I assume it saw me through the tiny hole in the wall. You can see how the crit with Valmont's Whip works. If we hit with the tip, it does a critical attack. This is called the Arbiter. The Arbiter is like the advanced version of the Inquisitor. fires out 5 bullets instead of just the 1. However, it never like angles it towards you. It always shoots in like one primary direction. But when it dies, it also drops a bomb. Just in case you weren't paying attention. Wow, the demons today. They're just on me. Skeleton. Remember to get some kind of outplay for the bomb that drops. Trying to use our grenade whenever possible. There are traps. That's a challenge rift. Wow, in what an inconspicuous spot. Shoutouts to you if you saw that before I did. We'll do it now since it will give us a power bonus. Maybe even a good amulet. 2 and 2, but not the best stats that we want. It would give us a lot of HP. We'll go from 75 to 10,000. And all we lose is 1 survival? Shoot, maybe that's worth it. You don't have to sell the amulet, however. The amulet actually pops out of the challenge rift at the end. So never feel like you're stuck. You can always just leave the amulet and then come back later. Now, as I said, I have a lot of hours in Dead Cells. The challenge rifts aren't really a thing that I think about too hard because it's kind of muscle memory at this point. However, you notice that sometimes I jump. Sometimes I do the dodge roll. I'll even duck sometimes, where I know for a fact, oh, if I duck here, I'll be safe. That all comes from, you know, playing the game, familiarizing yourself with the different options you have, and then using those options. New monster. Some kind of warthog-looking thing. It slams the ground and rocks show up. The ground is illuminated for a big down slam. Ice armor. I wanted to showcase it's actually protected on its back, but whips such as Electric Whip, Valmont's Whip, Wrenching Whip, they all can actually go through enemy shields. Even the Thorny's back and the Oven Knight shield, it will ignore that and do damage. That's why I did want to show Valmont's Whip. I think it itself is a very cool weapon. It has a lot of mechanics to it. That monster, I was pretty close range, to be honest, but it still gave me the kill with Valmont's Whip because it has such a big hitbox, the monster that is. No matter what, if I hit with the tip anywhere in the monster's hitbox, it gives you the crit. So like that is not the tip, but that was. Bigger monsters are easier to crit than smaller ones. The skeleton jumps and slams the ground repeatedly. A little bit similar to what Concierge is doing. But I can tell you it is something you may end up seeing from other monsters later. 4 BC door. Inside requires Garland key. I can tell you Garland key is on this map. So just like the Architect's key, keep a lookout. I don't think turning on the assist mode option helps with that. New wolf trap, level 11. If we leveled it up, it would be stronger. So I'll go ahead and swap. I'm not necessarily assuming I will keep that for the rest of the game, but it's certainly something that we could utilize. We're almost full. I'm not healing 1% per kill. Not even 0.5%. So if you remember what doesn't kill me, that gave us 5% HP on parry. 3 parries makes up 1 croissant, which is quite strong. Double jump there for safety. So necromancy, like the closer you are to full HP, the worse it gets. It also depends on how much HP the monster had as you killed it. So these demons, arbiters, they don't have a lot of HP. The skeleton, failed experiment, those have a bit more. Valmont's whip is typically a brutality tactics. Tactics because you can get like long range damage and some other stuff out of it, but it is not a ranged weapon. It does not get benefits from acrobatic pack, but it does get the benefit of tranquility, which gives you bonus damage while there's no enemy close to you. Ow. It's a good hit. If I find a shield, I'll probably take it, because a shield... I've always said that you don't really need a shield to play Dead Cells, but if you learn instances where shields are great, that's a great time to be running. This is our new refresh. More wolf traps in here. Level 12. That is extremely high level. Ours is level 11. I kind of want to grab the ice grenade, to be honest. Ice grenade doesn't really do much more than wolf trap does, but in terms of like gameplay, I feel like it's easier to throw an ice grenade and then do a quick whip compared to throwing out the wolf trap, making sure they walk into it, and then whipping. I stopped right here because I saw this. That's our Garland key. Now we can access that fourth boss cell door. All right, let's peek inside. Open with the key. We got a bunch of money, like $1,300. And another skin. Festive outfit. Festive as in like Christmas. I mean, it's December right now at the time of posting this video, so happy holidays to anyone who celebrates. I can also tell you that the cavern has 3 shops in it. So getting that full clear is great because there's a lot of stuff to see and a lot of different ways to power yourself up. If you ever think to yourself, like, I'm not very strong, consider how many things the game is offering to you to make yourself stronger. And it's just a matter of, like, did you take it or not? That's lore. Good lore, actually. I would encourage you to read that. This is nothing. This is like weird map generation. I've never seen that before in 2,000 hours. This is actually a very oddly generated cavern. There's a lot of empty space, and the game is like generating all of the hallways around these spaces, which is something that doesn't happen very often. A lot of times you have a very compacted biome. We're getting stronger. I would love 60 kills, however. I don't know how many monsters are left. This thing has like pure vision of me the entire time. 26 survival. 14,000 HP. Very good numbers here. Big symmetrical lance, but I know for a fact I don't want it. We got the shield we wanted. Let's keep going. Because I do want to show you all the different kinds of things you could parry in this biome. It's very, very nice. I can tell you that this monster, you'll probably not parry a single thing it does. It's definitely not worth it. Electric whip. Too bad we're not tactics. That monster, the skeleton, you will not parry anything that does. In fact, there's nothing you can do against what it does, the slams. Other Knight we saw before. Demons are a very good thing to parry when it does its bullets. The bullet either kills it or knocks it out of the sky. I almost never parry a demon's melee attack. The trap I was able to roll and then down slam out of. Wow, that is probably one of the worst curses in the entire game. I will do it. We do have some monsters available, But without a shield, there's so many things on this map that are like way too dangerous to deal with. And this curse makes it like even worse for you. Inside is a stronger, powerful grenade. So we do take it. That's gonna help us get our clear. Let's do these first. 4 monsters by themselves. One's an elite. I would suggest skipping this and doing something else. I do have an ice grenade, so I don't feel too bad. Depending on what the ability was, would determine if you should consider running away or not. But if it was the walls, like you're boxed in, you can't run anyway. But chances are it'll just die to your grenades. We lost some HP here. We did gain some damage. 11,000 HP is still a fantastic number. I don't know if we'll miss the HP that I had, which was quite a lot. But we have a good number anyway. I can tell you this monster, the bird, I think it's called the Slammer. You cannot parry that. Don't even try. So in reality, the only thing we're parrying are demons and maybe failed experiment. Everything else is too dangerous to parry. Nice. As you saw, the Oven Knight could not block the whip. Cavern, funny enough, is the highest level biome in the game. If you consider the level of the biome determines what level of gear you get, we're getting level 12 items from here. And don't forget, we mentioned things like the Mimic, things like cursed biomes that pump up the level of stuff. All of that does work in the cavern. Oh yeah, there's this. I forgot all about this. Yet another secret. We're losing a little bit of HP to do it, but that's okay. I did leave food on the map. There's one there. And that's probably it. But I think it's okay. You have to use our head to open the door. We've done that before to access the cavern. Can't go any further to the right, so that means we're going up. Nice little trap section here. If you have extra jumps, it makes it a lot easier to do. But we're able to grab our War Javelin. You can kind of use your head to see where you're landing. I'm also utilizing the map. And that's it. War Javelin is actually a tactics weapon. I have used it even while tactics playing survival. I actually like it quite a bit. It doesn't really do damage though, so it's a very utilitarian weapon. We got our merchandise categories. We won't see that until the next biome. We have 134 cells left. Masochist, we were talking about earlier. You could also save your cells to go towards your forge. That is an option. So funny enough, if you remember our recycle tubes, it's still giving us the wooden equipment that we don't ever want to use again. So let's actually finish these off. Now that we have the recycling tubes, if you're doing other runs of the game, you want to get the benefit of choice here. There's also specialist showroom. I'll go ahead and put points into this. I'll show you all what that does in our next video, but we're not quite done in this one. I don't really care to upgrade Frontline Shield, so we're gonna keep everything as is. I also have not used the health pot yet, but I hope you've realized every transition area, not a single one of them has had a health fountain. So we see that there is lava. We see there's an ice platform. Let's go in. Scary already. The giant. You here. The malaise has really had his way with you. Yes, indeed. In keeping with your arrogance, which has brought nothing but ruin to the kingdom, in spite of all my warnings. Not a shred of hope is left to us. Die! Like, what in the world is going on with this story? So, to give like an idea of what the boss does, this is the giant. He tries to slam with his fist. He's charging the fist, which puts a little light indicator on his shoulder pads. He can slam. He can encase you in laser beams. He can punch. The Valmont Whip is struggling to crit here, which is a little bit unfortunate. If you let his shoulder pads grow to their maximum size, maximum illumination, it's 3 stacks, he does a special effect. Let me show you how to play without doing dodge rolls for a little bit. This one's tough. If you get hit by it, I understand completely. I'm doing short hops to dodge it. Good positioning. Still no crits. If you don't have a shield, you simply double jump and then duck. Notice I got hit, even while trying to showcase it. Once he goes below half, double slam into phase 2. Phase 2 allows him to bring down crystals from the sky. They don't last forever, so it's not that big a deal. Just make sure you're avoiding combat. Jump off the platform if you have to. Sometimes that's the outplay. Just waiting on a level 3 left arm. But yeah, oftentimes I go in the center, jump off, go in the center, dodge roll. We'll chug here. All right, that's the level 3 on the left hand. This is a bullet hell. You can just duck or dodge roll. Nice, good hit. If you haven't realized, every time you destroy a hand, the shoulder pads reset. So long as you're actually destroying the hands, you oftentimes don't deal with the shoulder pad mechanic at all. Valmont's Whip, very good in here, except for the eyeball. It's all positional based. Nice. You've beaten me fairly. Not like before. Take this. It might be more of use to you. That's a boss cell. Make a wish. I jest. You most certainly are. A. Now, before this happens, like before the 5th boss cell, he'll actually like say more dialogue after that. I won't say what it is. We might even see that in the next video. But we now have our 5th boss cell. That's the final boss cell that we need for full progression of the game. We'll grab these. I can also tell you that the giant gives you the most scroll fragments of all bosses. So there may be a case where like you go to the giant specifically because of how strong you could get. The game also decided, I don't remember which update it was, but it gave you the option to now skip High Peak Castle and go straight to Hand of the King. The benefit of doing that is time savings. Maybe you only have 1 flask left. You don't want to use that last flask in High Peak Castle. We won't be going to any other biome. I won't be going to Distillery. So there may be a possibility where you're thinking, okay, I don't have progression to get. You could get new blueprints in High Peak Castle. There could be a challenge rift in High Peak Castle. But for the purpose of the Zero to Hero full walkthrough, I do want to show you what it looks like to skip, it goes straight to Hand of the King. But for our purposes, we want to see what does it look like when you skip. They give you the benefit of 2 power scrolls. High Peak Castle is guaranteed 2 power scrolls, but it does have extra scrolls. We get double survival here. So like, could you be stronger going into High Peak? Yes. However, you're not going to be necessarily weak by skipping. We did get a blueprint that we put in, which was Giant Killer. That is right up here. It is a slash survival, so with 100 cells, you could unlock it. However, I don't have enough. I only have my 30. We'll put points towards Specialist Showroom. Everything else here is basically fine, but I will upgrade this. I will upgrade this. Money is basically worthless at this point. I could have possibly reset to get rid of Necromancy. Maybe take Instinct of the Master of Arms for more cooldown reduction. Maybe take Disengagement. That's more safety. You have a lot of options. But let's go ahead and go in. We've learned a lot so far, and we've seen a lot of new stuff in 4 BC. But we are on a fast track to the 5th boss cell now. Hand of the King, he's still mad, still upset. Hand of the King can be frozen. Wow, what a hit. I could heal myself on parry if I had what doesn't kill me. So you may think to yourself, like, why would I ever use what doesn't kill me? This is an excellent situation where that could be happening. Taking a lot of damage. One thing about Hand of the King that's different than almost every other monster in the game, if you freeze Hand of the King, his attack does not get reset. His attack stays as it is. Just definitely interesting. Dodge these. There's also cooldown reduction on parry. That would have actually been quite nice in this fight. All the parry stuff against Hand of the King is pretty good. Realistically, you only ever want to parry the 3-hit combo, because that's the easiest thing to parry. Alright, so Hand of the King is dead. We get a lot of cells out of it. 27, 40 cells total. We get a skin. Faithful Hand of the King outfit. We still cannot access what's after here. This says 5 boss cells. But we have it now. Once we get through the next run, we'll be able to access that door. So new content still awaits us. Hour-long duration, because it took me a lot of time to find all the secrets I wanted to show you all. We got a new head for kill streaking, being able to like get through the entire biome without failure. So we've done quite a good job doing that. But that is the 4th boss cell of our Zero the Hero full walkthrough. If you like what you saw, leave a like on the video, subscribe to see more of this. I personally really enjoy doing this, and we have guaranteed one more video at least coming up, so long as you all want to see the full entirety of the Dead Cells Zero the Hero. Otherwise, I hope you enjoyed the video, and I'll catch you next time. This is the full Dead Cells Zero the Hero walkthrough, going up to the 5th boss cell now. This is Hell difficulty. There is some new things with 5 boss cells activated. As you see here, enemies have malaise and a lot of food is infected. And then cursed mobs can spawn in up to 8 biomes, which technically means every biome could be cursed. So now when you start this off, it's gonna look exactly the same as normal Dead Cells until you got this amulet. As you play through the game, there is an ongoing timer, and a malaise meter is going up along with your in-game timer. And as soon as it hits the first notch, it's gonna get a special effect. If we go back over to the info tab, we can see malaise infection level 1. At level 2, we've gotten more reactive enemies, and enemies spawn around you. Remember I said you get attacks of opportunity before a monster actually realizes you're there? That's gonna get reduced. As far as monsters spawn around you, that is verbatim. Monsters will literally spawn around your character over time. So that means you cannot stall as much as you would like. The next tier from that, enemies teleport to you faster, and they'll start to transform into elites. As you go through an area, a monster will randomly start to charge in a stunned state, and then immediately become an elite monster. Luckily for us, an elite monster actually reduces the malaise meter more than a normal monster, because as we're playing this, we actually reduce the malaise meter by doing damage to enemies. Eventually, monsters are starting to do even more damage. So right now, I'm at 8 malaise, which is extremely high, and monsters are doing literally more damage on each individual hit. We are finally at maximum malaise. It actually took me 7 minutes to get this. So to be honest, the odds of you getting to maximum malaise is like fairly low, so long as you're not just literally AFK somewhere. The info tab looks like this. Level 3 for just about every effect, including enemies deal more damage. But if you notice, I got all of this malaise by standing in one place with the timer going. That's because I actually had permanent timer turned on in the gameplay settings. The actual in-game timer is what controls malaise. So if you're in an area with a pause timer, such as a shop or such as a challenge rift, malaise is not actually going up that entire time. So we'll go ahead and restart. We have our amulet. We have full randomized choice here. I do see a starred throwing knife, the kunai. I actually really like that. It happened to be Flaming Trail. Also, keep in mind that I do not have maximum blacksmith, maximum forge. So that's pretty bad, to be honest. Porcupack. We're gonna be getting a lot of cells now. I have no idea what will unlock, but it's probably in our best interest to unlock as many things as possible. Now, as I play through this with the new malaise system, you may be thinking to yourself, how do I even manage to do anything on the map? Do I need to speedrun? Is that the answer to like cure the island's malaise? For those who don't know, like the idea of the malaise is that the entire island's infected. So the longer that you exist on the island, the worse the infection gets. Oh my god, this is what I mean by like the sped up enemies. This is an elite. Imagine if this was a normal enemy, just infected with malaise. Keep in mind, elites will actually reduce your malaise meter on kill. In fact, every enemy that you kill reduces the malaise meter. This is new. We got merchandise categories last time, which allows us to get a set of brutality items, tactics items, or survival items. So now I can click on tactics and it'll show me only tactics stuff, and we can re-roll it. Unfortunately, I don't have a lot of tactics items unlocked. So in the game's eyes, it's only gonna show me literally 2 items, which is fine. Sell off everything we can. Failed experiment is still here. In fact, the monster diversity in 5BC is exactly the same as 4BC. Like, the actual monster spawns have not changed. Really, the big difference is the fact that we have to deal with malaise, and then monsters will start to just show up that may not even exist on this map in the first place. So we have our rampagers, we have our oven knights, we have the inquisitors, rats, failed experiment. But notice, I'm not really speedrunning at all. I'm playing the game at my own pace. The monsters are fast enough as is, so it's not like I'm allowed to play that slow. I would say the malaise is more of a test on making sure that your character is in motion. Since the very beginning, you've been getting kill bonuses that give you move speed and stuff like that. To this day, 2,000 hours later, I still don't believe the answer to 5 BC is to speedrun through the game. In my opinion, it's solved by having a good build. Now, my items are very bad. No plus, no S. So in terms of like, make a good build, we're gonna be using bare minimum. But once we get into the more difficult biomes, especially the longer biomes, we may struggle a little bit. Putting a lot of faith in this throwing knife, actually. Oh, wow, look at this. Food infected with malaise. I'll show you all what that looks like once I'm a little bit lower in HP. I still want to actually grab health pots at like the right time. The malaise meter actually is progressively less depending on how many monsters are on the map. The cleaner the map, the less malaise you're getting over time until the eventual point where you kill all the monsters and then it gives you like a big malaise reduction. This is for the DLC Bad Seed. We got ourselves a Bobby outfit and Panchaku. I know I said that I wasn't really gonna do DLC for this walkthrough. Like, we'll maybe decide to do that in the future. But I do want to grab this stuff. I don't think any of this has shown up in any of the walkthroughs that we've done. That was Pure Nail from the hit indie game. That name escapes me right now, but I'm sure you all know what it is. Panchaku is probably one of the best melee weapons in the game. It's very fast, has a really, really good combo. As you can clearly see. We got our 30 kills. And that should be all the monsters. To be fair, I should actually check this lore room. Since we already saw we have free items available to us. Yeah, every lore room needs to be identified. A lot of it's crossover stuff. But the sooner we get those, the more items we have available. If I were to open up the biome map, no cursed biomes. Not yet, anyway. For now, we'll head into toxic sewers. Because the routing we want to do, which, to be fair, all I have to do is get to Hand of the King. Doesn't really matter what route I take, but for the purpose of this walkthrough, I do kind of want to show you all stuff that maybe you haven't seen yet. Especially because we need so many more blueprints. I may as well try to get to everything possible, get all our cells. I'll get the new wolf trap, cover the ground with oil that burns. I already have a bunch of points in tactics, so we'll try to go down the tactics road. Oh, this is new. Hello there, I was waiting for you. Someone keeps leaving weird books all over the island. I want to try some of the stuff written there. But I need cells, the sort you're carrying, for experiments. Bring me some and I'll help you in exchange, would you, darling? So the original collector isn't here right now. Instead, we have this, like, collector's apprentice. I'm gonna go ahead and unlock Barnacle, because I would like a new ability, a new skill, something that's actually on brand. A new weapon would be nice, too. Tentacle. I mean, Swift Sword will be tactics when I unlock it, so that's not terrible. This is cheap, so I'll go ahead and grab it. Like I said, it's gonna be tactics to start off with. Goodbye, Panchaku. Let's do a level up, especially for the plus. That is extremely important. The Barnacle, I could probably upgrade this just the one time. It's cheap enough. First mutation is gonna be a little tough here. My build is a little odd. We could just take an easy support when we're close to a deployed skill, so either Wolf Trap or Barnacle, we are getting bonus damage. I could easily bring in YOLO, because it's our first time in 5 BC. I could bring in Disengagement. Toxic Sewers does have poison, which counts for Masochist, but the poison doesn't do that much damage. I wouldn't worry about it that much. You could also dual bind this. We learned that last time. It's extremely effective when we're using the throwing knife. Probably one of the best items for it. secret down here. I cannot get up there to save my life, literally. Swift Sword is actually one of my favorite items in the game. We got this from doing the daily challenge. And I was saying that daily challenge is something that you'll want to do 15 times. It doesn't have to all be at the same time, like in a row. You just try your best. Just make sure you kill the final boss at the end, which is always Concierge. That's the new Barnacle. Kind of wasted it a little bit. Swift Sword's effect is fantastic. It's as you have a move speed bonus. Oh my god. Goodbye health bar. Try to get some of it back thanks to Rally. As you get a move speed bonus, you'll be able to get critical hits on all your attacks. And it's quite strong, in my opinion. But because you're going faster, you have to make sure that you aren't messing up your gameplay. Look at that elite ability. Just a turret shooting down at me. Toxic Sewers isn't the smallest biome, so we will probably have the malaise going up. The Swift Sword will definitely help with that. This is DLC for Queen and the Sea. I'll go ahead and just talk to him. Just to kind of like exhaust that area. I think it will still spawn until I actually access the DLC area. But for the most part, in Dead Cells, once you do specific lore rooms, ones that like introduce new areas, they usually don't spawn again. There's our food. It is infected. So you'll see I'll get one single tier of malaise. But it's a necessary evil. Almost think of it as balance. You may have thought the game doesn't let you heal enough, but in reality, there is a decent amount of healing on the screen at any given time. Wow, that monster does not belong here. That spawned randomly thanks to malaise. So this is also a reason why people turn on show secrets. Because at this stage of the game, where you really, really want this food, I'm gonna let that change. Because remember, elite monsters reduce the malaise meter more than a normal monster. See, we lost almost like a half a point. It's very good. The Barnacle's not at full power yet. Barnacle would like you to have poison. If a monster is poisoned, it will actually do a critical hit. I'll drop down. We're now at the point where, and I apologize because I do have a lot of hours in the game, but we're at the point where I actually have to play the game properly. Especially at the point where I don't have a lot of investment. Investment in blueprints, investment in the forge. So I have to play as if my life depends on it, literally. We'll keep going to the left. I will have to go down below. Trying to lob as many throwing knives into these monsters. Utilizing some of my air stall. Wolf Trap is doing good damage. It would be nice if the Swift Sword did bonus to bleed or bonus to fire. That monster doesn't belong here. That monster's from the bank. The evil Gilead. So if you think about, okay, we're now in 5 BC. V, I'm seeing the same monsters all the time. We were saying that earlier about the green zombie and whatnot. It couldn't be further from the truth. Now, if you were to say, okay, I am seeing the slasher again. I keep forgetting, I never looked up what that monster's name is. Okay, officially, that thing is called a Demolisher. Ours is better with the Flaming Trail. You could say it's like redundant that I have 2 Flaming Trails, but I think it's still good. Either way, I need poison and I need like damage to burning oil and stuff like that. But anyway, like these are monsters that you've seen on other maps, sure. Like if you want to just be literal about seeing the same stuff. But in Toxic Sewers, a lot of these have never been here. A lot of these don't belong here. Big elite. I'll let it come down. Trap it up. Wow, the rat jumped down and went in the trap. I have some plans for this setup. Typically, when I do Dead Cells, especially at this level, I want to have some kind of plan in mind for what the build will be. That doesn't belong here. I am doing a full clear. I knew I was going to get trapped there. Because I do want to keep my malaise as low as possible. Is he here? Give it to me. Wow, he is here. I think I actually need to talk to him. So I probably missed out on a lore room by not talking to that for a long time. That's ramparts. Malaise is continuing to go up. Backtracking becomes like even worse of a thing to do. Originally we said, oh, like in Forgotten Sepulchre, you can't be backtracking because of the darkness. But now backtracking is an even worse offense because we're gaining malaise. 1 BC door. Trying to get all the chests that we can. It's gonna be worth money. Someone said in one of the YouTube comments that as far as having like a ++ or an S weapon goes, you can almost think of it as scroll bonuses. Like each plus is 1 scroll's worth. Dang. Elites are everywhere too. I'm like 99% sure that there are more elite monsters than ever, plus monsters can transform into elites based on malaise. I'll take the extra jump. We had one already, but that had like another stat too. I am trying to keep a lookout for secrets in the wall. I don't want to use the health pot. I'd rather use the healing that the game provides me. And in my opinion, there is enough. Just hopefully it's like big food. If I even find it in the first place. Maybe I don't. Damage is getting a little bit better. If you find that once you get to 5 BC, your damage has completely fallen off, it's most likely that you need to go and finish off the forge. Get some S gear. We're getting those from getting kill streaks. The 60 door has a guaranteed S rank item. There's the map reveal. Of course, it doesn't show stuff in the walls. I don't remember if we got the food off monsters. Typically what I would do is if I memorize, because I'm yapping right now, if I memorized if I got the food yet, I would actually go and make sure I kill whatever's over here. The monsters are easy enough. You could almost think of the map reveal as a potential way to show you where the food is, if you haven't gotten it off the monsters yet. Check out this. Poison the enemy would have been like kind of cool with the barnacle, but we can't really mix and match stuff as much as we used to. Heavy crossbow, I'm not particularly interested in. Electric whip could have been interesting. Firebrand? We could drop throwing knife actually. We don't need flaming trail if I have the Molotov. And to be fair, like I only have to throw the Molotov 1 time to get pretty much all its value compared to throwing knife where the bleed can stack up. There's our food. Right on time. There's a cursed biome, but we will not be going into it. Not because I'm scared, but because we're going to be going to a new biome. This is the equivalent of prison depths that we saw in 4 BC. Yeah, it would essentially be like right here. We did get 60 kills. Throwing knife, level 8. That's pretty good. Also, barnacle, level 8. I think I'd rather take that for now. 200 cells. I can get pretty much anything I want. And what I'm gonna take is Alchemic Carbine, a ranged weapon that poisons victims. Remember, we have that barnacle. That's gonna be really good synergy between the two. None of this stuff. I mean, parting gift, it's not nothing. Kind of helps out with the biome clear. Just it itself doesn't do very good damage. We could get more money from recycling. I think that's gonna be good eventually. Alchemic Carbine is gonna go into the backpack. And then we will bring in, after some upgrades, a new mutation, Acrobatic Pack. Whenever we roll, it's gonna throw the poison grenade that comes from Alchemic Carbine. If you were to reverse those, like, look at my attack here for Molotov is extremely easy to do. If I were to reverse it, it instead will look like this. Like, Alchemic Carbine has a specific attack animation to it, so I think it's in your best interest to do the opposite way instead. All right, first ever corrupted prison. Works the exact same. The first thing that pops up is a curse every single time. Inside a Vorpan. Because I actually think Swift Sword is better than Vorpan. The damage is pretty good and bonus damage to poison target. I think it's in the best interest that we actually swap here. This is a smaller map, but it does gain melees just the same. We have rats. Wouldn't be a prison without some rats. We have, I saw it, that thing, Toxic Miasma. Brand new monster. It only exists here, but we have seen it before in the bank. Because I'm cursed, I can't really showcase what it does. But as soon as, oh wow, that's something. That's from the cavern. I believe they call that the Slammer. You do not want to see its face. Not while you're cursed. All right, Toxic Miasma. Does a big explosion. Hits on both sides of it. If you're too far away, it actually tries to shoot at you. Dang, that thing hit me twice? No way. This map does follow the same rules in terms of food. That's the monster from the graveyard. See how I'm getting the poison? For basically free. Because, like, as I'm running around the biome, I'm rolling randomly. Just to, you know, keep up the pace. So, like, I always have the Acrobatic Pack ready. I'm gonna let that change. I would say it's probably better to do that, as long as it's safe. Sometimes you'll be in a situation... Wow, we're getting so many skins. Yeah, I don't think I've unlocked much of anything at all. Alright, we're boxed in, but that's okay. Because I have a melee weapon. There's the shot from the miasma. This is Tactical Retreat. What we used to call Witch Time from Bayonetta. You roll through an enemy and you get to slow down all enemies around you. It's not something that I use almost at all. Because in terms of tactics stuff, they have a lot of tactics damage mutations. And I oftentimes think I'd rather have a damage mutation. But I won't say it's bad. It's definitely a player preference kind of thing. Would love for the food to show up. There's one. Infected food. Duck. I rolled a little bit too early. I know that there's a toxic miasma prepped up. Sometimes the answer to a bad situation, especially ranged attacks, is you need to duck. There's a chance you may not have ever pressed down except to jump down the platform. Utilize the environment. Cover the ground with oil that burns is actually quite strong. Does a very good job of killing things like rats. There's also protectors on this map. We haven't seen those since Promenade, I believe. There should be one more piece of food somewhere. I believe it's gonna be on a monster. I have to get that protector. Is it the actual worst spot? All right, let's do this one first. We also have to kind of calculate which monsters are the best ones to fight first, especially based on their positions. Blaze is cleared. With the malaise cleared, not only did we get a malaise reduction, but we can also now stall. There's no more timer on the malaise, so now I can kind of do whatever I want. Wow, rat pack. That was 4 rats and 1 crab. All right, that's the end. Oh yeah, we did get the food already. It's back there. I left it because I wasn't convinced I needed it just yet. Just gonna sell whatever is here. I'm pretty sure it will not be stronger than what I already have. I don't really need to kill that one monster. I know it won't drop food. And I know I already have both blueprints on this map. Costume and the mutation. Next areas, I have the choice of either ancient sewers, or if you go through the 1 BC door, you have ramparts. It is a cursed ramparts, which normally is like extremely scary, but for the purpose of this walkthrough, we'll go ahead and come in here. We haven't been to ramparts in a long time. I'm sure that map has changed drastically. 55 cells, not quite enough for recycle. It's very unfortunate. Also notice there is no 60 door here. Same as prison depths, there just happens to not be one. Final mutation, I think I'm gonna pick up disengage, especially because I'm playing tactics. My HP isn't looking too hot. There is a bank here, but I think for our purposes, it's actually better that I go to ramparts. I'm gonna wanna go to conjunctivius. I think if I go into the bank, I'll only have access to concierge. And then we haven't seen this map in a long time. That's gonna die. I was gonna say, I'll let you change. We have these here. The demolishers. Venites. That thing just randomly teleported, I believe. Or randomly spawned in, I should say. I'm very curious what else is here. All right, that's a cursed monster. Disengage, procced immediately. Thanks to the little roly-poly. I have 26% HP. One little detail that may be helpful for the purpose of a, Zero to Hero walkthrough. Dead Cells has what they call one-shot protection. And it essentially works at above 25% HP. So even though my disengagement is gone, as long as I take a hit that is higher than 26% of my life, or one hit that is lower than 26%, I will survive my next hit. So that's making me not want to use the health pump. And that's gameplay that I think about pretty much every time I play. If you ever watch one of my older videos for Dead Cells, you would see that I hold off on using a health pot for quite a long time. And does it mess me up? Sometimes, yeah, I'll admit it. But in the event I could save myself from using a health pot, I might be able to utilize it later. A lot of money. I'm not rolling enough to to get the benefit of the acrobatic pack. Monsters feel faster, and they're all teleporting in. My malaise is skyrocketing right now. That means we gotta put up the pace. I don't think I'm stalling, but what I think is happening is I had a quick swath of stalling. Especially when I got that damage taken, I had to sit there and think about my actions, you know? Oh, I knew it. I tried to do the double jump, but I messed it up. So that's a health pot. Health pots actually reduce your malaise by 5. But I will reiterate, I don't think the answer to the malaise system is not only speedrunning, but also not just spamming health pots. I would never use a health pot to get rid of malaise. New weapons. Firebrand, level 9. It's a mimic. I was just gonna look at it. Someone asked in a comment earlier, how does Veedotme know that there's gonna be a mimic? If I know there is a mimic on the map, guaranteed, like the bank or something, the way I know that the shop is a mimic or not is as soon as I touch the shop, it's going to immediately spawn the mimic. If it doesn't immediately spawn it, that means the mimic is somewhere else. So in that case, all I want to do is look at the Molotov, and it immediately spawned the mimic. I think that is the only mimic that's going to be in the game. I can't recall a situation where I've had multiple mimics from multiple biomes. Gotta really dance around this stuff. I haven't seen the other cursed monster, the sore loser. The one that gives you a curse simply for killing it. I believe the way how the cursed biome system works is that it spawns a very specific number of cursed monsters. And it will never exceed that number. So I wonder if like the sore loser number just happens to be very low. Maybe even 0. And that's pure RNG. I don't believe we've been down here. Since the last time we've been to Ramparts, we probably didn't have Ram Rune. That would be my guess. There's so many walls in this place. It feels like it's impossible to see the food. But trust me, I am looking. That is Gardener's Key. Moonlight Flower. I believe there are 3 of those total. There's one here, one in Sepulcher, and one in High Peak Castle. Maybe the final door is in High Peak Castle. This food shop is a little bit different than we remember. Now it includes a 50% heal and cough syrup, the Robitussin. It reduces malaise infection by 30. Only costs you 3k. I would recommend taking this in situations that your malaise is extremely high. Extremely high is 5 or higher. For our purposes, I will come back for the 4k. I highly doubt my malaise will go up much more than this. Famous last words, I guess. I let that change on purpose. Don't hit me. Oh my god, we are playing with fire right now. Literally. There's the sore loser. I'm hoping if it dies to fire... Nope, I still got cursed. Alright, one more. Playing as safe as possible. I do believe killing the random monsters does reduce... Wow, reduce your malaise meter. Double jump for safety. We got ourselves a cursed flask. And a cursed chest is here. That's scary. Inside is a broadsword. Not gonna lie, I do not believe broadsword is the answer while cursed, but I think I'll take it because it seems entertaining. Look at all this stuff that I have to kill. Like, luckily I have a ranged build for the most part. Nice. And we have ourselves a challenge rift. So we got a really good power boost for coming to this cursed biome. I am gonna do this now. We do not get malaise while we're in here because the timer is paused. Even more tactics. We'll definitely need this to get through 5 BC. Monsters in this difficulty are extremely difficult. Plus, this is like the makings of true ending soon. Not exactly yet, but soon. Dodge roll to cancel my momentum. It's about to go head first into that saw blade. Sometimes I pan my camera up to have a good idea of what I'm gonna roll myself into. So that was that the Ram Rune? I think that was the Ram Rune, right? That gave us a curse chest. If you think about like, oh, is it really like necessary for me to get all the runes in the game? For true ending, yeah, but there's power, just like a Metroidvania would do. There's power you can get once you have everything accessible. All right, full map reveal. That does not mean the malaise is done. We're gonna have to kill more stuff. I mean, not gonna lie, the broadsword is strong. With Wolf Trap, we can do full combos on bosses. So in reality, that might not be as bad as I was, thinking it was. Like I said, you have to play like your life depends on it. Everything's so scary. Sometimes there's a secret here. Notice it wasn't even showing on the map for the most part. The only thing that showed was this little platform right here. But this intersection, you can't see. Inside is stun grenade. Stun grenade is actually very good. I don't know if I'll use it right now because I already have Wolf Trap. But if I was playing survival, I would consider unlocking that. The game does try to provide you with lots of scrolls at this point. If you were to skip stuff, you will be extremely weak. This is not a time to be skipping. I will take that. 3 scrolls worth. Burn the ground when you run. So now I have like on-demand burning oil. Sometimes that would change my build. I will be going in there, but not just yet. I'll show you all that later. Sometimes something like burn the ground when you run or toxic gas on dodge roll will change my build. I'll take specific items like the barnacle because I have on-demand poison. Free food. Might not even have to spend the 4K. All right. That appears to be it. I could have gone back to that food shop, topped my HP off. I would highly recommend not buying the cough syrup if you're not over 5. Reason why is that the boss itself reduces your malaise by 5. I think Conjunctivius reduces it even more than 5, to be honest, but 5 is the base amount. New barnacle. It is stronger. We'll probably do some rerolls, see if we can hit bonus damage to poison target. We finish off recycle, 150 cells basically. To be honest, I don't really have something I want to get because the build is like actually legit right now. I think I can put Boomerang in the queue. We don't necessarily have to use it right now. We could stick with the broadsword, but now I'm considering things I would like to show up at random. This is the new flask we got. Your health flask has infinite charges, but every time you use it, you get a 20 curse. There is gameplay you can do to make that not as bad or even beneficial to some degree. But right now, I think we're fine as is. We'll put the remaining cells into... We'll put it into Spartan for now. That is not that great of a boomerang. It does have all the bonuses we want, but power-wise, we're sitting on level 8 S rank. Let's try to get poison on this. Root damage, that's not awful. Burning plus root, I'll take that. This one has poison plus root, which is also fine. Mutations stay the same. And now let's head into Conjunctivious. The build we have for this is honestly not that bad. If we can get a very good wolf trap, we could maybe even one phase this. All right, that's good. Barnacle. You can see the crits coming out. No, we still have an ad phase, which is fine. Put these out. All the oil on the ground, all the poison and fire, like it's really good for taking out tentacles. Saving my skills for the actual boss. Yeah, I was gonna say, there's no way that hits. Dang, it looked like it was gonna go in too. I can barnacle here. We'll get it back. For some reason, a lot of the traps in the game have extremely short cooldowns. Like, Barnacle's already done. It looks like I won't have Wolf Trap for the boss itself, but maybe we won't need it. Was the boss faster? That was like a very aggressive charge, wasn't it? Oh, wow. The quintessential item in Dead Cells, Cursed Sword. If you want to see me use Cursed Sword, I have a bunch of videos that show it. We got 5 scroll fragments. Enough for a whole upgrade and then some. Dang, that's a really good boomerang. Poison damage. The stun is kind of worthless, but I'd be trolling to not take that. Goodbye, broadsword. All right, we have access to Slumbering Sanctuary. We have access to Graveyard. From here, I would say the more difficult map is probably Slumbering Sanctuary. Graveyard has a bunch of junk in it, but I think our build is very good at killing junk. Legendary Wolf Trap. Now, I know I said before that, you know, I don't really want to take the giga-busted legendaries that will kind of cook the Zero to Hero. The regular Wolf Trap and the legendary is really not that far off from each other. All it does is freeze enemies when the effect ends. But I guess you can think of that as a free affix that you don't normally have to find. Generate a shield when you use it. That's kind of odd. I'd say it's not, like, great, but it's also not nothing. 40 cells, unlock the Spartan Sandals. There's Cursed Sword, 1 hit and you're dead. Mutations are fine. Let's head into Graveyard. That was a hitless Conjunctivious, by the way. If you didn't already have the hitless kill, you would get a skin for it, but unfortunately it will only give me either the Cursed Sword or the skin. They decided to give me Cursed Sword instead. As A-okay to me. Boomerang. New item. Sticks to the back of the enemy. Does continuous damage. It does pierce through all enemies first, so it only gets stuck on the one in the back. There is a mutation in the game that will actually give Boomerang more ammo, so you can fire 2 boomerangs at the same time. This is a regular chest. There is a guaranteed curse on the map, so be ready for that. Ideally, You would clear the curse here, but if you don't, you're just gonna have to do it in the next area. Oh, this is lore for the cursed biome monsters. Little guy seems to be the assistant of the towering figure. Nobody pays attention to him, poor little fellow. I'm sure he just wants to help and is really likable. Death is a blessing, glory to its priests. That's not really a positive motto. Then, am I a saint to them, considering how often I die? Some poor fellows begging the sinister masked figure. Are they praying for his blessing, or for their lives to be spared? I need my life to be spared. 5 BC is hard enough as is. Let's grab this. As you're watching this, definitely let me know how long it's taken you to get through 5 BC. You may not be in 5 BC at all. I did try to duck there, but I was a little bit too close for it to even be helpful. We do need the key. So many elites, by the way. So the way I'm playing this is I'm throwing out one Molotov, and then I throw out the boomerang. And it seems to be quite effective. Boomerang also has a very good stun state. Just the issue with it is if there's multiple monsters in the hallway, it's gonna get stuck on the final monster. Legendary Gilded Yumi. Now this is certainly an item that for Zero the Hero I should not be taking. I'm gonna show you what it does. You push monsters, and it pushes them extremely far, and it bumps into other monsters. Gonna aggro that and bring it down, utilizing our knowledge that elites get pushed. But this is a bully weapon. Like, that monster's not allowed to play the game. It's extremely strong. The legendary version has Flaming Trail, so it gets pushed into the wall and set on fire. You can even put that in the backpack for Acrobatic Pack. And all your bullets, well, not all of them, but a lot of your bullets will push every monster. It's extremely strong. But for our purposes, I don't want you all to think of the walkthrough as, oh, this was only possible because he got a legendary item. I'll take the jumps, poison enemies. We don't need that. We already have jump. We already poison enemies. There's our first food. One of two, hopefully. We did this last time, so now it always has a piece of equipment. And then up here, always has money. So, just like I said, Roguevania, you progress through the game, you gain access to new stuff, but then the game actually backfills those areas with either money, food, or equipment. It's a very cool system. I actually wish more roguelikes did this, or I guess roguelites, I should say, did this, where there's like full map progression, and then you as the player, like, you see the fruits of your labor after you do all of this. And it's like incentive to play the game again. There are other games that have modeled this before. If you need a list of that, I have a lot of vids that are titled Dead Cells 2 and stuff like that. Take a look at those and you'll be able to see the different kinds of games that I think are either a spiritual successor to a Dead Cells or fills in that niche for anyone who has finished this game and want to, you know, fill in a gap. 24 cells. Remember, that used to give us 6. As I said, the way how I think about clearing 5 BC with low malaise is just having a good build. The build I have right now, in my opinion, is fantastic. Is it top 3 worthy? You know, there's probably stronger out there. Funny enough, there is probably stronger builds than this. But this is extremely good. Sometimes it's worth utilizing the teleport from the monsters to your advantage. Yo, networking! Wait, we might actually use that. Over disengage. for this build specifically, that is like extremely good. There's our curse with literally no monsters left after we clear this next area. Technically, you can try to run past them or leave the 10 at the bottom. I suppose I can try to do that to show you all what it looks like to skip stuff. But this used to be a strat back in the day where, okay, I'm cursed. I'm just gonna blow past this stuff. But see how, like, I'm immediately taking damage? I just don't like that as a strategy. And I had burn the enemies when you run, so technically all those rats I was trying to save up for this curse, it's already gone. They're dead. Sell off that. More tactics. We're at 321.5. Very good numbers right now. I will clear out these monsters. Now I can't see, which is like almost worse. All right, there you are. I was waiting for that. Some rats. Inquisitor. 5 left. 4 on the map. Notice I do my dodge rolls to make sure that I have my acrobatic pack ready. Yeah, see, if I actually stayed... No, I would have killed everything, right? So there's probably no hope, realistically, to clear out the curse on this map unless there's monsters in here. And there are a single rat. That's all I need. Thank you, game. I was worried for nothing. This is another food shop, I believe. So again, if you need it, we'll go ahead and buy it, actually. If you need it, you know what? Sure, we got the money. If you need it, I have the money, technically. Why not? Full life, full health pots cost me a lot of money, but we're now in like a very good spot. Let's head into Forgotten Sepulchre. We've been here exactly 1 time. We did get a 60 kills. Electric Whip, very good, but kind of all set on that. This is more damage reduction. I already have burning, so I feel like that's redundant. Losing out on the jump is unfortunate. I would prefer to have the extra jump, but can't argue with 5% damage reduction. 183 cells. We'll finish off Ice Shards. I won't be using it here. I'll finish off Specialist Showroom. Oh, networking! I forgot. Yeah. This is fantastic. The rest we'll put into... I don't think we'll actually utilize gold reserves, unfortunately, for this walkthrough. Networking, support, acrobatic pack. No more defensive mutations at this point. Except for maybe like the very, very end of the game. But this, the networking, I'll show you all what that looks like in just a second. Early curse is better than late. We know exactly what we're up against. Sometimes I'll run past the curse to see if there's like jump puzzles or anything. But I feel relatively confident. Famous last words, I guess. That's an elite. Anything in here? Yes. So networking links monsters together. They share the damage they take. So for something like Molotov, something like Boomerang, all of these things that do damage away from my body, I get to damage every monster at the same time, which is extremely powerful for a map like this, a map where I want to clear out whole hallways. Look at all these Spartan sandals. Holy moly. Oh, I should do the elite. Yeah, see, I missed almost every attack on those, but they still died because they're sharing damage. Previously, for those who remember Dead Cells from back in the day, it used to be an arrow stuck in enemies would allow for networking, but they actually buffed it. So now you only have to do range damage. And there's a lot of items in the game that do range damage, but it's not a buff. Wow, like I got a free kill on that crab. That's the kind of stuff we're talking about when it comes to build making. Synergy isn't necessarily bonus damage to burning target. Instead, we're talking about here's a projectile that will ignite the whole screen. A mask with comically long beak. Someone doesn't want to get too close to other people, I see. A gory display, frightening skulls, maimed corpse, reversed cross, purple flames. They've got it all. These guys are pros. Respect. Failed experiments here. Gotta use our traps. Frantic sword. Another quintessential item of Dead Cells. It's one that actually gives you critical hits if your HP is less than half. And it's sub-tactics, funny enough. Or at least it used to be. Maybe it's not anymore. Scroll fragment. Somehow I walked right by that. Funny enough, my runs in 5BC are only slow due to talking. Because the nature of 5BC is it like encourages you to keep moving and not stall. So a lot of times, this is like purely off muscle memory. The way I'm selling stuff, the way I'm like down slamming and then dodging, the way I pan my camera down. All of that is me like continuing to lower malaise natively, naturally. Not by using medicine or something like that. Jump away to make sure I don't get slashed. Boomerang is very nice. I think it's one of my favorites. Get our light back. I think it is one of the older top 3 videos for tactics. There's a lot of things that have come out nowadays. Boomerang isn't necessarily weak. But I know for a fact that we have like options, right? Dead Cells is all about options. So could I make something that sort of looks like this but is stronger? I think I could. But those builds may not utilize networking. Networking is nice because we're hitting the monster in the back continuously. And it's technically Pierce All on first hit. I think it would be smart if I actually like swap out Molotov and Boomerang, because I'm finding myself holding down the square button and seeing out of ammo. So why not just Y square? No need to dual bind it. You certainly could. But it's basically the same thing, right? You throw out one thing and then you hold down the button for the other thing. If you want to hold down all buttons at the same time, sure, go ahead. But I feel like it's not necessary. Lot of food. Look at this. No health pot required. That's 30% heal. Killing everything, making sure that we get as many cells as possible, as much malaise reduced as possible. For the most part, this is relatively comfy. If this wasn't comfy for you, I would consider taking a hard look at the build and seeing that, okay, maybe the build is not really popping like it should be. Sometimes it maybe you have redundant items. Like, why would I need an ice grenade here? Oh, wow, I'm probably gonna eat some, nope. Light's right here. I thought I would eat darkness, but the game has plenty of light for us. Oh, wait, now I will. Uh-oh. That's gonna be trouble. have to backtrack through all of this from right here. Oof. Well, we have the 60 kills already. The darkness won't do that much damage. There's no real way that you would know to not go up there yet. Thank you. By the way, secrets in the wall have free light. So there's technically 2 light altars right here, one behind the other. One is permanent, which is like this shape, and the other one was the temporary. Of course, I do wish I went down first before going to the other side, but it's okay. You can try to speed run your way through this if you want. Just don't get hit by the spikes at the end. It's gonna be even worse if you speed ran and then like jumped into these spikes. Wow, we made it. I highly doubt that's calculated distance of, oh, this is how much distance the player has to go, so we have to have the light right there. I doubt it. Couple monsters left. My malaise appears to be done, and I already got the blueprint for this map, right? Yeah, we did. So, unless I want the costume, we can leave. This door leads to the giant. That's new for us. We'll head in. Previously, you could only access the giant from Cavern, but once you do it for the first time, you can now access the giant through some of these shortcut doors. Level 12 Wolf Trap actually does more damage than my legendary. I'm sold. 200 cells. See, we've been farming so much cells in 4 and 5 BC. It's really nice. 97. I'll put it into crow's feet. We might see that. We have generate a toxic cloud, burning oil. All of that's really good. Like, I could maybe get fire damage and poison damage. There it is. Fire and poison. Unfortunately, the giant doesn't care about that. The giant cannot go into Wolf Trap at all. That item is effectively useless here. But I think we'll have enough damage, especially with networking, that maybe we'll be fine. Look at that. Networking is hitting everything at the same time. Look at the damage. Giant's getting melted right now. That's the power of, like, knowing what some of this stuff does. I think he actually took one Wolf Trap proc, because I saw a big hit. I didn't really mean to skip the cutscene, my bad. Sell off that. We got ourselves our first outfit, classic giant outfit. Even though I'm in 5 BC and should be getting like a better outfit than that. We will head into High Peak Castle. The last time we were here, we skipped by going through that locked door. Legendary. The legendary like and subscribe. You know what to do here. Leave a like on the video, subscribe if you want to see other roguelike games. 97 cells. I'll just dump them in here. And now we get to go into High Peak Castle. You could go dare to... My god, why is Distillery always a cursed biome? Like, I would dare go in. I would rather it be cursed High Peak Castle, so that way I can show you High Peak Castle plus curse. But for some reason, the game just doesn't want to do that. These are level 9. We could get a better boomerang. Our firebrand is still level 9. But this would allow us to get a plus firebrand. So I'm gonna buy it. You could have maybe sat on the one you had. And then, like, at the end of the biome, swap. Bombardier. Oh, wow, that hurt. But I got most of my HP back thanks to the boomerang. Getting that rally back. Just like you're playing Bloodborne, or it's a lot of other games where like doing damage while you get hit gives you some of that life back. I think it's a very good system to prioritize combat compared to running away. A cursed chest in High Peak Castle is extremely rare. I was hoping that we would get the cursed biome, which would give you a higher chance at the cursed chest, but they just gave it to me anyway. Thank you, game. Let's just be very careful, because there's a lot of things, including this, that can kill you. There's demons. There's the Lancers that can hit you through walls. So there are a plethora of ways to die while you are cursed in High Peak Castle. Utilize your doors. Just don't get hit by the Lancers. Like this one right here is waiting for me. Just like that. But like I said, if you stall too much, the malaise meter will punish you. Identify the situation and then go in. Don't just run away. Though I probably have shown myself waiting from time to time. Again, I'm not just running face at this stuff. I'm trying to play smart. Work smart, not hard. But also work kind of hard because the biome is not easy. Take out that thing. I'm pretty sure these sections of High Peak Castle do not have scrolls. So sometimes I will actually kill the elite and then just leave. Will I be missing blueprints for it? Absolutely. Oh, wow, that hurt. This is Victim Release Toxic Cloud on hit. That is extremely impressive. This is where we use the Moonflower Keys. This is lore, but I don't believe it has items or anything. There's lots of things to examine, including a bed with the king's picture with a heart on it. Daggers pointing into the collector's face. I'll click through the lore. Pause the video to read it. So up here we have a shop. Probably nothing that's gonna be better, right? Our Barnacle is level 9S. With a plus be stronger than that. I'm not like 100% convinced. I'm worried it'll actually be the same power level, but we have enough money. Like technically you don't need to just hoard the cash. You could check it. This is Slasher. Green is Thorny. Red is the two Darkstalkers. And then blue is Slasher. Again, you've done enough runs of Dead Cells. You do want to sort of memorize how the flow of the game goes, so you aren't surprised by anything you see. That was a little dangerous. There's like random traps all over High Peak Castle too. A trap can do at most 30% of your life, which in some cases could be enough to kill. We're gonna go through here. Where I popped out, well, where I went in, I should say, was actually a dead end. So we're now on the opposite side of High Peak Castle through that door. You can imagine High Peak Castle is split into two paths. One went this way, the other one went this way. This way has the exit. I still won't just leave without all the scrolls, but luckily with Explorer's Instinct, we will know for sure if I have all the scrolls or not. Thorny we already did. That's gotta be the scariest monster in this biome. And when it hit me, it did a giga-ton of damage. All these Lancers, I kind of face the same way, where I roll through them, knowing that they're gonna do like a melee attack forward, and then I hopefully kill it on the backside. So right here, I have to let him attack me through the wall, and then I can roll through. This is money. Unfortunately, you are gaining malaise in these little secret areas. Right now, my malaise is like bare minimum, because most monsters are dead. But sometimes I'll actually wait before going into those secret areas. Otherwise, you have to speed run your way through it. Had to run away. I didn't have everything ready to kill it. All right, so I'll show you what it looks like to, you know, keep going. We're gonna have to kill scary monsters. There is elites. So to be fair, like, the elite could give you something useful. There could be challenge rifts. There could be legendaries. So all of that you're skipping by not doing the entire door, the entire elite room. I just know that, you know, I can do it, but for the purpose of the walkthrough, I would encourage you to full clear all the areas and give yourself the best chances to power up. We're still alternating, getting the most HP that the game offers me. Head over to the left. Because I have all 3 keys, we get the access to this third door, which we've done before. That's how we got the boomerang. The boomerang blueprint is now replaced by an item. All of this is getting sold. Unless the game shows me level 10. But we were seeing level 11 gear. I feel like I'm good. I have 5 monsters left? Oh no. Come on now. Alright, let's check. Blue door's right here. Are there 5 monsters? 1. Inside green door, which is right up here. Inside. Okay. Yeah. Technically, you'll be able to see if there's a legendary, because the item would show on the map. You just have to go in the door. But what you don't see is if there's a challenge room. There it is, 60. I am perfectly content with leaving. You all can chase me all you want. I got nothing else to do here but leave. All right, Hand of the King. 5 BC. Potentially the last time we'll see Hand of the King. Unless you want to get true ending. Big barnacle. I mean, it's only 1 level higher, but still. Guaranteed to be stronger than the one we have. We have enough money to try to re-roll for stuff. I will save my cells for now. Upgrade here. Plus. Bonus damage is fine. Getting any of the other stuff, like bonus to poison, bonus to bleeding, that only affects the actual hit that Firebrand does. It does not affect the burning effect that Firebrand leaves. We do want to roll this barnacle a little bit. Doesn't really have much on it. It's a really cool effect. Reduces damage taken while you're near it, but I would rather have bonus damage to poison target. It itself generates poison, which is cool. I think the position of the poison might be a little bit awkward, but for the most part, I don't need it. All I need is the bonus damage to poison target. All right, here we are. Hand of the King. Malaise is still going up. If you had max Malaise from High Peak Castle, he'd be doing bonus damage. I don't think the bosses get faster, but that Conjunctivius looked awfully fast to me. New strats. We basically just want him poisoned. Wolf Trap doing a very good job of doing damage. He got absolutely melted. You could wait out your acrobatic pack if you really want. Oh my god, that's what I get for waiting. My bad. Double dash. Slams. Jump over. I am playing tactics. I was able to eat 2 hits and still have like half my HP. Did I eat those hits on purpose? Absolutely not. That was purely like complete mistakes. But sometimes for the walkthrough, I feel like it's nice to take damage every now and then. That way we at least show, okay, like how do you recover from here? The answer is, I just keep playing. This is new. Next level. Doesn't even tell you what it is. 5 BC exclusive. Passway to the Astrolab. That's the no damage taken. We still have the little apprentice here. 160 cells. I will try to spend all of them. Let's get some of this easy stuff. Crowbar, rapier, fire grenade. Everything that's 5 costs. We're gonna unlock it right now. Assassin's Dagger, Spiked Shield, Robber, Alcoholic. Happy holidays, by the way. Next cheapest stuff, all these grenades. Now, I'm sure someone out there would say, B, you're actually filling your queue with slop. Basically, everything you unlock now can show up in your run, and now you run the risk of seeing things you don't want. Which, like, that's true. I'm not gonna say that's an invalid thing to say. But for the most part, I like the variety. And sometimes when this stuff shows up as a legendary item, it could be quite good. For boss rewards, once you start getting no hits on bosses, those legendaries are only ever the things you already have unlocked. So I'm gonna make a quick change here. I'm gonna reset. We're taking networking, acrobatic pack, and disengage. I'm probably gonna save to reset one more time after this area. Astro Lab by itself, this is where most of the experiments did something. Couldn't read it fast enough, but if you don't read it, you can actually hit the map and see it at the top. This is where most of the experiments to find a cure has failed. We have the bombers. We saw these in the ossuary. Failed experiments. Lots of bombers, actually. An extremely high amount of bombers. We have a new little guy carrying a protector, doing the same effect as a protector on one single monster, inside a legendary frontline shield. My goodness. What else do we have? Okay, that's new. That is called the Librarian. One thing that we usually call the Shantae, because Shantae is like a genie. And that thing flies around like a genie. That was Death's Magistrate. Thunder Shield. I didn't really let you all see the Death Magistrate, but really all it does is fire out those skulls. Elite Bomber aggroed me from God knows where. Big amulets, level 12 plus. Essentially, we're getting like 1 extra scroll out of it. Really? From where? Like, where were you? Let's check out Librarian. 1 aggro. Floats above you. Hits you with laser beams. And then after 3, it will start to orbit you until it gets back up to where you were, and then fires out more lasers. If it's... Yeah, it can see you from down below. It has perfect tracking. You cannot outrun that. There is gameplay you can do to, like, cheese it a little bit. If I see a situation where I can do that, I'll try. birds. We've seen these in many, many different places. Sometimes these little guys are by themselves, but they can attack you. It's a very fast attack. This is one of 2 shops. The first one is a food shop. The other one is RNG. It's either a weapon shop or a skill shop. Wow, that monster had a scroll on it. In 2,000 hours, I don't know if I've ever seen that before. I don't think that's a bonus scroll. I think that's the same scroll that I would have always gotten. But that is new to me. Definitely let me know if you've seen that before. Heading up. We always have a chest here. And I want to kind of articulate, like, once you get to this biome, the odds of you actually changing your build are pretty slim. There's not really a lot of options anymore. As I said, the shop is an RNG shop, and then the chest that we just got could have literally anything in it. I would like to show you all the cheese if I can find it, but now there's like no Shantaes anywhere. All right, this is our RNG shop. It happened to be a skill shop, so we could do tactics. It's level 12, which is very strong. I could maybe find a barnacle. You could do something like this. It's very interesting, right? Poison the enemy on double crossbow-matic. We already have poison built in. New barnacles. Poison damage. No fire damage, but that's okay. We can actually take this right now. It is less damage, but I don't want to come back to find this. You are still gaining melees on this map. So if you see any secrets, if you see anything that you want to explore, save that for the very end, because you do not have the ability to cleanse this melees for a long time. I'll show you all exactly when, like, we're basically done with the map. Or at least the last part of the map. We did already get our first blueprint. However, we could still find food. I know I can buy food. All right, a little bit of cheese here. If you ever feel like you're not able to dodge these, because it has perfect tracking of the character, not really of the character, it's like perfect tracking of your inputs, right? So my input is for me running to the left, and the genie will actually try to follow that to a fault. And we can take advantage of that. We have our second key. The key is always on an elite that is inside of that door, and I think it's always one failed experiment, one bird. Right now, this tower. This is the last thing that we have to do in Astrolab. So, like, to clear melees, you have to either get to the tower or clear, like, half the tower. There used to be skips that speedrunners would use to skip this tower entirely and leave. That is no longer the case. You can also see that there are no scrolls. I got one scroll off a boss, and that's it. The Astrolab always has 2 scrolls and no more. So we ended up this run 6, 33, and 7. I think we got, what, 2 bonus curse chests? And then 2 challenge rifts, or maybe 1 challenge rift. But either way, lots of bonus scrolls, which is going to be helpful because we're basically still a noob. We don't have, like, that many things invested in the forge. A lot of our gear is ++, but it could have been S. There are traps here. I don't really have the means to just jump into them, to be honest. As I said, malaise is still going on, so we will have random spawns of monsters. I think some spots they don't ever spawn in. Like, it would rather spawn in there than spawn in that little section that I used to open up the bottom of the tower. So now we have to climb up. This tower, we go from bottom to top. There are missiles to avoid. There's two ways to do it. My preferred way is to jump to where the missiles are going, not where they came from. However, I have seen people that prefer to jump like into the bullets themselves and then jump up here, like right here. If you find that you're not safe, just open the door and run out. Sometimes that is actually the play that the devs probably intend you to do. There are also shantaes. Typically, whenever I come to this map, I want to make sure I have a build that can specifically kill those. If I don't, like if I'm purely melee with nothing else, I'm gonna struggle. It's just so hard to avoid their damage if you're like a pure melee build. Wow, 3 purple, 1 green. I'm at 14,000 HP. If I were to take this, we go down to 12,000. Is it that big a difference? Probably not. But I'm decently strong as is. I'll keep the 2,000 HP. Do want to open this just in case. That is, I feel like that's too far of a jump. I guess like you would do it this way. But again, in my head, I'm thinking run away from the bullets, not run into the bullets. All right, so all the doors are open. The final test at the very top, utilizing the elevator key. One key that we got was for the bottom door, the other key was for the elevator. The final test is 2 elite slammers. Now, sometimes I would go up there and actually fight them, but the other strat you could do is you could bring them down to you and then jump down yourself. I was about to say, it actually got stuck. But they have to jump down to chase you. They don't try to teleport like normal elites will. They'll actually run toward you like a rampager. And most of the time, they die to this laser beam. If they don't, they die to try and like jump down that whole elevator shaft. All right, last thing. Let's go ahead and get the food. So we're up to 100% HP. And now for something that I really kind of dread doing, we want to do that. Now, there's a mutation in the game called Masochist. Masochist reduces the damage you take from traps. The first time you come to Astrolab, I would encourage you to have Masochist. If I was thinking a little bit further ahead, I would have done it myself. This is a platform section with a lot of bullets to dodge. The way I like to do it is I jump down, roll into the wall to get the timing. I'll still take some damage. You can duck here. It's almost like a reverse challenge room. Roll through, duck again. Identify the next section. Oh, wow, I thought you could duck past that. This has lava at the bottom. Having the extra jump is really helpful. But I like hung on the wall for a second to sort of like analyze the situation. Rolled off the wall and then double jump after. If you don't have the extra jump, you'll just have to hold the jump for longer. All right, that's it. I will use a health pot. I don't have enough money to buy a health pot from that food shop, which is fine. We bought one earlier. If I was using Masochist, I would have taken negligible. Oh, wow, I was about to leave. I would have taken negligible damage. The key we got is actually not for the exit. The key is for up here. So I failed my wall run. Sometimes boomerang is better. Okay. You have to go through here. Open this door. And that made a blueprint fall. Hop to the other side. Whoa, 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 whoa. Almost got me. Can I make that jump? Only with triple jump. Not possible otherwise. Sonic Carbine. I don't normally do that after the blueprint. I've shown you before that it ends up being a, random item. I don't do that. Unless it's an item that I really, really need. That is the one and only time I ever do that puzzle. All right, let's peace out. Head into here. And now we have observatory. Taking care of something does something. Taking care of one's equipment is of utmost importance. We did get the 60 door. Symmetrical lance, multi-knock, fire grenade, all level 10. Actually weaker than the stuff that we're using. No more little alchemist. So that's why I used my cells earlier. And I still got 150 cells out of it. This is all relatively good, but we get the plus here. I will reset because networking is not useful anymore. Instead, we'll have acrobatic pack, support, and disengage. Disengage for safety. We'll heal up and then head into observatory. The King's Alchemist used to conduct research on astronomy and astrology here. He was a Sagittarius. Always gotta put in a little quip. All right, so this is it. This is the final boss of Dead Cells. At the top of this tower, moon behind us with what looks like some faces on it. 1 hour in-game timer for us to get here. Welcome, my mute friend. Did you like my catalyst? Nothing too fancy really, but a necessary tool for an aspiring alchemist. Never mind that. How many wretches did you slay this time? How many cells did you bring me? Like 150. Would you be kind enough to put them in the catalyst right here? Are you familiar with the myth of the panacea? Panacha? Let me know what the right pronunciation is of that. The cure to all disease. Distilled from the crude essence of life itself. Well, if you believe the first alchemist, drivel from a bunch of senile old fools, fairy tales to gullible children. Just look at you. Dependence, loss of empathy, lust for violence, insanity, endless death. Nothing good can come from messing with cells. But then, I've already scoured the entire island, scavenging from the remains of the fallen. And even the bellies of the living, few were willing to help, many begged for mercy. Is this all I've got left? The false hope of a bunch of children's stories. Pathetic. And he takes a sip. Actually, this feels awesome. I've never felt anything quite like it. Be a good sport and bring me some more. I'll send you back. As in, he will kill us and send us back. the Collector. Final boss, the guy we've been working for this whole time. Or working with, rather. Time for your medicine. Alright, so Collector's moveset. He's got a spin that you can roll through. I am gaining malaise, by the way, so this is kind of dangerous. Slam down that causes a rain of bombs. He goes into a stance that you can actually damage him. You can go on the wall. That will not always be available to you. Once you do enough damage, he sips. And then teleports. The more damage you do, the more times he'll sip. Little ad phase, nothing crazy. And then he jumps back down. We'll do some good damage. This fight is a little bit of a DPS check, but it's more like a war of attrition. Every time he drinks, he takes reduced damage. Those are some lightning balls. Fire tornadoes. The laser beams from Shantae. Big hit on me, but we'll get some of that health back. Just like that. 69%, nice. Another Sippa. And you can see the damage I'm dealing is extremely little. Some stabs. Notice that the wall has spikes on it now. Waiting for the exclamation point to know my cue to dodge. Spinning. You can also spin into the wall, so long as there aren't spikes anyway. I like to jump over him for that. Big hit. That's where disengage comes in. Just drink up. Alright, now it's time to kill. He's sipping, but the final sip, he drops the potion. Give yourself some time before you drink it. Right now. It drinks extremely quickly. And it makes you do giga damage. Ignoring like all of his damage reductions. You! What have you done, moron? I've been trying to save this wretched kingdom. Save it. From an ass like you. So it's like, it's actually good story. Like, once you get through everything, but it's like, not really just dumped on you, it's drip fed. And I feel like that's a really fun way to go about it. We're all in deep now. End him. You can't kill me. That's it? I didn't feel a thing. Without me, you're nothing. You really are incapable of settling a conflict peacefully, aren't you? Pity. I think he's dead. At last, it's over. What a waste. The panacea. It looks like it's working. My skin seems to be fading. Is this the end? This kingdom may be damned to eternity, but at least I won't be stuck here with it. So it's like basically the goal is, because we're like eternal life, the goal is to finally find a way to die. Farewell. ... Any day now. Blueprint collected. That is Collector's Syringe. We actually have a new reward for beating the final boss of the game. And I can tell you that Collector's Syringe is one of the strongest items in the entire game. We can skip this. There's no, like, additional thing there. So that is a 5 BC victory. However, it's still, like, unresolved. I'm still respawning eternally. So our next goal would be to get True Ending. True Ending to finally figure out how in the world to stop the repeating thing that's been happening this whole time. We have a new mirror now. This mirror actually shows you enemies that still have a blueprint left. I need a blueprint from these little guys. But we'll save that for next time, if there will be a next time. Let me know in the comments if you want to see full walkthrough, true ending of Dead Cells. This has been a blast so far. If you found anything useful in this video, let me know. Otherwise, leave a like on the video, subscribe for this and all the other roguelikes I play. But otherwise, I will catch you next time. This is the Dead Cells true ending full walkthrough. We've done everything needed, including defeating the Collector for the first time. Now, when you load into a fresh game of 5 boss stem cells activated, we run over to the right. We get this cutscene. You have to go through this one time and you'll, I think, never see this again. This is the area where Timekeeper usually is. So there's some perhaps lore implications there. You. Are you proud of yourself? The malaise is still flowing through the island. As you remember, we beat the Collector. We thought that Panacea would cleanse our body, but in fact it just destroyed the zombie body that our head is on. I'll have to mess with the loop again. This will not end well. Yeah, so it seems as though Timekeeper... Oh wait, no, are you serious? Timekeeper is the one, like, sort of manipulating. She exists outside of time. Maybe Collector exists outside of time as well. Are you the headless fellow that's speaking around? So we haven't seen this NPC since the very beginning of the game. Our character, I believe, does recognize her. There's also the cool glitch effect going on. It's definitely something screwed up. As far as I understand, I doubt there's anyone else who knows what's going on the island. So let's go ahead and get started. We will be doing Brutality, as we haven't done a Brutality run in quite a bit. We've done a few of these, like, full walkthroughs for Dead Cells. I'm not really gonna get into the exact how I beat 5 boss cells, because we've done that before. Take a look at that video for the 5 boss cells full walkthrough. However, I'll still try to, articulate the kind of things that we're gonna be doing to make sure that we get through this full run. We've seen these monsters before. We're now utilizing the brand new Panchaku and a shield that we just unlocked, Frontline Shield. This thing does buff your melee damage, which lasts for, like, quite a bit of time. Total duration is 6 seconds after successful parry. It's even easier if you get parry causes freezing. Alright, we're stuck in here. Oh my god, I tried to press Y just then, but I felt a little bit of lockout after that shoulder tackle. It's a very cool combo that this weapon can do. However, I baited myself in. But there's a lot of cool mutations that's gonna have good use with Panchaku. Very early on, especially. And we'll see those as we get to them. Brutality skills, we still don't have very many at all. Keep in mind that this is essentially a fresh file. We don't have a lot of things unlocked. We'll sell that. Even though it is a really good weapon. Pure Nail from the hit indie game that I'm sure won lots of awards at Game Awards this year. I don't think we're gonna use a base version of it. That one had no pluses at all. Our forge is still not done. Pretty much everything you've seen me do thus far for this walkthrough, I have not done anything offline. I think for, the nature of this walkthrough, I want to kind of showcase that's adrenaline. I don't use adrenaline very much at all. It is healing. In some cases, it's a very good source of healing. But the way how I play, adrenaline requires you to dodge roll through an enemy and then you'll start healing on the damage that you deal. It's sort of like the witch time effect that we got from the tactics mutation. However, for brutality, it doesn't do the slowdown and instead gives you healing. If you're full HP, that means it's not doing anything. You do need the monster to swing at you first. And sometimes when I'm playing brutality, stuff is not really swinging at me. Oh, we have a new room here. This we just unlocked. This is called the Specialist Showroom. Inside are 3 items. And then a teleport leading out. One is a skin. It costs $10,000. Same cost every single time. A little bit difficult to get this on a run where maybe you died or something, but in Dead Cells, like, you can get gold reserves. The gold reserve stays in your next run. That's like $2,000, so a little bit easier to pick that up. A map, which is a skill. If you use it by pressing the skill button, it will reveal the entire map. I do not use this in any run of Dead Cells at all. Really, the only use of it is, I guess, maybe speedrunning. But even then, the maps are, like, as a speedrunner, you kind of know how the maps work. This, however, this is something that I will be taking. Hunter's Grenade. We can read it. Use this to annoy a monster. When its health is down to 40% or less, use Blueprint Extractor. If a monster has a blueprint, it will have an icon over its head. We'll show how that looks, because I assume there's stuff on here I don't have blueprints from. Yeah, onto the Toxic Sewer side. We are missing blueprints from Inquisitors and from Demolishers. However, I will mention that it does work for the skins that monsters can drop. So if you're really on the lookout for weapons, you're gonna have to keep track of which monsters you've already gotten the weapon blueprint from. I think there are monsters that have 2. A little bit unlucky, but I could kill it in time. I'm gonna keep the double purple amulet, and we head into probably Promenade. Last time we did this, we did not go into Promenade. Our routing right now, sorry about that, is actually to go to Hand of the King. Ooh, nice little glitch effect. And can you believe we actually got the legendary like and subscribe? You know what to do here. Leave a like on the video, subscribe if you want to see other roguelike games. We currently have 84 cells. Oh wow, this is even screwed up. I said I don't have a lot of brutality stuff, so we'll unlock some things here. This is the new item that showed up. Once we beat the Collector for the first time, we get his weapon, just like we would for Giant Killer, for Tentacle, Collector Syringe. Spin the syringe around you to inflict damage, activate again to add damage, and 5 seconds for a mere few cells. It's actually using the cells we collect as a resource to power up its damage. And this is, in fact, one of the strongest items in the game. With our 84 cells, we'll grab Lightspeed. Not the best skill in the game, but I would like to see some brutality stuff if I can help it. Upgrades. Maybe not upgrade the Lightspeed, since we'll probably replace it. We'll pick up Combo, and then head into Promenade. Now, I have some ideas in mind of where I want to use this Blueprint Extractor, the Hunter's Grenade. I don't think we use it here. That's the Lightspeed dash. It allows you to go back the way you came. The initial charge is where most of the damage is. The Lightspeed going backward does not really do that much damage. You can kind of see Combo is starting to work, even better than before. If you've ever used Combo, you'll see that it falls off quite easily. But because this weapon, the Panchaku, hits so many times, every single tap of Panchaku adds to the combo meter with no internal delay. Sell that. We'll definitely need to get our money back. I don't think we'll need to do this anymore. I'll head up there just for fun. I mean, I suppose I could try to get that secret, which are the moonflowers. That's going to require this map. It's going to require Graveyard and Forgotten Sepulchre, if that's right. No, I think Ramparts was in there. Either way, it's pretty easy because it's all that same route. We just need to make sure that we do the Ramparts part, which is where we may screw up. Jeez. All right, it's the Protector. The Protector has to go. Parry that. I actually find that Promenade is probably one of the harder maps. Once the difficulty goes up and you get failed experiments and bombardiers, all of a sudden, like, there's so much damage coming from every direction that it becomes painfully difficult to pull off anything. And when you bring in the Protectors too, oh my god, and monsters teleporting in from melees, it gets really bad. Toxic Sewers is known to be like the better map to go to in general, since it leads to Conjunctivius, and Conjunctivius would be more scrolls in general. I was gonna say more cells. But it does seem as though this map becomes quite painful. Have to do this. Now, I could have gone upward and then dropped down, so I don't have to deal with this runner. All right. I wanted to try something there. The spin on the Panchaku, that can actually parry bombs. Oh, snap. Legendary Ice Shield. We'll bring that in. Now that we're aiming, I should have taken that because we're still working with a 2 purple Sapphire Amulet. Now that we're going for true ending, no, maybe it's in our best interest to try to make something a little stronger. See that parry? I probably didn't have to, like, turn to face it. I think it may have worked perfectly fine. But that's just foolproofing myself. All right, let's head down here. On true ending, we still want to get as many scrolls as possible. In Promenade, scrolls do appear in the tunnels like you saw just now, up until the point where there's like a wall running segment, or it could be a ram room or a teleporter. The scrolls do not spawn past that. Basically, imagine if you're on a fresh install, the scrolls will spawn anywhere a fresh install can get to and nowhere beyond that. Poison the enemy cluster grenade. That's kind of interesting. On-demand poison. There's a couple of weapons for brutality that do like to see poison. One of them is a DLC weapon, so we won't have it today. This does give us a good amount of wave clear. It just has a long cooldown to it. That's really one of the 2 main draws I have against using Cluster Grenade. The long cooldown and the spread. See how I only got 2 stacks of poison there? That's because I only really hit it with 2 bombs. The spread to me is just too wide. I do want to get that elite. One way we can do that is toss a grenade down. Never mind, that aggroed everything. So I get a little bit spicy with it. I didn't think I'd aggro literally all the monsters. Nice. We're trying to maintain the combos too. I'm gonna swap over to the double green. I thought it was gonna be a little bit more HP. It seemed to be slightly less. I must already have a point. Well, no, I have no points in survival. Maybe it was slightly more HP. I did see the bar move. You know, I'm surprised some of these monsters teleporting in don't have a hunter's grenade icon on them. Is it because I already have all the blueprints from the lacerator? I should have at least seen it from not the living barrel, but the barrel launcher monster. Those for sure have a blueprint. You probably have one, but I don't think I want it. See if we can maintain this combo. We got the Veedotme 60s, what we like to call it. 60 kills to get the challenge door at the end. Panchaku does have a nice amount of reach to it, as you saw. With just enough hits, the combat from the monster is basically halted. Oh, I tried to duck there. A little bit of pain. As you can see, true ending run. On 5BC, it's serious. 18% HP, so if I get a big hit, I'm gonna die. I think that's enough to warrant a health pot. Ice Grenade probably would have solved that. Maybe even Lightspeed Dash would have been better there, because it's also an escape button. Wow, that is a Cursed Prison Depths. One of the worst, if not the worst, cursed biome in the game. Of course, we will be going into it. Though, are we positive that Prison Depths leads to ramparts? You know, I don't believe it does. And if we want to get these Moonflower, I think it's in our best interest to go straight to ramparts from here. We'll be down essentially one scroll. Nice. Gotta love the combo. That's one thing that I do want to show off whenever I play Dead Cells. Like, one good tip is that a lot of the combos in the game can be extended. You could do like a dodge roll or something, but a lot of the fuller combos have like a long combo duration, especially for survival weapons. I think that's the most noticeable is on survival weapons. We'll grab this. We got a little bit of food. I know I did use a health pot, and you could think to yourself, well, you got food anyway, so maybe that health pot was wasted. But some of these fights have been like really deadly. And you have no idea how soon you're gonna get that food. It's probably a good idea to just use the health pot in 5BC. Of course, don't spam them. But there's high chances that we may not be able to see the next biome if we play a little bit incorrectly. Crowbar, it's a little bit interesting. It's not something that I typically use without having more tech to it. The crowbar itself gives you critical hits on quote-unquote bestial enemies, so a very specific kind of enemy, and then after breaking a door. There are a decent amount of doors in Dead Cells, just to say that. Even Promenade, there's a door right here. So that's a lot of crits for a long time. Oh my god, why did I roll in that direction? It's like I changed my gameplay by putting on this weapon over Panchaku, and then all of a sudden I can't play the game anymore. That's my bad. We got the map reveal. Nothing else here, so we can go ahead and leave. Sometimes there is an item up here. You can see it on your map, especially if you have the Explorer's Instinct. $1,000 that we didn't have before. We'll head into Ramparts, continuing the glitch. We have a Swift Sword, pretty high level too, that's nice. May as well bring it in. I I am a big fan of Swift Sword. You get critical hits while having the move speed bonus. And technically speaking, you could try to get one of the move speed mutations. I don't think I have any right now, since we're on this fresh save. Yeah, there's a colorless one called Velocity that will give you more, well, a longer move speed bonus. It lasts for triple the amount of time. Adrenaline, I still don't think I'm like a big fan of adrenaline, but maybe we show it to kind of articulate why I don't really care for it. And then I would like to see, I mean, I'm probably gonna unlock something with our Hunter's Grenade, so I'll chill for now. We cannot go into here because if that Moonflower key is on this map, we need to do this map. Bank would have been nice. I could use the Hunter's Grenade on the Mimic that's in the shop. Those have some like pretty difficult blueprints to find. Our malaise is at 2. Even though I used the health pot, it's still at 2, so that's not great. But maybe a weapon like the Swift Sword, which emphasizes us going fast, maybe that'll help us out. Now, of course, with the cursed biome, there are cursed monsters and a higher chance at an actual curse spawning. I believe that curse is after the Ram Rune. I got stunned. All right, we gotta play the map a little bit. We're cursed. We did get some adrenaline to activate. There we go. All right, curse done. So that dodge roll right there, that activates adrenaline. If I dodge roll through a projectile, I think it also works then. But like this monster, you can't dodge roll through its attacks. And I did not get adrenaline to proc just then. Oh my god, it took so long to change. I wanted to get like a little bit of damage in. Alright, let's keep it going. One thing you have to realize when you have malaise going is the longer you stall, especially hitting monsters that spawn from the malaise anyway, the more malaise you're gonna get on average. Alright, I can't kill this thing. And you can imagine how much malaise we're stacking up by failing to kill that. Food shop. I don't mind taking that. I could use the cough syrup here. I'm gonna hold off. I only have $7,000 left. Slashers. Slasher blueprint. I fear it might be a skin. I think my goal is the Lacerator monster, the one that spins around. If we can get one of those to spawn at random. Oh, here we go. Yeah, this is what we need. Flower 1. And then from here, we have to go to Conjunctivius using the special 3BC door. I'll leave that. Adrenaline also means I'm probably not parrying as much. Which a lot of times I feel like I may as well just do the parry and kill the monster. But I guess like once I'm at full HP, we can think about that kind of stuff. Elite Slasher. That gets a parry. All right, we will swap. We finally have some red on us. The bomber also says it has a blueprint. But funny enough, the ones that spawned in, Scheme. Not a big fan of Scheme, at least with the stuff we currently have. Maybe a phaser unlocked, which is a very low cooldown skill. I could consider it. This is a lore room that has food. Big food too, wow. Now keep in mind, that big food also comes with big malaise if it's infected. Regular food is only 1 bar of malaise infection. That thing is gonna be 3 bars, so very, very high number. Let you change. You can see, without the crits, Swift Sword not looking too hot. We gotta pick up the pace a little bit. It's just the way how this map is laid out, it's sometimes hard to find monsters. I guess that's where velocity would be a little bit helpful. But right now, like, we're looking for monsters still. It's a good rapier. It's not a mimic. See if we can get a better one. Maybe something with a plus on it. Good flint. Some bonus damage. Usually pretty strong. Combo would be worthless. We're using a decent amount of money to do this. I also could have waited to see if I'm gonna get a free item on the map. I believe if the curse was to spawn, it would have spawned in that chest right there. But I do like to show off Flint's gameplay. That's sad. All right, as much as I would love to do continue mode, we'll do this the legit way, where if I die, then we actually have to do a new run. We'll do a little bit of fancy editing and get back to where we were in the ramparts. Basically, the way how we utilize the blueprint extractor is I have to first find the monster that I want, throw the hunter's grenade, it'll change into an elite. Once the monster's HP is low enough, the game will tell me that I'm able to use the extractor. And then at that point, the monster will essentially be killed and I will get the blueprint that it still has. And of course it could be a skin, I still need skins. However, it's the probably best way to get blueprints in this game. You can even reset your run and go back to prison quarters after you turn that into the collector. Back in the ramparts, I actually unlocked a few more things that you haven't seen yet. First off is Telluric Shock. That is basically Telluric Shock, just not on a monster. What Telluric Shock actually does is you slam the ground around you. It does a minor knockback, so in some cases it could knock enemies off of platforms. But the real goal is the damage it deals. It does quite a good amount of damage. We also have another weapon called Giant Killer. That we happen to get off the Giant, that boss. It has a cool effect where it does critical hits on elites and bosses. All right, we were able to clear the ramparts. Our goal is Conjunctivius because we need to get to the graveyard. So let's head down here. I know we've been to Graveyard a couple of times already, but I would like to finish off this quest. So on to the Insufferable Crypt. We do happen to have Giant Killer that's going to help us kill Conjunctivius. Panchaku, also very nice. We'll go ahead and grab that. There was a Roots Grenade at the end, which would have been kind of nice to keep Conjunctivius in check. I also realized that my Telluric Shock has double damage dealt and taken. If I'm playing survival, I feel like that's not that big a deal, but brutality, I think we're gonna take that off. I'm going to do a reset here because as I said, I am not a fan of adrenaline. We're gonna take not even Killer Instinct. We're gonna do something a little more interesting here. We have combo. We have Instinct of the Master of Arms, which we like to call Instincto. This gives you cooldown reduction on every critical hit. Every hit of Giant Killer should be a crit, ideally. And then Panchaku can also do a lot of critical hits. But we did pick up the new open wounds from that Lacerator monster. Melee attacks inflict bleeding. We'll go ahead and grab that. The bleeding DPS isn't like incredibly strong, but don't forget that bleeds can stack. And then finally, let's do some rerolls and see if we can hit bonus damage to bleeding target. Not quite on Panchaku, and I don't really want to lose the 40% bonus damage from Giant Killer. So it looks like I'm not gonna have much for bleeding damage at all. Anyway, let's go ahead and, if we're lucky, we may see new items that have bleeding damage on it anyway. Conjunctivius. We've been here before. We have gotten the Flawless before. This thing does not have a face, apparently. So Panchaku does not crit. However, our Giant Killer does. As I said, the bleed isn't really going to do that much damage. It's not the main reason why I have it. Do that to get out. Of course, if I had, like, bonus to bleeding target... Oh, these don't count as bosses. However, they do have faces, which is kind of odd. So the Panchaku seems to work. Of course, only the sucker side is the side with the face. I didn't know that. It's the free combo there. The nice thing about Giant Killer, the most of its damage is on that fourth attack. If you're able to land the fourth swing, that's your goal. Above all else, land that fourth swing. Even using Telluric Shock to chase. I'm actually a big fan of Telluric Shock. I think from a skill expression, so to speak, it's really good. Very well designed. Working hard for the Flawless right now. Not going to use my skills if I can help it. We'll use them for Conjunctivius herself. Last Tentacle. Quick Bomb. Got the last hit. Gonna say we can't do much about that. Ah, the timing just wasn't there. Do that for the dodge roll. Beautiful. All of that to just not get bullet hell. I don't know if that was RNG, but I definitely felt like that was the next thing that was gonna happen to me. All right, we have a lot of scroll fragments. Powerful Grenade is gonna be weaker than the one I have, because mine is level S. We have Gastronomy as a blueprint. Probably one of the best blueprints in the game. That's one where you could tell yourself, if I don't know what I want to do with my blueprints, I could just take Gastronomy. It gives you additional healing every time you eat food, like the food is worth more, and that doesn't scale. That is just a flat number. Works on every color. Legendary is Cluster Grenade, explodes again after a brief moment. That's super fun. We'll bring that in. As I said, for the purpose of the true ending, I don't really care if I use strong legendaries. I'm here to show you all the true ending. We do have enough to finish this off. And only 8 points into plus. That is never gonna happen in this run. We are gonna have to find where the Moonflower is in the graveyard, and then we'll do that again in Forgotten Sepulchre, and that should be the last time we have to interact with that. Let's see, Cluster Grenade. Explode again. Oh yeah. Now that by itself is extremely strong. Like, you may not be a fan of Cluster Grenade in general, but the fact that it essentially does double the damage that it normally does, it's very good. With no drawback. And we can utilize cooldown reduction, like Killer Instinct or Instincto, to be able to do those a little bit more often. We have our key. there's oftentimes an item over here. Even if it's not your color, it is money. There's almost no reason not to go over there. Unless maybe you're speedrunning. But in that case, I don't think you'd be in the graveyard if you were speedrunning. Quick area down here. Sinew Slicer, I think we're all set. It is a good source of bleeding, but we have that built in. I think this is money, perhaps? No. No, he was gonna rob the grave. Oh my god, it is so nice. Now, I am still taking a decent amount of damage. These monsters are not messing around. And there's so many rats and stuff that all want to do like one single attack on you. I end up wasting a lot of my time hitting rats while there's a cannibal on the way. Or vice versa, where there's a cannibal that's about to hit me. I dodged that, but now I'm in a sea of rats. True ending scroll strats are still the same. I have a lot of biters. Those are coming from the cluster grenade. I don't think they're really doing anything. But if they're able to kill one rat or one bat, that's one less thing I have to worry about. We do know over here is a free item. If you go up top, you can hit the switch to access money that's up there. I believe it's pretty low money. I know every little dollar helps, but we're gonna see if I'm okay without it. I'll let you all know if I really needed that $200 that's up there. Ate that a little too early. Don't forget your giant killer. Double red and the green. Damage up and no HP loss. All right, we have to keep a lookout. You do want to see that moonflower. 4 BC door has free stuff inside of it. $500 that you didn't have before. Almost enough to buy, what, Sims 4 and maybe a couple DLCs. Oh, wow. I missed my cluster grenade. That's so sad. But we can utilize the 4 BC mechanic against the monsters. Every monster is going to try to teleport to us, except for ranged monsters, like the Inquisitors. So while they're trying to teleport to me, I can actually prep up my combo and attack them. That's our Moonflower. There's a curse. Let's go ahead and grab it. Spartan Sandals. I'm gonna backpack this. I have some ideas in mind of what we can do with it. Maybe even use it on the collector at the very end for true ending. We'll have to see. Almost missed that. Free food. Watch the down slams at this point. Wait, what is this? That's a mimic. This little kid right here, that's your signal that there's a mimic on this map. So don't click on any shops until this curse is done. Little jump puzzle is how you could lose with the curse. I said be careful about down slamming. Monsters down here. Didn't kill the Inquisitor, wow. I expected if I killed anything, it would be that. You could wait out your cluster grenade. Have a little bit safer time killing things. I'm not gonna do that just yet. Too many spikes. Instead, let's check out the left-hand side. I'll oftentimes completely opt out of doing one side of the biome if I know that the odds of me dying with curse is too high. Any monsters in here? Yes. One cluster is all it takes. That's a legendary? Legendary Cudgel. 50% stun duration. That you can get with just rolling and some luck. It's very interesting. I mean, I guess we can always find Giant Killer again at some point. Cluster Grenade, we can use 2, thanks to it being a legendary. The powerful grenade is stronger, just to say that. But for the purpose of this walkthrough, and the purpose of like showing what it looks like when things are strong and what things look like when they're weak, this is double cluster now. With a little bit of cooldown reduction. It could have been better, but we have a little bit going. Head in here. So this is where we were originally going until I got cursed. I did see a money shooter on the map. I should probably go straight for it. Just in case. Just in case. Second cluster. You can see how quickly monsters just get deleted with all those bombs. Now, if I had Killer Instinct, I would get a little bit more cooldown reduction than I am right now. But I think the way we're playing this is perfectly fine. There it is. Just when I thought the run couldn't get any nuttier. Legendary Money Shooter. Now again, if we wanted to keep it ethical, you would not take that for this YouTube video. It's like, sorry, the fourth wall break here, but this is strong, right? You have not seen the money shooter yet because we don't even have this unlocked. This is pure RNG. Money shooter fires gold to do damage. You cannot use it if you have no money. It pierces all targets with a special legendary effect and gives you bonus gold on kill. You can actually profit how much money you get from each of your kills. One monster gives you $75, so it's not profit. I lost 75 bucks because the initial shot's 150. However, with multiple, and don't forget it's a crit, so it actually gives me cooldown reduction with Instincto. Multiple monsters, we're netting money. Let's get that. One thing you have to be careful of, Money Shooter's projectile fires in a straight line. So if the monsters happen to be like different heights, for example, maybe some rats and a slasher. Slasher is definitely taller. If it aims for the slasher, you're gonna miss the rats. Not really anything you can do about that, it's just something to be aware of. In terms of like how strong is the Money Shooter compared to other legendaries, I would definitely put Money Shooter Legendary in the triple S rank of power. If you see this, you take it. Even if you think you won't have the money for it, make the money for it. Sell everything you got if you have to. We did full clear the map for the most part. It's a couple random things, including money. However, I have infinite money glitch right now with this Money Shooter. I highly doubt I need more ways to get money. 60 door? Maybe new cluster? Nope. So we sell. We could potentially use our cells to grab a skill. Oh wow, I don't really have much left. There's things like Collector's Syringe. That would certainly be quite strong. We could upgrade the Money Shooter a little bit. Burning oil damage. Do we have source of burning oil? Maybe that's fire grenade plus oil from cluster. Probably the best way to go about it. So we'll save that as is. So let's reset. So we'll go with Instincto. We could take Tranquility. This does bonus damage if no enemies are near you. Might allow us to save some money, knowing that every attack is 150 bucks. And then finally, I'm gonna go ahead and bring in something that's a little bit generic. Gastronomy, like I said earlier, you get more healing from food. And then it also has the bonus effect of if you recycle food, you'll get increased damage. That recycling effect does scale on survival, so we're not getting like the biggest benefits of that. However, it's 12% for 300 seconds, 5 minutes that you didn't have previously. There's nothing necessarily wrong with that. There are monsters that can block our bullets, which are the crabs. Very annoying. If there is a crab... Oh, see how I aimed that upward? That's what I mean about, like, being able to miss a monster, even though it's point blank. If I'm aiming up and I have 2 monsters, only the tallest one's gonna get hit. We do have curses to worry about here. Don't forget to use your skills. That's what they're there for. Might save you a couple of bucks. We have been here before, so I'm not gonna go through how, you know, each monster's behavior is. Definitely take a look at the 5VC segment of the walkthrough. However, even with Money Shooter, there's some very dangerous stuff here. The Mummy especially, Inquisitors shooting you off screen. All of that stuff is not really shootable sometimes. Even the crab blocking my bullet like that, allowing that axe thrower to live, basically, that's also kind of bad. Kind of want to keep the cluster I had since it did victims freeze other enemies. Let's wait. Let's make sure that I don't have to go through spikes. We'll get rid of this too. There's some monsters down below. Oh wow, I expected that to die. And now I have to waste money breaking crystals. Triple. It's a good amount of health. I think we'll be okay. Now, are there for sure 10 monsters down there? Maybe not. Wolf Trap is actually pretty good with Money Shooter. If you think about it, we want to sit back and just lob these things at the boss. I don't particularly want the boss to do anything, because that means that I could take damage, or I could miss, and both are bad. Watch the missiles. Invisible monsters. Surprised I didn't get light from that just now. Most of the time, secrets and walls give you light, but I guess secrets on the floor aren't so beneficial. I am panning my camera up as I move. That's not as scary as it looks. One tip that I like to give, I actually play this game on D-pad. I don't use the analog stick. Reason why is that I do a lot of like snap movement in different directions. And for some reason, I don't do as well on analog stick. I also play fighting games on D-pad if I have to. If I have to use the controller for a fighting game, I don't use analog stick. It's just I don't have the same level of precision that I would like. I know there are people who play analog just fine. I'm not saying that you have to play analog or D-pad to be good at the game. I just know I personally struggled on analog stick. May as well sell this now that I'm spending money. But like I said, we're sitting at a clean $28,000. I can't kill this. I wasted so much money trying to kill that. I'm sitting on a clean 28,000. The odds of us going through all that money, don't ask what that just happened. If you don't say anything, I won't say anything. I'm gonna have to miss a lot of shots to lose out on $28,000. Technically, I'm in the negatives right now. I'm at 27.8. So technically speaking, we gotta tighten up these shots. Preferably hit more than one monster at a time. If there's only one monster, use cluster grenade on it. Like that, that's $75 just gone. Liquidated. Let's head in here. Didn't need to use the cluster grenade. The odds were very high that it was just gonna die from Wolf Trap plus Money Shooter. Wow, it dodged. Light speed. It's another good way to clear out like mobs, whole hallways that maybe you're not confident Money Shooter can do it for you. Probably not gonna change anything right now. We did miss out on that Mimic on one of the other maps, but at this point, for us to change out anything in our kits with all these legendaries, it'd be very difficult to do that. With a non-legendary item, I don't know. That would be going back to saying, you know what, I'm gonna use the most ethical setups. Nothing giga-busted. But for true ending, maybe the truest way to play Dead Cells is with a setup that's giga-busted. We are farming 31,000. We did get all of our Moonflower keys. So the only thing left for that is to get to High Peak Castle. Alright, this is where our key is. And then I have quite a big area left, funny enough. Like, look at that. There's gotta be at least 20 monsters in that. It's like an apartment complex. All these monsters living rent-free. We may as well eat it. Remember, we have Gastro. Gastro is giving us more healing than normal, but it's gonna be kind of hard for me to show that off. Famous last words, I suppose. I could have sold it, but I would like to get the 100%. There are fixes in the game where you do bonus damage at 100% HP. I don't have one of those active right now. Typically, they're bound to weapons. But, you know, just in case, may as well top ourselves off. Nice. I was afraid I'd miss that. So we're going to be heading into the clock room. Remember, we saw Timekeeper earlier. She was very weirded out about what we're doing on the island. I don't think she has any new dialogue for us here, but we'll certainly find out. I'm going to save our cells. We'll put them towards the forge. We still want to get burning oil somehow. So we'll re-roll the wolf trap and see if we can get oil. Well, burns the ground when destroyed. That's not bad. I'm a little greedy. Okay, I messed up. That's fine. Bonus damage to burning oil. Burns the ground when destroyed. We don't get the fire until the first wolf trap goes away. So there's a chance that we actually won't see the fire at all here. But we'll see. All right, Timekeeper. First jump. And then we spam, making sure we're out of range for Tranquility. No, my Flawless is gone. We should have held on to the cluster grenade, because we know that the cluster is our only means of oil, really. So I could have waited for the first wolf trap to go away, then throw the cluster, then we'll have a good source of oil. In that case, she may have died before even landing the hit on me. There's the velocity. extends your move speed bonus for longer. Timekeeper really didn't have anything to say here. Funny enough. I mean, that'd certainly be an easy way to do the fire. And then you would need the wolf trap to apply the oil. And then you just opt out of cluster grenade, legendary. I think I'm okay with that. Next level. This does not have the skip like the giant does, which allows you to go straight to Hand of the King. All right, cells. 300 in the bank. 2 bars worth. Got us to 10%. Reroll, because we don't want to see double damage on this. Doesn't really matter what it gets. Root damage, I don't know if that actually does anything. And then we need an oil source. Spreads oil and burning oil damage. Fantastic. No cells. No mutations to worry about. So let's head on in. We've done a lot of stuff for this Zero to Hero walkthrough. If you like what you've seen so far, definitely let me know in the comments. This could very well be the last of the Dead Cells Zero to Hero walkthrough. If we get true ending right here, I won't know what else is there to be done. Thematically, it would all be over. It's definitely a bit bittersweet. But I'm sure all good things must come to an end. Let's make sure we can actually win this run. All right, first elite. See how I'm just missing. Hemorrhaging money right now. Okay, this is the slasher. There's the burning oil. And there's our hit. So realistically, it only needs to walk into the wolf trap to get oil. And from there, it's going to be taking a buttload more damage. All right, exit here. Now, I'm quite sure every monster will die to just one hit of the money shooter anyway. Oh, wow. Okay, never mind. Almost got womboed into the spikes just then. So it does seem as though the monster HP is a little bit higher than I thought. 28 brutality. No way they survive this time. This is lore. I'll let you all read this. Just pause to read it. This often has an area up top too. Not all the time. Right here. We're not gonna do Sinew Slicer. I will take the money. Surprised there's no additional lore up there, but I get it. I get it. There's a lot of lore in Hype Castle in general. Edge. Just obliterated. This is where, like, if you have never seen a strong build in Dead Cells before, this is definitely a strong build. It's strong items, just to say that. It's not like I'm playing Balatro and I put together so many different kinds of effects with my jokers and all of my constellations, I think they are. This is essentially a very strong item, and then as many things in the kit as possible to make that do as much of its damage as it can. Burning oil, wolf trap, tranquility, cooldown reduction. All of that stuff together should be enough to get you through the game. All based on, like, you found the money shooter. Unlucky. See how I aimed up? I'm not gonna waste $75 killing that. Some monsters jump. I can tell you that monster also can shield itself from ranged attacks. Hand of the King also has that kind of tech. where he shields against the first attack against him. That's a ranged attack anyway. Jumped down a little too early. Another legendary? For those who don't know, how I know this is a legendary, it has a star on it. The star could often be that it has a scroll, but these elites will never have scrolls on them. So that must be either a legendary item or a scroll fragment. Legendary item. Marksman Bow, another thing I don't have unlocked. Stuns the victim on hit, which is pretty exciting, to be honest. I don't think that's worth doing an acrobatic pack. That's really the only way we'd activate that, is acrobatic pack, roll, and get like a quick stun. Most monsters don't need any of that. Hand of the King cannot be stunned. So the only one left is Spoiler, aka Collector. Sorry, I'm so used to saying Spoiler Boss for all these years. He can be stunned, but I don't think because I have Wolf Trap, I need another stun in the kit. I haven't really talked about how to utilize the money shooter. It's a pretty straightforward ranged weapon. You just have a target in front of you, you hit the button, and your character fires out a rock. I think the rock is a gold pellet, a gold nugget, if you will. And for the most part, it won't miss, right? I'm not doing any additional gameplay to ensure I'm doing the best pellet throw I can. Just sometimes I will reposition myself with a jump to make sure I hit flying monsters. Sometimes I'll back up to change my angle, because it could be the case that like I shoot upward. More lore. Pause the video to read. I think it's just that one. That's a little bit more, maybe like DLC focused lore. We'll save that. Maybe that will be our recycle. Twins. That's essentially like a good setup of monsters that might actually kill you. That was bad. We're still on the lookout for where these Moonflower keys go. Should show up very soon if I didn't already pass it somehow. If you're wondering why that Rampager lived, I actually have shoot an arrow behind you. As you can see, whenever I do Money Shooter, there's like a phantom bullet that fires out from my back. It is not coded as a Money Shooter shot. It's not gonna give me gold, and it doesn't crit. Oh wow, it's actually here. I did not think it could spawn past a wall climbing segment. But I guess if you think about it, there's no way you can get to this without 3BC. There's our reward. Acceptance. A blueprint with probably one of the lowest play rates of all blueprints in the game. Not that's necessarily a bad blueprint. I'm sure in a vacuum, with no other context, it probably is good on paper. But in like the grand scheme of actually playing Dead Cells, it is very difficult to utilize that to great effect, especially since you can only hold 3 blueprints at a time. Wow, this is interesting. I have never seen this before. In 2,000 hours of playing this game, I have never had this to spawn without the locked door in front of it. This is like completely free. This has gotta be a rare bug, like a 0.01% or something. If you've seen this before, let me know in the comments. I'm like genuinely surprised about this. That's kinda crazy. Anyway, we're done here. I know there's like random items across the map. We don't need any of those. Let's head into the throne room. The glitch is still going on. I can show you all what acceptance does. Amount of kills required to remove a curse is reduced by half. So, like, you would think to yourself, okay, yeah, I have to worry about curses, not bad. But the drawback, this is one of the few mutations in the game with an actual drawback. When you eat food, the food curses you. I believe you get a 3 curse from eating small food and a 5 curse from eating big food. And I might be wrong about that because it's been that long since I've actually utilized something like acceptance. No change to the mutations. Let's head into the throne room. So we are here for the first time since we killed the collector. When we walk over, this is the king. Like the very first cutscene that you would see in 0 BC. How are we seeing the king after like so many times of us not, wow, of us not having to deal with watching that? It's been quite a while. Quick parry. He does have burning oil, but see how he blocked that first hit? It's one of the few monsters in the game that can just like opt into completely ignoring your money shooter's attacks. Dang, $150 gone. And I missed. All of those moves block bullets as well. No way, the reach. I'm not overly concerned. I'm just more surprised that some of those hits connected. All right, so he's dead. He does drop his special symmetrical lance, the one that ignores force fields and does extra damage to enemies. So the last time we were here, we broke this and then killed the king. Gonna break it. We can kill him. However, we can also do this. Take the body. And now we can talk. Whoa, look at that. My body's so well conserved. Woo, and this armor. Butchering monsters has never looked this good. Wahoo! I totally forgot I could do that. Long live muscle memory. My body is already beginning to degrade, though. The malaise hasn't spared my original host. Could there be a way to stop the decay? So when we think about lore implications, the Timekeeper sent us back in time to restart the loop, but perhaps she sent me back a little bit too far to the point where we know that we can possess things with our head. The homunculus rune is what that is. And we can use that to repossess our body. We're the king at this point. Well, we always were the king. But then something happened with the malaise where our soul, I guess, our essence, our life essence was removed from our body. And we've been running around the island as an anonymous zombie. Only to realize that we were the king the whole time. The king's body has been on the throne. And we thought that if we were to kill it, that would be enough to stop this like perpetual cycle, but it wasn't enough. We can still use our head, by the way. This is still essentially just a vessel. So now, we're gonna go into the finale area, Astrolab. We did not get the no-hit. We do need to use our cells because they won't be used anymore. I am a big fan of this one, Damned Vigor. This comes from one of the cursed biome monsters. It's basically fight for your life, where if you were to get killed, you survive with 1 HP for 2 seconds. And you have to kill something to get back your life. It's a very powerful effect. I was kind of afraid to upgrade that. It actually doesn't do any damage, I just realized. Even though it does like triple the damage on enemies, because we're scaling brutality and not survival, that actually does nothing. We tested on a failed experiment to see. We'll know very quickly if this is worthwhile compared to the money shooter. Well, that's a resounding no. That is not worthwhile. That's interesting. It's like the devs knew, like, we don't really want you all to carry that thing. Either use it or don't. See, it's such a huge difference between money shooter and an off-color symmetrical lance, even if it does quadruple damage. The genie we can kill with fire grenade. The odds of us hitting it with money shooter is pretty slim. Anytime I come to this map, and this is, you know, another tip for you, I always try to come here with some kind of button to deal specifically with that librarian. In this case, it's fire grenade. If I did not have the fire grenade, it would have to be cluster that we sold earlier. But I am suspicious if that would actually hit, since it fires off a little bit low to the ground. Let's head back. We still need the 2 keys. I am half HP, but remember, gastronomy heals us extra once we find food. So in that case, there's no real reason for me to use a health pot. I just gotta find the food. Oh wow, I didn't see this here. Wasted my money again. We can head up. Never mind. We have to go from inside. This is one of the 2 shops that we'll find. Happens to be a skill shop. There's not really any skills I would take because I kind of need the burning oil. This is the other skill, well, food shop. Connected. Like a duo Taco Bell and KFC. I'm gonna wait. You can see this heals you for 83% of your life. And I am not spec'd into survival. You could have 1 survival and it will always heal you 83% with gastronomy. Very powerful mutation. In fact, it's powerful enough that there's nothing essentially wrong with you taking that mutation every single run of Dead Cells. That's how useful it is. Wow, I missed. Level 12 throwing knife, that's quite strong. Whoa, I got profit just then. There were 3 monsters. Didn't even know that. We do have to get up here. We have to kill this. Does not die in 1 hit. Actually quite surprised about that. But I mean, it's definitely a first world problem. We almost did 100% of its health bar in 1 attack. You cannot really complain about that. We're missing a key. Perhaps down here. Use our cheese. Maybe it's on the far left? Not only do we have odd map generation for High Peak Castle, this is a little odd too. You're dead. This is giving us extra HP. I think it's well worth it. There you are. 150,000 damage. And remember, we have nothing invested in Forge. This is all just the power of legendary weapons. It's funny, whenever I do a run of Dead Cells, I typically am trying to cook a build. And cooking builds is sometimes using a legendary, but sometimes I don't do it on purpose. Just because I know for a fact that the legendary build will be super strong. Sometimes I will take a normal item. This is 25% healing, thanks to Gastro. Sometimes I'll forego the legendary item just to really like get a good test on the build making skills. Again, it's not the same as playing a Balatro, maybe even a Binding of Isaac, where, okay, there's like 50 different things you have and they all have synergies together. You can start to build out synergies. If you want to see a lot of that in action, just take a look at my, Dead Cells cooking vids. There's a whole playlist about that as well. It's all about finding good interactions between your mutations and what your weapons do, along with the typical affixes. Bonus to bleeding, bonus to fire, etc. I got scared. That bird scared me. I'm okay with losing some money. This is another 5 BC exclusive. This is called the Hemorrhage. It's actually a brutality tactics throwing item. It's essentially a tomahawk. When you throw it, it gets lodged in the monster and causes them to bleed. And then it does bonus critical damage, or just critical hits, sorry, on bleeding and poison targets. Very cool. It's a little slow, but it does actually get the benefits of these heavy weapons, like survival weapons, where you get victims slow nearby targets, the 20% bonus damage for free, all of that kind of stuff. All right, finale. I did show you all how to utilize the elevator and the lightning to kill these. This build is strong enough to not have to worry about that. So we get our keys for free. Let's go ahead and leave, but not without getting our food first. I'm not gonna take the symmetrical lance. Like, that could be extremely cool. I mean, okay, I guess we'll take it just to see how does it work on the collector. Knowing that he does bubble himself, will it go through the bubbles? All right, let's get out of here. Heading into Observatory for what could potentially be the final fight. Can't do anything with our cells. That's why I encourage you to spin as much as you can. We will reset mutations. We're still gonna take Instincto and Tranquility for bonus damage while we are far. Disengage, just to make sure if I need to use an emergency health pot, I can. But otherwise, let's hop in. We still have the glitch effect here. I actually don't know if the dialogue is different in the beginning. Let's take a look together. I see you managed to crawl back into your own skin. Do you like my catalyst? Nothing too fancy, really, but a necessary tool for an aspiring alchemist. So this part's still the same. Oh, he's actually glitched out too. Will my character willingly give him the cells? Would you be kind enough to put them in the catalyst right here? Oh, you know what? We're probably playing dumb, right? So, like, our character knows for a fact what the collector's doing. We know about the myth of the panacea. However, it killed off our zombie body. If you believe the first alchemist, drivel, dependence, loss of empathy, lust for violence, insanity, endless death, nothing good can come from messing with cells. Such a good quote. Probably one of my favorites of the game. So we know that there's really no hope for the island. Right now, the collector's thinking that the best I can do is probably try out the Panacea, at least save myself, and forget about the rest of the island. Actually, this feels awesome. Never felt anything quite like it. Be a good sport and bring me some more. I'll send you back. The only way we know how, with death. So, wolf trap, fire grenade, that's burning oil. We do have to be careful. We're kind of stationary. Another one of these. There's a force field. I am doing damage. It's not much, but it is honest damage. Look at the DPS, my goodness. Force field won't protect you, buddy. Ah, I messed that up. Oh, wow. Drinking on this phase? I can't say that I've seen that before. That was quite strong. We were essentially able to phase skip, where we got the Panacea to drop early, and then we had it ready to get into this segment. Save it from an ass like you. We're all in deep now. We still end him. However, even this is different. If you remember the last time we were here, it was just us in the prisoner body killing the collector. Now it's us in the king's body doing it. Without me or nothing? Get good. Also one of my favorites. At last, it's over. What a waste. And now our character can, like, save us. The Panacea. Despite how little there was left, it seems to be doing something. My body and spirit are bound again. So it's like the homunculus effect is essentially nullified, I think? New final cutscene. Well, there's really no getting around it. It was way more fun crawling around the sewers. So this idea is that, alright, now he's living eternally with no real objective. What the? And there you have it. True ending of Dead Cells. As far as I understand, there is no additional closure to be had from that event that we just saw. There is, of course, DLC. The DLC is essentially in two parts. One is like sort of Dead Cells story, and the other one is the Castlevania collab. The Dead Cells story one is 3 different DLCs. It's Bad Seed, Fatal Falls, and The Queen and the Sea. That does have like its own sort of storyline and its own ending with a little bit of closure. Not much. It definitely leaves a cliffhanger like we just saw. But then after that, the only other thing we have is the Dead Cells animated series, which is up on YouTube. You can watch that right now. It does follow a different story, but like the overall elements of who the prisoner is and all of that is the same. It's just the story plays out differently with another character added in. Still has your same cells, your collector, all that cool stuff. However, for the purpose of this walkthrough, Zero to Hero full walkthrough of Dead Cells, including true ending, we are essentially done. It even doesn't do where your head pops out of the sewer as like restarting the next run. I can hit normal mode, but the continue option's gone. Like, that is essentially a fully completed game of Dead Cells. Now, my save file's not gone. We can play as much as we want. It is a roguelike game after all. I believe we even unlocked the skin for the King's outfit. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, so now I have the King's outfit that I can use on any run I want. If you come down to where the outfits are stored. Oh, we have another NPC. For the first time, my scissors are not made to cut hairs, especially not for those of some rotting zombie. Never let me do anything. Oh, a newcomer. I'm the tailor's daughter. I myself am studying to become a hairdresser. I was studying before all my teachers died, at least. Who has to take care of his daughter when the school is closed, huh? Education system of this island is not what it once was. At least, I beg you to help her work on her studies. Ask her, she might be able to comb your green thingy. But I forbid you from plunging my sewing scissors, say that 5 times fast, in that thing. So we can now change head outfits. In order to do that, you would change your skin and then head to the NPC, then change your head. The one we got was the glitch just now. But like I said, you can see the King's outfit, royal armor with class, and then you basically go back to the island just playing a video game that just happens to be good. One of the best, I would say. Definitely one of my favorites. But essentially, that's the end of the Dead Cells Zero to Hero full walkthrough. As I said, definitely bittersweet. For those who don't know, development for Dead Cells is done. There is no more content planned for the game, at least as far as we know, as of the time of this YouTube video. So in terms of what's next for Dead Cells, the teams that worked on this game, Evil Empire and Motion Twin, they're both working on brand new games, some of which have already been released. Take a look at those. I'll have links in the description to check out the games from these two studios. I want to thank you all for tuning in and carrying on this journey. I hope that I've given enough tips, enough builds, and enough at least visual insight to show you how you too can get through Dead Cells. Either way, thank you for letting me do this. Subscribe, leave a like on the video, and I'll catch you next time.